Chapter 7:18. You 4 use all of your power to hold it off. I will prepare my defense-breaking ace attack. Qing Lu was a half-step king warrior, so she had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Although her profound sense martial arts might not be that much more powerful than top master-level warriors, her half-step king warrior Jin Yuan was not something that top master-level warriors could compete with. With some time she would be able to infuse more Jin Yuan into her ace attacks, which would increase its attacking power drastically. Yes, teacher. Yin Fengfeng did not dare to waste any time. Her body flipped in the air, turning into a phoenix with blue flames burning around it. She screamed and flapped her wings. 2 massive flame beams shot out from the left and right, attacking toward the half-step Scorpion King, blowing it away dozens of meters. Sky Demon Finger. A pair of black wings appeared behind Murong Qingqing's back. On the wings, a black light poured into her body, gathering at the tip of Murong Qingqing's right hand. Go! A beam of black finger power turned into a small black sun, landing on the head of the half-step Scorpion King. Giant Sword Spell. The defensive sword spell was a sword spell. The first and second level of attacks were very simple, but from the third level onward, there would be more attacking methods. Besides multiple sword attacks, there were also some special attacking sword spells, and the giant sword spell was one of them. Yi Qin pointed out his sword finger and the gold sword shot out into the air. Along the way, the Zhen Yuan contained in the gold sword suddenly expanded, forming into a massive sword shadow that landed on the back of the half-step Scorpion King. Qin. Sparks spilled everywhere. That sword attack had not only cut open the beast power armor of the half-step Scorpion King, it had also left a light sword mark on its shell. Not bad. Yi Qin nodded. Seriously speaking, the pure attacking power of the giant sword spell was not as powerful as the flying sword. But the giant sword spell had its advantages as well, which was its heavy power, which could blow away the target. In his sight, the half-step Scorpion King's body flipped and flew backward. A black shadow suddenly broke through the air, which was indeed the half-step Scorpion King's tail hook. Let me handle it. Yi Chen's body drew an arc in the air, attacking the Scorpion King's tail from the side. He took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and used his power to attack. Chin, chin, chin. The speed of the half-step Scorpion King's tail kept decreasing, and its tail hook almost hit the head of the Xiansex Tai Xian Peak Lin Gaoming. Break! Lin Gaoming's fist landed on the tail hook, and this crisis was resolved. All right. Right then, Qing Lu's defense-breaking attack had finished its preparation. She raised her right hand up high, and circles of different colored light appeared in her palm. It was like a celestial sphere, and in the middle of it, there was a dark blue energy core. The power was hidden inside. Go! Qing Lu yelled and threw out a palm attack. Whoa! The attack that was similar to an armillary sphere let out a shrill sound, heavily bombarding the head of the half-step Scorpion King. The halo around it was like a steel blade, continuously cutting through the opponent's demonic energy armor. When the halo's power was exhausted, a large hole had already been opened up on the Scorpion King's shell, and the dark green energy core had drilled into it. Boom! In the next moment, the half-step Scorpion King's head exploded, and its body twitched incessantly until it vanished into thin air. Amazing! Yi Qin sighed inwardly at how terrifying this attack was. No wonder it took such a long time to prepare. After killing the half-step Scorpion King, the 5 of them were unobstructed. There was no longer anything that could block their way. Storm Spear. On the other side of the Sky Scorpion spell, the skinny elder had finally finished his preparation. He was holding a long spear that was made of black wind. The long spear kept shaking, and the tip of the spear kept on lengthening, like a poisonous snake's tongue. Go! Using his right arm, the elder threw the spear towards the Scorpion King. Crack! The Scorpion King was pierced through, and it was instantly torn into pieces by the exploding wind blades. Go! The elder's face was slightly red. It seemed like he had used up a lot of energy. Behind the mountains and rivers was a twisted layer of thin film reflecting countless scenes. Oh! Yi Qin and the other 4 hesitated a little bit before they all jumped in. It was like going through a layer of water. The 5 of them appeared in a new environment. Oh! Taking a deep breath, the 5 of them had shocked expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the world seemed to have expanded a lot. As far as their eyes could see, there were lakes, grasslands, mountains and ribbon-shaped white clouds in the sky, intertwining with the mountains in the distance. Looking up, the sky was clear and the natural yuan qi was extremely dense. It was as if one casual breath was equivalent to a few days of training for a normal warrior. But that was not enough to shock them. What was truly shocking were the spirit plants and trees. On the grassland, the plants were rich and luxuriant. Every single one of them was extraordinarily green, and they could find a cluster of spirit plants with spirit chi every few meters. The spirit chi released by those spirit plants would nourish the normal plants nearby, making every single one of them full of vitality. On the lake, there were duckweeds that were full of spirit chi, and there were elegant green lotuses. On top of the lotuses, there were purple, white, and red lotuses that were competing with each other. Every single one of them had the value to be used as medicine. Under the lotuses there were even fat fishes. Further in the distance, there was an endless stretch of lush trees. In the periphery there were many low-grade spirit trees, and in the depths, there were towering mid-grade spirit trees that stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Even further in, one could faintly see several towering giant trees that pierced through the clouds. Although it was impossible to determine their grade, they were definitely not ordinary. The spirit plants and trees that grew from the tall mountains were obviously better than the grassland, lakes, and forests. On top of every mountain, there was a light that did not dissipate. It was very eye-catching. This is the 7-star blue that has already gone extinct in the outside world. Jianghu was a former leader after all, so she was very interested in the spirit plants and trees. She squatted down and carefully dug out a light blue plant. Judging from its spirit chi, it should be a low-rank spirit plant. But considering that it had already gone extinct in the outside world, its value would be immeasurable. If she took it out and planted it, she would definitely be able to grow a huge amount of 7-star blue plants. After picking up dozens of 7-star blue plants, Jianghu finally stood up and put all the 7-star plants into a storage ring with plant patterns on it. She turned around and saw that Yi Chen had actually put all the plants into his storage ring. She laughed and said, "Growing spirit plants requires a lot of soil. If you plant them in a pot, the effect would be much worse. I have another plant ring here for you." As she spoke, she took out a ring with plant patterns and threw it to Yi Chen. Plant ring? Yi Chen had heard about this kind of ring before. Storage rings were used to store things, while plant rings were used to grow spirit plants and flowers. The space inside was huge and there was soil under the ground. Sunstones could be hung on top of the ring, which would help the plants to photosynthesize. A low-rank plant ring was even more valuable than a mid-rank storage ring, and there was no market for it. Taking over the plant ring, Yi Chen branded his soul mark on it, then poured his soul power into it. What he saw was a huge space about 10 acres in size. On top of it there were some exhausted sunstones. Below it was black soil. The spirit chi in the soil was very dim. It was obvious that this plant ring had not been used for a long time, and needed to be nourished by the spirit stones. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Chen held his hands together to thank her. "You are welcome. Even Qingshen thinks so highly of you. As her master, of course I will not be stingy." Jianghu chuckled and continued to look for spirit plants. With the plant ring, Yi Chen started to pay more attention to the spirit plants. For the low-rank spirit plants, he only chose some extinct or rare ones to transplant into the ring, 10 of each. As for the mid-rank spirit plants, he would transplant as many as he could find, not to mention the top-rank ones. Arriving in front of a lake, Jianghu also moved some of the duckweeds and green lotuses from the lake into the ring. It seemed like her plant ring was one rank higher than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's plant ring did not have any lake water inside, and it was not that big either. So, it would be a bit crowded if he moved the river. The 5 of them walked in a straight line, not trying to look for spirit plants or flowers. Not long after, a forest blocked their way. Low-rank maple tree. Jianghu's eyes brightened. She waved her hand, and a maple tree with red leaves was pulled out from the ground and thrown into her plant ring. Low-rank snake pattern tree. Low-rank pine tree. Spirit trees with a certain rank were very easy to find. Wherever the 5 went, spirit trees would be uprooted one after another and put into Jianghu's plant ring. Yi Chen's plant ring did not have enough space, so he could only choose a very rare low-rank spirit tree, which was a pine tree. However, seeing that half of the plant ring space was gone, Yi Chen shook his head and put the pine tree back on the ground. There were still mid-rank spirit trees, so one low-rank pine tree was fine. The mid-rank spirit trees were much bigger than the low-rank ones. Of course there were some small ones, but no matter how small they were still bigger than normal trees. In the end, even Jianghu felt powerless. She hated that her plant ring was too small. If it were big enough, then she would not have to worry so much. "This plant ring of mine is only a top mid-rank one, 500 mu in size. Legend has it that the best high-rank plant ring is 5,000 mu in size, and the extreme rank one is 50,000 mu in size. Too bad. If I had an extreme rank plant ring, then I would be able to move all these spirit trees into it." Qinglu was very reluctant. Yichen said, "Senior, let's go and have a look." Low-rank and mid-rank spirit trees, Yichen did not move a single one. If there were a top-rank spirit tree he would not give it up no matter what, since it would be priceless. No, it would be priceless even for a whole country. One of them would be worth at least millions of top-rank spirit stones. Alright. Qinglu was also looking forward to it. Surrounded by the white mist, the five flew in the air above the forest, their soul power spreading out everywhere. Top-rank spirit tree? Yi Chen's soul power was not normal. Hundreds of miles away, he had already sensed that there was a rich spirit chi spreading out from the deep part of the forest. It was extremely shocking, almost reaching the semi-extreme rank long life tree that he had seen in the savage ruin ancient place. The normal trees around seemed to be turning into spirit trees under the nourishment of the spirit chi. This tree, even if it was not a top-rank spirit tree, it would definitely be a top mid-rank one. Of course it was most likely to be a top-rank one. Otherwise the spirit chi would not be this rich, almost reaching the semi-extreme rank long life tree. Regardless, they had to go check it out first. Chapter 719. After 10 breaths, Yi Chen and the other four stopped. It is a top-rank spirit tree, it really is. Qinglu's eyes brightened up. The mysterious martial school also had top-rank spirit trees, but there were only a few of them. Every single one of them was extremely important, and they were the most important resources of the martial school. In their line of sight, a towering tree full of blue fruits stood in front of them. This huge tree had a canopy that covered the sky. It was at least a few miles in circumference. Under the shade of the tree people seemed very small. If one had the leisure and elegance, they could even build a village under the tree's shade and live under it. How beautiful would that be? It's a high-grade water elemental fruit tree. The water elemental fruit is extremely effective in healing injuries. It's comparable to ordinary high-grade elixirs. This high-grade water elemental fruit tree has at least a few thousand high-grade spiritual stones. Qinglu's breathing became irregular. "Senior, congratulations." Yi Chen smiled wryly. This tree was way too huge and his plant ring could not contain it at all. He really wanted to, but he did not have the power. So he could only congratulate Qinglu. "Hee, then I will not be polite anymore." Qinglu cleared out a huge part of the plant ring, throwing out all the less important spirit trees. She then activated her Zhen Yuan and waved her hand. The huge tree was uprooted and slowly put into the plant ring, disappearing without a trace. With the tree in her hand, Qinglu was in a good mood. She picked up 5 of them and gave them to Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing and the other 4. Besides the healing effect, the water element fruit also has a great effect on recovering stamina. Plus, it is sweet and full of water. Everyone try it. As she spoke, she tried one herself. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing took over the palm-sized fruit and each took a bite. "So sweet." Murong Qingqing complimented. "It is indeed sweet and not greasy." Yi Chen nodded. The flesh of the water element fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of cool water that entered his stomach. Then, with his stomach as the center, it spread out to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the 100 meridians in his limbs. His body couldn't help but feel refreshed and the slight tiredness from before disappeared. Qinglu smiled. "Although we haven't found the tomb yet, a water yuan fruit tree is still a great reward. This trip is worth it. Yi Chen, Murong, come visit our mysterious martial school in the future. We will give you plenty of water yuan fruits." It was all thanks to Yi Chen that she was able to obtain the water elemental fruit tree. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to find it in such a huge forest. Compared to the water elemental fruit, the water elemental fruit tree was the real treasure. After eating the water elemental fruit, it could grow again, but if the water elemental fruit tree was gone, then there would be nothing left. "Senior, don't worry. We won't hold back." Yi Chen did not feel too regretful either, since his plant ring would not be able to hold it anyway. Perhaps it was to make up for Yi Chen's regret. When the 5 had flown for thousands of miles, Yi Chen found another top-rank spirit tree. It was not as big as the water elemental fruit tree, but it was about 100 meters tall and 1 mile in radius. It was perfect for planting in the low-rank plant ring. Qinglu clicked her tongue and said, "Top-rank fire pear tree? Yi Chen, you are quite lucky. Although this fire pear tree is not as mature as the water yuan fruit tree, it is still thousands of years old. Plus, it is perfect for your plant ring. The fire pear tree has the fire element, and the fire pear tree that grows out of it is not only very useful for warriors who train fire element Zhen Yuan, but also for warriors of other races. For example, Murong Rong's perfect demi-demon bloodline is not restricted at all. Qing Lu had already gotten the water elemental fruit tree, so it would not be nice for her to fight for the fire pear tree as well. Indeed lucky. Yi Chen looked at the red crystal-like pears on the fire pear tree and nodded satisfyingly. Training the body and increasing the body would be more or less the same as the spirit power crystal stones. Even if the effect was not enough, it could be made up with quantity. There were at least 2,000 of them on the tree. Up. Activating his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen was about to plant the fire pear tree. Stop. All of a sudden, a loud yell was heard from 100 miles away. 2 human figures broke through the air and arrived at an unbelievably fast speed. They were 2 half-step king warriors. Yi Chen frowned slightly, but he was not slow at all as he successfully put the fire pear tree into his plant ring. He then filled the soil with a lot of top-rank spirit stones to nourish the soil and provide enough nutrition for the tree. Then he took out some sunstones with enough energy and hung them in the air of the plant ring for the fire pear tree to photosynthesize and grow normally. You are looking for death. Seeing the fire pear tree disappear, the 2 did not care about it at all. They joined hands and attacked toward Yi Chen and the group. Who is it? Qing Lu yelled. Fighting against 2 at the same time, she shattered the incoming chi flow. The 2 human figures stood dozens of miles away. One of them was huge and had a wooden face. His skin pattern did not look like a human's but more like a tree's, which was very rough. The other one was short and skinny. He was a dwarf with a pointy mouth and small eyes that looked aggressive. Half-step beast king. Qing Lu could tell with one glance that these 2 were not humans, but a different kind of beast. The middle-aged man with a blank face was obviously a demi-beast king that had cultivated into a tree, and the dwarf elder was a demi-beast king. It seemed like he was a rat-type beast, which was vicious and cunning. Putting away the fire pear tree, Yi Chen turned his body to look at the 2. He could not help but frown. 2 half-step beast kings were not some random people. Not to mention 2 of them, any one of them would be enough to give them a headache, not to mention 2. Be careful later. Yi Chen sent a message to Murong Qingqing secretly, asking him to give up the fire pear tree. It was obviously impossible since they were not fish on the chopping board. If they really had to fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. Don't worry about me. Murong Qingqing nodded slightly. You attacked us for no reason. That is so rude. Qing Lu did not want to fight with 2 half-step beast kings either, so she tried to suppress her anger and said calmly. The elder with the pointy mouth sneered, "Give up the fire pear tree and we can let you go. Otherwise don't blame us for being cruel." You are planning to take it by force. Qing Lu squeezed her eyes. Give up the fire pear tree and we will not take it by force. As the elder spoke, he studied Qing Lu and the other 4. He realized that although there were a lot of them, there was only 1 half-step king warrior, and the rest were 2 peak-level late Seas of Souls realm warriors. One was a rank 10 beast human lady, and the other one was at peak-level mid-Seas of Souls realm. Their average battling power was way weaker than theirs. Sorry, I can't do that. Qing Lu's voice sank. She was a half-step king warrior, so she had her own dignity. If she was threatened and asked to give up the fire pear tree, what would Yi Chen and the rest think of her? They would think that she was a coward. Therefore, it would be impossible for her to give up the fire pear tree. If you don't, then you will have to die. The evil light in the elder's eyes was almost solid. It was very scary. Being stared at by him would make one's hair stand on end, as if they were facing death. You. Qing Lu was also pissed off. Ghostwood King, I will leave the 4 of them to you. No problem, right? The elder turned his head and said to the tall middle-aged man with a wooden face. The latter said, 90% sure. All right, then leave this to me. The elder turned his head and said to Qing Lu, it has been a long time since I have killed a human half-step king warrior. Your skin is so soft and tender, so it must be delicious. Just as he finished talking, the elder disappeared from where he was standing and jumped toward Qing Lu. One was still while the other was moving, giving people a feeling that they could not react in time. You guys protect yourselves. Qing Lu did not dare to waste any more time. She threw out a sentence before attacking the elder. Boom, boom, boom. One half-step beast king and the other half-step king warrior were about the same level. As their chi clashed, the trees around them fell and the ground was flipped over. Hee, your power is not bad, but your speed is too slow. The elder flashed his body again and again, turning into beams of black shadows that surrounded Qing Lu. Qing Lu did not expect the elder to be this fast, so she was caught off guard. She tried to fight back a couple of times, but it was all dodged by the elder. She was so frustrated that she wanted to puke out blood. Let me fight with him first. Yi Chen stretched his body and walked out. You know. The middle-aged man shook his head. Let's fight first. Yi Chen had never fought with a half-step king warrior before, and it would be his first time fighting a half-step beast king as well. He would like to see how powerful a half-step beast king could be. Oh well, I will kill you and take the fire pear tree. The middle-aged man's pupils turned yellow and green as a creepy black chi spread out from his body. All of a sudden he turned from a normal-looking middle-aged man into a ghost. Dang. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. 5 beams of sword light appeared out of his body and gathered behind him, forming into a dragonfly-like sword wing. The sword light sliced through the sky as Yi Chen took the initiative to attack. Die. The middle-aged man threw out a punch to the right. There Yi Chen had just appeared. Such accurate observation skills? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He flashed his body and dodged the fist power. Boom. A huge amount of trees died and were covered by the black chi. That punch from the middle-aged man was not simple at all. It seemed to have the effect of destroying the life force. The middle-aged man saw that Yi Chen had dodged that punch and seemed to be a bit surprised. His title was the Ghostwood King, and he was a half-step beast king trained from the Ghostwood. The Ghostwood had the Yin element, and wherever it grew, all the plants would die and all the life force would be sucked away. Therefore the Ghostwood King was very sensitive to life force. No matter what kind of changes his opponent had, it would not be able to escape from his perception. Although Yi Chen was fast in his eyes, Yi Chen was no different from a life force. As long as he was hit, his life force would be destroyed. Ghostwood King, do not waste time with this brat. Take care of him as soon as possible. This woman is quite tricky. The elder had indeed gotten the upper hand, but he had underestimated Qing Lu. She was the former leader of the mysterious martial school after all, and her cultivation was unpredictable. She was one of the rare powerful warriors among the half-step king warriors. Soon, she had turned the situation around and fought back a couple of times, putting the elder in a difficult situation. 3 attacks to take care of him. The Ghostwood King saw that the elder was having a hard time, so he nodded. His cold eyes locked onto Yi Chen as the black chi on his body got even thicker. Chapter 720. Brother Yi, don't be careless. Just do what you can. Yan Fengfeng was afraid that Yi Chen might be wounded by the Ghostwood King, so she reminded him. The sword wings on his back slightly opened as Yi Chen said, "If I can't hold it anymore, I will call you guys. Right now, let me test his bottom line first." Yi Chen did not plan to fight with the Ghostwood King. He had 2 goals. One was to test how powerful a half-step beast king was so that he would know when he ran into one in the future. The second was to let Murong and Yan Fengfeng know how powerful the Ghostwood King was. If it really did not work out, then the 4 of them could work together. Plus, he was confident that even if he could not beat the Ghostwood King, he would still be able to escape in one piece. Don't waste your time. In my hands you will die for sure. How could the Ghostwood King not know about Yi Chen's plan? But he did not care. An ant trying to test an elephant's bottom line was ridiculous. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants after all. I am afraid not. Yi Chen slowly took out his Thunder Disaster Sword, the sword light flickering. Wait until you die, then you will know that I am telling the truth. First attack. The Ghostwood King did not have the patience to waste any more time. The black chi on his body suddenly expanded, looking extremely creepy. An air-piercing sound was heard as countless black vines shot out, attacking toward Yi Chen. Thunder Devour. Stepping on the surreal air, Yi Chen used the power to back out. In the middle of it, he held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. A perfectly round black thunder ball attacked toward the center of the vines. Boom. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning. After the thunder ball exploded, the shockwave blew away the vines. The aggressive thunder power followed the vines and spread toward the Ghostwood King's body. The Ghostwood King did not react at all, allowing the thunder power to spread toward him. Suddenly a strange thing happened. The thunder power that was usually aggressive just got close to the Ghostwood King's body, but it started to slow down, seeming very obedient as if its power had been sucked out. His life force has been absorbed? Yi Chen was shocked. Although the power of thunder and lightning was only a type of energy, it still had its own vitality. It was just that this vitality was slightly different from normal vitality. It was like a withered tree that had not sprouted for many years without any vitality. But one day a bolt of lightning struck down, and the next year the withered tree was reborn with new branches and leaves. This meant that the thunder and lightning not only activated the remaining vitality of the withered tree, but also brought it nutrients. The Ghostwood King had taken away the vitality of the thunder power, which meant that the thunder power had lost its source of power, and no longer had a powerful destructive power. Yi Chen was shocked, but the Ghostwood King was even more shocked. He had indeed taken away the vitality of the thunder power, but inside the thunder power, there was still a destructive power. The destructive power could destroy everything, no matter if it was life force or death chi, nothing could escape the destruction of the destructive power. The life force that he had just absorbed from the thunder power had also been invaded by the destructive power, which had hurt him a little bit. The dead yellow-green pupils suddenly showed a fierce light. The Ghostwood King's body shook and more black vines shot out. These vines did not attack Yi Chen, but instead blocked the space around the two of them, creating a huge net that made it impossible for them to escape. Gold pattern. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He threw out a sword attack, bringing out a dark gold pattern, destroying the vines around him. Crack, crack, chin, chin, chin. The toughness of the vines was beyond Yi Chen's imagination. After destroying only 10 vines, the dark gold pattern formed by the sword chi had lost its power. Break. Unable to break through with one attack, Yi Chen changed his sword aura. More dark golden ripples blossomed, turning the area within hundreds of meters into a dark golden realm. The vines that had been infused with beast power started to crumble under the waves of attacks before shattering into pieces. Killing attacks in a row? The Ghostwood King's expression changed slightly. Soul-shattering fist. Clenching his bowl-sized fist, the Ghostwood King threw out a punch towards where Yi Chen was standing. Once this punch was thrown out, a loud buzzing sound could be heard, which could make people's hearts and blood boil, making it impossible for them to concentrate. Those who did not have a firm mind would lose immediately, and their condition would fall to the bottom. Gold Fury. Pushing his Zhen Yuan to its limit, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, using his most powerful sword attack. The Ghostwood King was not Lu Wujian. Even if it was just a normal ace attack, he still had to use all of his power. Boom. A huge wave of chi exploded. The vines that were blocking the area tightened, but there was no sign of them breaking. On the other hand, the forest outside of the vines was unlucky, as all of the trees were uprooted. However, this was a forbidden area, so the space was very stable. The power was limited a lot. Plus, the trees down there were not normal ones but fake spirit trees that were close to spirit trees. Therefore, the range of the attack was not very far, only 1 to 2 miles away. Yi Chen suddenly made a noise. It turned out that this punch from the Ghostwood King contained a life-destroying power other than the normal fist power. Zhen Yuan could not block it out, so it could only weaken a part of it, but it had still landed on his body, destroying his life force. Destroy. The destruction sword intent exploded, and Yi Chen countered this power. The third attack, soul-shattering fist, kill. The Ghostwood King's eyes were cold as he used his ace attack. He said that he would take care of Yi Chen with 3 attacks, so naturally he would not hold back. With this attack, Yi Chen would definitely die because the power of the soul-shattering fist was 3 times more powerful than the soul-shattering fist. Woo 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 woo, ghost cries and wolf howls could be heard everywhere. Not to mention Yi Chen, even Murong Feng Feng and the other 2 could feel their hair standing on end, feeling a chill running down their spine. The wings on Murong Qingqing's back tightened to its limit as waves of demon power poured into her fingers. As long as Yi Chen was in danger, she would use her most powerful sky demon finger. But it was still not enough. She secretly took out a part of her demon power essence and combined it with her own. All of a sudden, the demon intent around her intensified, making her look like a princess of demons. This attack. I have to take it. Yi Chen let out a long roar as his Zhen Yuan burst out. The gold sword on his back shot out with a clang, shrouded in the destruction sword intent. Then, with an incomparably sharp and murderous sword chi, it slashed out. Wherever it went, all the vitality was destroyed. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the Ghostwood King's soul shattering. Boom. The fist power and the gold sword finally clashed together. 2 different kinds of power clashed with each other, each taking up half of the sky. The life-destroying power clashed with the destruction sword intent. No matter who won, it would have a huge impact on the other. Defensive sword spell. The Ghostwood King frowned. Crack, crack. A metal twisting sound was heard. The tip of the gold sword started to twist under the fist power. It turned out that the soul-shattering fist was a spiral power attack, which was very aggressive. Although the gold sword was extremely hard, it was only a top-rank weapon after all. How could it block out the attack from a half-step king warrior? It was slightly damaged and Zhen Yuan leaked out. Not good. A cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He pointed out his sword finger and the gold sword separated into 3. 2 sword shadows attacked the Ghostwood King from the left and right, while the gold sword itself was shattered by the fist power. The fist power carried the life-destroying power as it attacked toward Yi Chen. Immortal, suppress. After doing all that, Yi Chen's expression did not change, but his eyes got colder. He yelled with a low voice as an immortal chi spread out around his body. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was blown away by the fist power. However, he was only wounded and his life force was not affected at all. In that critical moment, he took out the immortal sword intent that he had not used for a long time, defending against that life-destroying power. As for the fist power, although it had wounded him, he was not scared at all. With his immortal body, no matter if it was an external or internal wound, he could recover instantly, unless the wound was too serious. After wounding Yi Chen, the Ghostwood King was not feeling good himself either. Those Jin Yuan flying swords were extremely fast, and even with his reaction speed, he could only shatter one of them while the other one landed on his protective beast power. His chi and blood started to boil and he was forced to back out. Sky Demon Finger. Right then Murong Qingqing threw out her attack. The black finger power broke through the vine's blockade and turned into a small sun, attacking toward the Ghostwood King. The Ghostwood King did not even look at it. He waved his sleeves and the small black sun disappeared. It was not without reason that he used the vines to block the surroundings. It was to prevent other people from helping him. Even if they did, they would be weakened a lot, so how could they hurt him? Nirvana Flame. Yan Fengfeng's attack followed right after. The undying flame landed on the vines and the vines caught on fire immediately. Even the Demi-King beast power could not burn it out. The flame followed the vines and spread toward the Ghostwood King's body. As long as he was burned by the Nirvana Flame, even if he was a Demi-Beast King, he would still be in trouble. This was the top-ranked talent of the Blue Phoenix, which was unbeatable. Although the Ghostwood King had guessed that Yan Fengfeng's real body was powerful, he did not expect her to be a Phoenix descendant. Both the Phoenix and the Phoenix descendant belonged to the fire element, which was the natural nemesis of the Ghostwood King. Not wanting to waste his energy to fight against the Nirvana Flame, the Ghostwood King cut off the connection with the vines immediately. The sky full of vines lost control and fell down immediately. Burning Sky Kill. Lin Gaoming, the Peak Master of Taishan Peak, seized the opportunity, and with a fierce and unparalleled style, the fist with the power to cut straight toward him, the sound of breaking through the air was sharp. You are overestimating yourself. The Ghostwood King would not care about this fist power at all. He released his protective beast power, and that fist power was blown away immediately. It did not even make him move. So powerful. Only then did Lin Gaoming realize how big the gap between him and the Demi-Beast King was. Even 3 attacks could not take care of you. It seems like I have indeed underestimated you. The Ghostwood King split out a small part of his mind to pay attention to Murong Fengfeng and the other 2, while most of his attention was still on Yi Chen. He could feel that Yi Chen's life force had not been weakened at all, and he had only been wounded a little bit. It was not hard to tell how powerful he was. Same to you. Yi Chen activated his immortal body, and all the wounds in his body healed at a fast speed. His spirit, chi, and mentality that were a bit tired had reached its peak again. Not only that, after the bloody battle, his aura had become even more condensed, carrying that intense killing intent. It was even more threatening than before. Chapter 721. Impossible. The Ghostwood King's emotionless expression changed drastically. Although he had not taken care of Yi Chen in 3 attacks, he was confident that he would be able to kill the wounded Yi Chen in the next 3 attacks. However, he did not know what kind of secret art his opponent had used, but not only had his wounds healed completely, even his mental power had been adjusted to its peak. His aura had increased instead of decreasing. Nothing is impossible. Yi Chen smiled casually. However, that smile gave people a feeling of coldness. The Ghostwood King calmly thought for a while, then slowly said, I was almost fooled by you. This secret technique of yours must have a huge side effect. Once the side effect is triggered, it will definitely backfire on its owner. He did not think that there was any secret art that could go against the rules of nature. Let's try and find out. Yi Chen did not express his opinion. The immortal body did have side effects, but these side effects could be made up with Yuan Qi recovering pellets or spirit herbs. In other words, as long as he had enough Yuan Qi, he could theoretically perform the immortal body countless times. Ghostwood King, why haven't you taken care of that brat yet? The elder could not be distracted at all. As time passed by, his speed was not that useful anymore. His opponent's casual attacks had already made him unable to perform his full power. He had to admit that although the average battling power of a human demi-king was not as powerful as a demi-beast king, but their battling techniques were way more powerful than them. Plus, Qing Lu's battling power was not weaker than his, she might even be a bit more powerful. Hold on for a bit longer, the Ghostwood King said. Alright, you have to take care of it as soon as possible. The elder did not know what had happened to the Ghostwood King. All he knew was that he was starting to regret. If he had let the Ghostwood King take care of Qing Lu, then the situation would have been even. Since the Ghostwood King was a bit slower than him in every other aspect. This Yi Chen really can't be judged by his cultivation base. Qing Lu was different from the elder. Besides the fact that she was not used to the elder's speed at the beginning, she was able to handle it with ease. She was able to pay attention to Yi Chen's situation, and it was much better than what she had expected. Yi Chen isn't injured? Lin Gaoming, the Peak Lord of Taishan Peak, was quite surprised to see Yi Chen's undying body for the first time. However, Yin Fengfeng was no longer surprised. When Yi Chen fought with Lu Wujin, he seemed to have revealed this ability, suppressing Lu Wujin to the point where he couldn't even fight back. As for Murong Qingqing, her expression was calm. When Yi Chen obtained the secret method of the undying body, she was right beside him. I don't have the patience to tangle with you. The Ghostwood King was a half-step king cultivated from Ghostwood. Even if he was impatient, his expression didn't change at all. However, his tone revealed his emotions. Inescapable net. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless black vines shot out from the Ghostwood King's body. These vines were surrounded by black qi. Wherever they went, the vitality in the air would be completely gone. It was dead silent. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of vines appeared. It was unknown how many layers had been set up. Some of the vines even took root underground, absorbing the vitality in the ground to strengthen themselves and grow on their own. This Ghostwood King is indeed tricky. Yin Fengfeng tried to burn the vines with her nirvana flame, but once the Ghostwood King sensed it, he immediately cut off the vine, not giving her any chance to do anything. Not only that, the vines taking root underground grew more and more out of control. They started to grow crazily. Even the trees miles away were affected and started to wither rapidly. With so much vitality gathered together, it formed an unbreakable cycle. The Ghostwood King and Yi Chen's figures could no longer be seen, as they were wrapped in a huge ball of vines with a diameter of no less than 5 miles. Huge sword spell. Yi Chen had no reason to let the Ghostwood King use his advantage. His slightly damaged gold sword shot out and expanded in the air, turning into a huge sword and attacking toward the Ghostwood King. Meanwhile, his left hand also formed a sword finger and pointed out. The green long sword on his waist also shot out. One sword turned into 3, attacking toward the Ghostwood King's left side. He could tell that although the Ghostwood King's power was horrifying, his speed was his weakness. From the beginning until now, he hadn't moved at all. Boom. The Ghostwood King knocked away the gold sword with one punch, but he couldn't block the green long sword. A huge chunk of his protective beast power was shaved off, and the sword chi left a bloody wound on his shoulder. A vine flew out. Using the huge sword spell to shake up my protective beast power, then using the defensive sword spell to break through. The Ghostwood King's protective beast power was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, the defensive sword spell would have a hard time breaking through his protective beast power. However, due to the clash with the huge sword spell, his protective beast power was not stable, which gave the flying sword a chance. If it wasn't for the vine growing out of his shoulder, it wouldn't have been as simple as a bloody wound, but a piece of flesh. Soul-shattering fist. Soul-shattering. The Ghostwood King's body did not move, but both of his fists continued to attack, throwing out one tricky fist power after another. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless, so he used all of his power. Each of him controlled 2 flying swords. The gold sword turned into a huge sword, and the green long sword turned into 3 and then into 5. Sword shadows filled the air, and they were evenly matched with the Ghostwood King. All of a sudden, no one could do anything to the other. Of course, only when one soul power had reached Yi Chen's level would one be able to control 2 flying swords at once. However, even so, Yi Chen was not feeling too good either. Right now it looked like they were evenly matched, but the Ghostwood King was a half-step king warrior after all. Each of his punches was full of power, and Yi Chen had to use all of his power to block them out. If it were not for his undying body and the godly dragon metal that stored 1/3 of his Zhenyuan, he would have lost already. Outside of the huge vine ball, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Murong Qingqing, Yin Fengfeng, and the other 2 started to attack the huge vine ball. The 3 of them cooperated perfectly, first using the Nirvana flame to burn the vines. The Ghostwood King had no choice but to control the vines and let the burning vines fall down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Murong Qingqing and Lin Gaoming started to attack crazily, trying to break through the huge vine ball. It was also because of their combined attacks that the Ghostwood King was distracted and could not focus on attacking Yichen. Otherwise the pressure on Yichen would be even greater. Since you all want to die, then I will let you die. The Ghostwood King's beast power exploded, and the vines that had been wrapped into a ball started to move. Countless vines were like whips, whipping toward the three outside. These vines contained half-step King Warrior beast power, and their attacking power was horrifying. It was no less powerful than the full power attack of a top master-level warrior. Hundreds of vines whipped over, and even with the three's powerful strength, they were still pushed back continuously, unable to get close. The power of a half-step beast king had shocked the three. Fighting 1 against 4, he still had the upper hand. Mysterious Void Seal. All of a sudden, a huge palm print appeared on the surface of the huge vine ball, and the broken vines flew everywhere. The Ghostwood King, who was in the middle of it, suddenly had a pale face, and his qi and blood started to boil. It turned out that Qing Lu had taken out her hand and used a mysterious void seal to attack the huge vine ball. Her power was not weaker than the Ghostwood King, and the latter was also doing two things at the same time. He was battling with Yi Chen on one side while controlling the vines to attack Murong Qingqing and the other two. He was caught off guard, so he was at a disadvantage. 5-sword attack. Yi Chen took advantage of the time when the Ghostwood King's qi and blood were boiling. The gold sword and the green long sword each separated into 5, and 10 sword shadows attacked toward the Ghostwood King. Chin. 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 Swoosh. Swoosh. After a series of metal exploding sounds, the protective beast power started to not be able to hold on any longer. A couple of cracks appeared on it, and the sharp sword qi leaked in, attacking the Ghostwood King's body. Break. The Ghostwood King suppressed his qi and blood. His beast power exploded, and he was able to get out of this crisis. Just like that, the Ghostwood King, the Dwarf Elder, Qing Lu, Yi Chen, and Murong Qingqing, a total of 7 people, were all dragged into a long battle. No one could do anything to the other. As the battle was going on, more and more human shadows were attracted to the forest. In the northwest was the skinny elder and the teenager with the glaze symbol on his forehead. In the west was the gold absolute king and the powerful warriors from the evil king tower. In the north was the punishment king and the powerful warriors from the hell martial school. In other directions there were some scattered human shadows. There were demi-king warriors from rank 5 martial institutions, and some of them were solo demi-king warriors. All of a sudden, there were almost 10 demi-king warriors gathered. Ah, seems like there is some great treasure. Otherwise the battle would not be this intense. The gold absolute king laughed as he licked his lips. If they are not powerful enough, then it would not matter even if we kill them all. The punishment king's killing intent was the heaviest. He was talking about killing Yi Chen and the rest. Ah, it is the Ghostwood King. From afar, the skinny elder saw the huge vine ball in the middle of the forest and said, "Ghostwood King? Is this person very powerful?" The teenager asked. The skinny elder said, "The Ghostwood King is a demi-beast king cultivated from a ghost wood. He is born with the ability to absorb life force and strengthen his body. His talent is to release the vine realm and create a huge ball to trap the enemies inside. These vines would take root in the ground and absorb the life force from the plants around, which would reduce the consumption of the Ghostwood King's beast power. It is a very tricky attack. If you run into him, it would be best not to fight." Everyone moved extremely fast. Soon they were already hundreds of miles away from the center of the battle. Not good. There are so many demi-king warriors. Qing Lu's expression changed as she suddenly pulled back. "What? Are you scared?" The dwarf elder let out a breath and said. Qing Lu said with an annoyed expression, "Look around." Hearing her, the dwarf elder let out his soul power and spread out. The next second his expression changed a couple of times. Within his sensing range, 7 or 8 demi-king warriors had appeared out of nowhere. Each of them was not to be underestimated. There were even 1 or 2 of them whose qi was extremely horrifying, no weaker than Qing Lu. But soon he laughed evilly again. "What does this have to do with me? It is you guys who got the fire pear tree, not us. You tell me, if they know that you guys got the tree, what will they do?" Qing Lu's expression looked bad. "You might have some treasures on you. Worst case scenario, we will fight to the death. I believe they will not mind killing you as well. Then let's see who dies first." The dwarf elder's eyes flashed as if he was calculating something. Chapter 722. The Ghostwood King fought against 4 of them at the same time, but he still could not take down Yi Chen. It made him realize that Yi Chen's power could not be judged by his cultivation. Although the Ghostwood King was not a top half-step beast king, he was still one of the top ones among them. Normal half-step beast kings would not be able to last until now, but Yi Chen with his peak level mid-seas of Soul's Realm cultivation could not only handle it, but also threaten him from time to time. If he was a little bit careless he would be wounded, which made him re-evaluate Yi Chen. If Yi Chen managed to reach late seas of Soul's Realm, then he would be able to fight against him. Although he was in the middle of an intense battle, the Ghostwood King still let out his soul power from time to time. The arrival of all the half-step king warriors had been sensed by him. He took back his beast power, and the Ghostwood King stopped attacking Yi Chen. That huge ball of vines had also sunk back into the ground. However, it did not mean that those vines were useless. At the critical moment, the vines with enough life force could trap everyone within miles. As for whether or not it would be broken through, it would be another story. Yi Chen was not stupid. Although he could not sense what was going on outside with his dual swords, the expression on the Ghostwood King's face had told him that something had changed. Indeed, when Yi Chen let out his soul power, he immediately knew why the Ghostwood King had stopped attacking. The Gold Absolute King and the Punish King's power are not weaker than Qing Lu's. Compared to the Ghostwood King they are even more powerful. Just these 2 alone are not something that the Ghostwood King and that Dwarf Elder can compete with. Adding the other 5 half-step king warriors and 20 top master-level warriors, if they are against us, we will definitely lose. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. The situation right now was not good for them, and they might become the target of everyone. Coincidentally, Yi Chen and Qing Lu flew to the side of Murong Feng Feng and the other 2 at the same time. They then pulled out some distance to avoid being surrounded. The Ghostwood King and the Dwarf Elder also didn't have the time to bother the 5 of them. They also kept their distance and waited to see what would happen. In just a few blinks of an eye, the half-step kings and peak master-level masters who had rushed over from all directions stopped dozens of li away. They all had different expressions on their faces. Some were expressionless and cold, some had a playful expression and a fierce glint in their eyes, and some were just watching from the sidelines as if they didn't want to get involved easily. So many half-step kings. Mysterious peak leader Lin Gaoming sucked in a cold breath. Qing Lu said with a low voice, "There are 7 demi-king warriors in total. The most powerful one among them should be the Punishment King from the Prison Martial School, followed by the Gold Absolute King from the Evil King Martial School. These 2 are not weaker than me in terms of power. Among the remaining 5, the Iron Hand King from the Gu family in the East Royal City would be the strongest." As the former leader of the mysterious martial school, other than some of the newly born demi-king warriors and those who had not been in the martial world for a long time, Qing Lu almost knew everyone. Who is this half-step king on the left? Yi Chen glanced at the 7 demi-king warriors and eventually fixed his eyes on the elder in brown on the left. Qing Lu glanced at the elder on the left and said, "This person is the Shadow King from the rank 5 martial school in the Sky Martial region." "What's wrong?" Yi Chen said, "Among the demi-king warriors his chi is the weakest. When the situation is dangerous we can choose to break through from his side." Qing Lu did not know how Yi Chen judged the chi, but she had a different opinion. The Shadow King might be the weakest in terms of battling power, but his speed is not weaker than the elder. His battling style is also very strange, which makes him hard to deal with. It will not be easy to break through from his side. Of course it will not be easy. But in comparison, it would be easier for me to deal with these fast but not powerful demi-king warriors. Right now Yi Chen's power was not weaker than normal demi-king warriors. Even the Ghostwood King would not be able to hurt him. The Shadow King's chi was the weakest among all the demi-king warriors there, so choosing him was something that Yi Chen had no other choice. It was not that Yi Chen did not care about the Shadow King. Qing Lu thought about it and agreed with him. Yi Chen's defensive sword spell was already extremely fast. It would not be possible for him to dodge the attack with his speed. "Ah, Gopher King, you are a fly that never bites a seamless egg. What has attracted you here this time? And even made you fight a big battle?" It was the Iron Hand King from the Gu family in the East Emperor City. Qing Lu did not know the Ghostwood King and the Elder, but he did. He had also fought with the Elder, who was the Gopher King before, so he knew his habits. The Gopher King forced a smile and said, "Iron Hand King, you seem to know me well. But what I want to do has nothing to do with you, right?" To be honest, the fire pear tree was too tempting for him. He would rather spend more effort than to tell the truth about the fire pear tree being with Yi Chen. Because once he did, the chance of him getting the tree would be even smaller. He did not believe that Yi Chen had been with Qing Lu the whole time. Hearing him, Qing Lu let out a breath. It seemed like the Gopher King would not tell the truth anymore. Indeed, if he did, it would mean giving up. The Iron Hand King rolled his eyes and laughed. You have 2 Demi-King warriors on your side and they only have 1. Then, it would not be you who got the treasure. Therefore you guys are planning to rob it. And this is the Forbidden Forest, there are a lot of spirit trees here. The treasure would basically be spirit trees. How could it be a mid-rank spirit tree for you to rob it? It must be a top-rank one. Gopher King, am I right? The Iron Hand King was very cunning. With just a few words he had already explained everything, which made Qing Lu, Yi Chen and the rest of the people's expressions change. The Gopher King chuckled. Since they had already guessed it, there was no point in hiding it. Let's go. Qing Lu knew the Iron Hand King's personality. He was very greedy, so it would not be good for them to stay. Mysterious King, the treasure should belong to the right person. Leave the top-rank spirit tree behind and leave. The Iron Hand King was not afraid of the mysterious school. There were 2 king warriors in the Gu family of the East Emperor City. One was the East King and the other was the Destruction King. If the 2 worked together, even if they could not win against Jianghu, they could at least make her feel a bit scared. Plus, this was the forbidden place. As long as they did not kill her, Jianghu would not look for trouble with them. Iron Hand King, this is only your opinion. You say we have the top-rank spirit tree, so we have it? Qing Lu said with a low voice. Whether you do or not, take out the thing in your ring and we will know. The Punishment King crossed his arms in front of his chest and said lightly. Yeah, take it out for everyone to see. If you don't have it, we will naturally not look for trouble with you. There are so many of us here. You have to give us an explanation. The attraction of a top-rank spirit tree was too huge. It was 10 times more valuable than a semi-extreme rank weapon. If a martial school had a top-rank spirit tree, their overall power would increase by another level. Most importantly, a top-rank spirit tree's lifespan was at least 10,000 years. In other words, in the future, the top-rank spirit tree's usefulness would be limitless. If you want us to open our ring, it is not impossible. But you guys have to open your ring as well. In this moving forbidden place, we might not be the only ones with treasures. Yi Chen saw that they had become the target of everyone, so he took a deep breath and said calmly. Brat, we are talking. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? Are you tired of living? The Iron Hand King had a creepy look on his face. He would not kill the mysterious King Qing Lu, but it did not mean that he would not kill Yi Chen. A mere peak-level mid-seas of Soul's Realm warrior dared to bargain with them. Iron Hand King, who are you trying to scare? Once we get out of the forbidden place, I will let you know how high the sky is. Qing Lu had never been this frustrated before. A killing intent appeared in her eyes. Hehe, I will be waiting for you. The Iron Hand King did not care at all. Shadow King, move. This place was not suitable for them to stay for long, so Qing Lu brought Yi Chen and the rest flying toward the Shadow King. Sorry, this way is blocked. The Shadow King would not let go of this opportunity. He was the fastest, so his chance of getting the top-rank spirit tree might not be any lower than the Punishment King and the Gold Absolute King. Even if it is blocked, it has to be blocked. Yi Chen did not want to waste time with him at all. He pointed out his sword finger and the gold sword and the green longsword took out of their scabbards. Each of them split into 5, turning into 10 sword shadows that shot toward the Shadow King. Because of their speed and the sudden attack, even if the Shadow King had a fast reaction, he was still one step late. Boom, boom. A series of explosions were heard, and the Shadow King's whole body was blown away. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Qing Lu was only a bit slower than Yi Chen. She waved her hand and that crystal-like palm power blew out all of the top master-level warriors that the Shadow King had brought. It was like swatting flies so effortlessly. Let's go. Qing Lu's protective Zhen Yuan covered Lin Gaoming while Yen Fengfeng turned into her blue phoenix form. The sword wings on Yi Chen's back flapped intensely while a black light flashed once on Murong Qingqing's body. The 4 of them used their highest speed to break out of the encirclement. Within a blink of an eye, they were already dozens of miles away. Where do you think you are going? The Iron Hand King lifted up his right hand. A black metal shine appeared on his palm as he threw out a palm attack toward Yi Chen and the other 4. Boom. This palm attack contained 2 types of profound, which were the gold profound and the earth profound. The sky darkened as a massive iron hand grabbed toward the 5. Landing spell. Qing Lu was a demi-king warrior after all. She knew that these people would not let them leave easily. So, while flying she had already started to make a spell. The second the massive iron hand attacked, a crystal palm print landed from the sky, pressing down on the iron hand. Punishment kill. The Iron Hand King's attack had been cancelled out, but there was still an even more powerful Punishment King behind him. The Punishment King's attack was the same as the Punishment King's. He formed a spell with both of his hands, and the sound of iron chains came from the surreal space. Something shocking happened. In the deep of the surreal space, 10 iron chains landed from the sky, locking onto the 5 wrists. It was not hard to guess that being locked by these iron chains would not be a good thing. Punishment King, how dare you? Qing Lu's face was full of evil intent. This punishment kill was the famous punishment martial art of the Punishment King. Once locked by the iron chains, one would be no better than a criminal. Mysterious escape. Her Zhen Yuan burst out, and a blurry door appeared in front of her. Once the door appeared, Qing Lu brought Lin Gaoming and flew in. When they reappeared, they were already 50 miles away. It was a real instantaneous movement, and there was no trace of movement. However, Qing Lu was very worried. She and Lin Gaoming had escaped, but there were still Yen Fengfeng and Yi Qin chasing after them. Nirvana fire. Yen Fengfeng, who had turned into her blue phoenix form, flapped her wings. The aggressive Nirvana fire attacked toward the iron chains in the surreal space. The iron chains were burned by the fire and a part of them was cut off. Murong, you can escape by yourself. I have a way. There was no time for Zhen Yuan sound transmission, so Yi Qin talked to Murong directly with his soul. It was like they were connected, and it was a method that only he could master. Although Murong Qingqing was worried, she knew that Yi Qin had said it with confidence. If she stayed, she would only drag them down. Her demon power essence poured into the black wings on her back. Murong Qingqing's speed had reached beyond Demi-King warrior level. She could travel hundreds of miles within a second, and the iron chains were only locking onto a shadow. Chapter 723. Swoosh. The iron chain was falling at an extremely fast speed. The end of the chain was like an agile little snake, wrapping around Yi Chen's wrist and body. Once he was entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shadow spell. At that critical moment, Yi Chen's body started to turn illusionary. His real body shot out from the illusionary body, and that horrifying iron chain was actually locking onto a shadow like Yi Chen. This shadow Yi Chen was still struggling, looking no different from a living person. Crack. The Punishment King did not just lock people down with the iron chain. After locking people down, it followed up with another attack. A blade light flashed in the air, and an illusionary executioner's blade sliced through the shadow Yi Chen's body. There was no blood, but the shadow Yi Chen was cut in half, disappearing into nothingness. So close. Dozens of miles away, Yi Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had not expected the Punishment King to be this powerful. If it were not for the fact that he had trained his Shadow Profound to near completion and trained his Separating Shadow Flying Art to mid-rank Profound Sense Flying Art, even if he did not die, he would have been crippled by that attack. Ichem? Shadow Profound. A surprised look flashed through the Punishment King's eyes. Qing Lu being able to escape from the executioner's attack was within his expectations, since she was not weaker than him in terms of power. It would be weird if she could not escape from it. Yen Fengfeng being able to escape from it was not that surprising, since the Blue Phoenix was one of the most powerful top-ranked beasts. Among the demi-beasts, those demi-beast primogenitors like the blue-eyed white wolf and the sky tiger were all similar to the Blue Phoenix. Moreover, the Blue Phoenix's Nirvana fire was inherited from the Phoenix, so its destructive power was not hard to imagine. As for that woman with the black bat wings on her back, she should have a perfect demonic human bloodline and cultivated devilish energy. But just that wasn't enough to escape his executioner's chains. At the last moment, the devilish energy that had surged out of her body was of an extremely high quality. It was definitely king-level devilish energy. Even if it was diluted, it still contained an inconceivable might. It had instantly increased her speed to a terrifying level. So it was understandable that she had been able to escape. The only thing that moved the Punishment King was Yi Chen. The Shadow Profound was one of the most difficult Profound to comprehend. In terms of speed, it might not be as fast as the Wind Profound, Thunder Profound, and Speed Profound, but in terms of speed, the Shadow Profound was above all of them. It was hard for him to imagine how Yi Chen had comprehended the Shadow Profound to this level, not far from minor completion. Interesting. I'll let you off this time. The Punished King did not chase after her. His speed was the same as Qing Lu's, maybe even slightly weaker, so it would be impossible for him to catch up. However, the other three were not slow at all. Those youngsters are not to be underestimated. The skinny elder said to the teenager next to him. The teenager with the symbol on his forehead said coldly, They indeed have some tricks up their sleeves. Yan Fengfeng's Nirvana Fire, Murong Qingqing's Demon Power Essence, and Yi Chen's Shadow Profound and Defensive Sword spell had piqued his interest. Bastard! How dare you wound me? The Shadow King, who had been blown away, was furious to the extreme. He was a half-step king warrior, but he had been blown away by a peak-level mid-seas of Soul's Realm insect. He had even been wounded a little, which was something that he could not accept. He felt like he had been slapped in the face, which made him extremely embarrassed. Shadow King, you trash. You can't even stop someone. The Iron Hand King took back his sight and looked at the Shadow King with disdain, adding fuel to the fire. The Shadow King roared as he pointed at the Iron Hand King and yelled, "Iron Hand King, say that again. I said that you are a trash." The Iron Hand King's tone was full of sarcasm. The Shadow King's eyes turned bloodshot. He no longer cared about the fact that the Iron Hand King was stronger than him. He waved his hand and countless hidden weapons filled the sky. Each of them contained half-step King Zhen Yuan and an invincible martial will. They shrouded the Iron Hand King. "You're courting death." The Iron Hand King's eyes turned cold. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the sky full of hidden weapons were gathered into a ball before being pushed back at the Shadow King. A few screams were heard as the Shadow King retreated a few steps without a single injury. However, the peak master-level warriors of the Shadow Sect beside him were all killed. This is too cruel. The Shadow Sect is really unlucky this time. They've suffered a huge blow. Many of the onlookers shook their heads. Top Grandmasters weren't as common as cabbages. There were as many of them as one wanted. This time, the 4 Extremes Emperor's tomb had appeared, and all the 5th-grade sects had sent their top experts. Now that Shadow King was the only one left, one could imagine how big of a blow it was to the Shadow Sect. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head, the Shadow King woke up. Seeing that all the peak master-level warriors of the Shadow Sect had been killed, he said with a venomous gaze, "Iron Hand King, you're so cruel. They didn't offend you. Aren't you afraid that my Shadow Sect will start a war with your Gu family?" The tomb of 4 Extreme Emperor has appeared. Life and death are up to fate. If your Shadow Sect really wants to start a war with my Gu family will be waiting. I'm just afraid that you won't dare. The Iron Hand King was a bit angry earlier and didn't hold back. However, he couldn't admit that he was wrong. He could only walk this path to the end. Good. I, the Shadow King, will remember this. Your Gu family's experts better not run into me. Otherwise, not a single one will be left alive. Shwa. Leaving behind a vicious sentence, the Shadow King's body disappeared with the wind. How dare you? The Iron Hand King waved his sleeves, feeling a bit regretful. It was true that he was not afraid of the Shadow King, but the Gu family warriors beside him were not him. They would definitely not be able to block out the Shadow King's attack. Because of a moment of anger, he had made a huge enemy. You guys don't get too far away from me. The Iron Hand King reminded the Gu family warriors. Thousands of miles away in the deep part of the mountains, Yi Chen and the other 4 stopped. Is everyone okay? Qing Lu let out a breath secretly. It was very lucky that they were able to get out alive this time. 7 half-step king warriors were not something to be messed with. As long as 3 of them attacked, the 5 of them would suffer a great loss. Luckily, Yi Chen had beaten back the Shadow King and bought them some time. "Teacher, I'm fine." Yan Fengfeng's face was a bit pale. The Nirvana Fire was her natal fire, and it was not endless. It would take a long time for her to recover. "Senior, don't worry. Everyone is fine." Yi Chen was in the most dangerous one, but he was also the one who had consumed the least amount of power. Yan Fengfeng had escaped with her Nirvana Fire, Murong Qingqing had used her Demon Power Essence, and he had used his Shadow Profound. Very good. Next, we will try to be careful and find the graveyard. Qing Lu looked around and said. The forbidden place was huge and endless. The 5 did not know where they were in the forbidden place, so they could only rely on their instincts and take one step at a time. Boom. Boom. After walking for a long time, the 5 arrived at a thunder area. Perhaps this place is a spell? Such a powerful thunder. Imprinted in their eyes was a dense black thundercloud with countless lightning bolts striking down. These lightning bolts had been amplified by the power of the array, and their might was frightening. That destructive aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even a half-step king couldn't ignore it. There seems to be a human shadow inside. Lin Gaoming accidentally glanced over and gasped. Qing Lu frowned. Who is inside? Why is he not coming out yet? As she spoke, she followed Lin Gaoming's gaze and looked over. Yi Chen and the other 2 looked over as well. Under the concentrated thunder and lightning attack, A human figure stood in the air, walking slowly in the sky. What startled the 5 people was not this. What startled them was that this figure didn't have any protective true essence around his body. The thunder and lightning struck down on his head, forehead, chest, and back, nearly submerging him in a sea of thunder and lightning. But they couldn't do anything to him. He was like a conductor, and the thunder and lightning followed his body and spilled onto the ground, splashing countless arcs of electricity. So powerful. Yi Chen gasped. He could tell that this person was not a life-and-death realm warrior. He was just like Qing Lu, a half-step king warrior. However, these thunder and lightning were close to the full power attack of a half-step king warrior. Even a half-step king warrior would have to use his protective Zhen Yuan to block it out. However, this person could block it out with only his body. It was like his body was a conductor, able to ignore the thunder and lightning. It is him. Qing Lu blurted out. Senior Qing Lu, who is this person? Yi Chen asked curiously. Qing Lu said, there are different levels among the half-step king warriors. Although my power is not bad, I am still not at the top of the half-step king warrior level. There are 3 top half-step king warriors on this true spirit continent, and this person is one of them. He is called the Thunder Spirit King. He has the Thunder Spirit body, and his achievement in the Thunder Profound is very high. I heard that once he reaches the life and death realm, he would be able to take down the Thunder King from the Thunder region and inherit the title of Thunder King. Only he could ignore the Thunder attack that was equivalent to half-step king warrior level. Thunder Spirit King. Yi Chen had heard that among the half-step king warriors, the Thunder Spirit King was one of the most powerful ones. The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor had appeared, and almost all the half-step king warriors had come out. We will have to be more careful. Although the Thunder Spirit King is cold, he would not kill innocent people. But if we encounter other half-step king warriors, it would be hard to say. Qing Lu was not worried about herself. She was worried about Yan Fengfeng and Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. He could feel that this time was not the same as before. Normally, the enemies he encountered would not be much more powerful than him. Even if he could not beat them, he would be able to escape. But this time the enemies were all half-step king warriors. With his power right now, he could only fight with normal half-step king warriors. The Ghostwood King's power was slightly weaker than Qing Lu's. Without Yan Fengfeng and the other 2, he would have to rely on his undying body to survive. But if it dragged on, the consequences would be unimaginable, since the Zhen Yuan of half-step king warriors was way more powerful than him, and the undying body would consume Yuan Qi. It seems like I have to find a chance to increase my cultivation to late seas of Soul's realm. Otherwise it would be too dangerous. Yi Chen's cultivation was only 1 step away from late seas of Soul's realm. Perhaps he would be able to make it in the next second. Once he did, his Zhen Yuan would be at least 30% more powerful, and the quality of his Zhen Yuan would continue to increase as well. Most importantly, when he reached the late seas of Soul's realm, he would experience the state of being one with the nature for a short period of time. Chapter 724. The Thunder Spirit King's body had already disappeared into the endless Thunder Ocean. Of course, Yi Chen and the other 4 would not be like the Thunder Spirit King and choose to go through this thunder area. Besides Qing Lu, the rest of them would not be able to handle the endless thunder attacks. If they tried to take it head-on, they would be turned into ashes. Following the edge of the thunder area, the 5 of them flew at a high speed. It was a dark underground world. It was not that high, only a couple hundred meters high. The top of the world was hard black mud, which was oddly shaped and sharp like blades. The surface of the mud was covered with a layer of forbidden power, supporting this huge underground world. On the ground there were primitive jungles, swamps, rivers, and all sorts of other harsh environments. Pop, pop. On one of the swamps, dozens of gray bubbles suddenly appeared. Boom. A massive figure appeared out of it, raising up its wok-sized fist and attacking toward Xia Hozuan, who was in the sky. Piss off. Xia Hozuan yelled angrily as he pointed out his finger to welcome the incoming attack. Boom. The massive figure was blown away and landed on the swamps, bringing up gray mud waves. Xia Hozuan's body was shaken as well, his qi and blood boiling. Its attacking power is only slightly weaker than mine. Xia Hozuan was very surprised as he looked down at the massive figure. It was a humanoid monster formed from gray soil. Just like the swamp, the humanoid monster's body was covered in sticky muddy water that kept slipping down. Its eyeballs were a pair of black agate stones and it had no mouth, nose, or ears. It was 3 to 4 meters tall and its limbs were thick. It was more appropriate to describe it as a swamp monster. Take my axe attack. The axe master, Lin Ruhai's body flashed once before he arrived right next to the swamp monster. He held his massive axe with both of his hands and threw out an attack. The axe light was extremely heavy. Crack. One of the swamp monster's arms had fallen off. Whoa. The swamp monster did not have a mouth, but it let out an angry roar. Its thick and powerful right leg swept out, kicking right at Lin Ruhai's head. Dang. At that critical moment, Lin Ruhai blocked in front of his body with his massive axe, but that kick was way too powerful. His whole body was blown away, bringing up a huge chi wave. Void-shattering finger. A sharp light flashed through Xiaozuan's eyes as he pointed out his finger at the swamp monster's chest. Pop. The golden finger power went through the swamp monster's chest and shattered the black stones inside. Blah. As if it had lost its bones, the swamp monster softened and became one with the swamp. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power of earth and water radiated outward, dissipating into nothingness. This swamp monster should be the combination of the earth spirit and the water spirit. It's called the swamp spirit or the swamp monster. It's much stronger than the earth spirit or the water spirit. Its body contains the power of earth and water, and it's born with the ability to control these two powers Upanishads. However, the swamp monster also has a weakness. It has an energy core inside its body. The speaker was the supreme elder of the Void Martial School, the Armored King. He was famous for his defense. Among the half-step kings of True Spirit Continent, few could surpass him in defense. Lin Ruhai frowned and said, "A single swamp monster is not much weaker than me. If 4 or 5 of them come, only you, Grand Elder, can handle them." His power was at the same level as Xiaozuan, so he could take on 3 to 4 swamp monsters at most. If there was one more, then he would not be able to handle it. It's been 3 days. I wonder if the others have found the entrance to the graveyard. The forbidden place was boundless. Yi Qin and the other 4 had spent 3 days and still could not find the entrance. They could only wander around and try their luck. Let me see. Although Yi Qin did not plan to expose his soul eye, he could use his soul power in his eyes, which would be 1/10 of the effect. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils were completely silver white. 2 beams of silver white light shot out. 50 miles. 500 miles. 5,000 miles. 30,000 miles. Layers of shadows flashed past in front of Yi Qin's eyes. His gaze seemed to have traveled through time and space, and even the power of the spell could not stop it. What kind of secret art is this? Qing Lu was shocked. His eyes kept moving. After a long while, Yi Qin fixed his gaze on the southeast direction and said, 18,000 miles to the southeast, there is an underground entrance. A couple of people have gone down there. Underground entrance? Let's go check it out. Qing Lu said. All right. The silver-white light faded away as Yi Qin closed his eyes and opened them again. He had used up a bit of his soul power. The 5 of them flew toward the southeast direction at an extreme speed. Far away in front of them was an ancient underground entrance. At the entrance, there was a wide staircase that extended downwards. Haha, this should be the entrance to the tomb. Let's go down. There were at least 1,000 people who had come to the forbidden place, and there would always be some people who were lucky enough to find the entrance soon. Right then there were dozens of people gathered at the entrance. There were 3 half-step king warriors and 12 top master-level warriors. Before them there were already 3 to 4 people who had gone in. After making sure that the people who had gone in before did not run into any danger, the remaining people could not sit still anymore. Their bodies flashed as they flew down the stairs. Soon they disappeared at the end of the stairs and could not be seen or felt anymore. They have gone in. Let's go in as well. The rest of the people started to move as well. After half an hour, Yi Qin and the other 4 arrived. It is here. Yi Qin looked at the entrance and said, "It should be the entrance to the tomb." Qing Lu let out a breath and said with a smile, "Then let's go in." The black bat wings on Murong Qingqing's back flapped. "Yeah, let's go in." Qing Lu was the first to move, and Yi Qin and the other 3 followed behind her. Waiting until the 5 disappeared at the end of the stairs, the shadow of a rock nearby started to move, and a human figure appeared. It was indeed the Shadow King. "Brat, it is all because of you that I am the only one left in the Shadow Martial School. If you run into me alone, you will die a horrible death." The Shadow King flew in as well. The first thing that entered their eyes was the dark underground world. Looking up, the black mud was as sharp as blades. It was only a few hundred meters away from the ground. The place where the 5 appeared was a cliff. Looking down from above, they could see the ancient forest connected to each other. The dead rivers were like ropes intertwining with each other. Such a creepy place. Yichen took a deep breath. He could feel that this place was full of danger. It was definitely not as peaceful as it looked. No matter how creepy it is, we have to get through it. Qinglu also felt that this place was not a safe place. Just when Qinglu finished talking, there was a scream coming from the forest not far away. Then, a couple of human figures flew out of the forest like birds that were scared by the twang of a bough. The trees in the forest were all very tall, not much shorter than the cliff. Therefore, after these few human figures flew out of the forest, they were not far away from the top of the black mud. That was also why they did not fly from the sky. They were afraid that there might be something else on the black mud. Chapter 725. What is going on with these people? Look at them. Yin Fengfeng frowned. As a blue phoenix, she had never known fear. As her power increased, the aggressive qi that only beasts had started to show. Her gold pupils scanned around as Murong Qingqing said to the group, "In the deeper part of the forest, there are a lot of killer flowers. They look like the oldest kind. If one were to ask what the most dangerous thing in the forest was, it would not be the beasts nor the enemies. It would be those killer flowers and killer plants. These kind of creatures in the forest would have the advantage of the terrain, and it would be hard to defend against them." The people who flew above the forest saw Yi Chen and the other four, and their expressions changed slightly. They then left the place quickly, heading deeper into the forest. "Let's go down." Qinglu flashed her body and jumped down the cliff. Since the forest was already 200 meters high, the top was only less than 100 meters away. The black rocks on the top were all weirdly shaped. Some looked like stalactites hanging down all the way into the deeper part of the forest. Some looked like massive sharp teeth spreading everywhere, layer upon layer. Flying above the forest, one would not only have to avoid those rocks, but also have to watch out for the dangerous creatures hiding in the dark. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After flying for a few dozen miles, countless black bats suddenly appeared from the black rocks in front of them. These bats were as big as domestic dogs with blood-red eyes and terrifying fangs. Sensing the presence of the five people, they swarmed over like a swarm of bees, forming an endless black mass. Not good. It is the dark shadow ghost bat. Qinglu was shocked. The dark shadow ghost bat had a close relationship with the demons. At the same rank, even 2 or 3 beasts would not be able to compete with them. Thunder Devour. Lifting his Thunder Disaster sword up high, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. A massive black thunder ball looked like a falling black sun falling into the group of bats. Boom. The thunder light appeared, spreading out like a spider web. Hundreds of bats were killed under that sword attack, and a burnt smell spread out. Qinglu and the other 3 also made their moves, attacking toward the incoming bats. But there were too many ghost bats. At first it was just a dark mass, but later, it was like a black tide that covered the sky and the earth. Creak. A giant umber ghost bat with a hint of red was hiding in the swarm of bats. It spat out a black halo towards Yi Chen and the others. This black halo almost ignored their protective true essence and shrouded over them. Danger. Yi Chen's perception was the best out of the 5. He was the first to react, moving 10 meters to the side and avoiding the black light. Qinglu's speed was not slow either. Her body flashed once and a blurry door appeared. The next second, she disappeared from where she was standing and reappeared hundreds of meters away. Although Yin Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing's speed was fast, but their reactions were a lot slower than Yi Chen and Qinglu, so they were not able to avoid the black light. As for the leader of the mysterious peak, Lin Gaoming, it was even worse. He had been covered by the black light directly. Yin Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing were fine, but Lin Gaoming started to act strangely. The veins on his face were exposed and both of his eyes were blood red. He looked like he had lost his mind and a thunderous roar came out of his throat. He then turned around and jumped toward Yin Fengfeng. Yin Fengfeng was not completely unaffected. Perhaps it was because she was a blue phoenix so she was not affected much. It was just that her aggressive qi was even more intense. Therefore, when Lin Gaoming jumped toward her, she threw out a punch instinctively, blowing him away. Yin Fengfeng only used 70% of her power in that punch, since she did not plan to hurt him. Unfortunately, Lin Gaoming, who had been blown away, fell into the swarm of bats. His whole body was wrapped up, layer after layer. Soon, he had been wrapped into a 100 meters wide black massive ball. The black massive ball kept on spinning, looking extremely horrifying. Mysterious sky spell. Qinglu saw that the situation was not right, so she threw out a palm attack. Boom. The black massive ball exploded, and Lin Gaoming's body was nowhere to be seen. He had probably been devoured until there were no bones left. Do not fight it head on. Go down. Qing Lu's expression changed drastically. It was her first time facing so many shadow ghost bats, especially the leader that was hiding in the dark. Qing Lu had some understanding of that black halo before. It was the natural power of the dark creatures. When used on the dark creatures, it would increase their power drastically, making them not afraid of death. But when used on humans, it would make them lose their minds and go crazy. Lin Gaoming was not Yen Fengfeng who had a beast body, nor was he Murong Qingqing who had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, which made him half a dark creature. Therefore, out of the three of them, only Lin Gaoming was affected. The four flashed their bodies and flew into the forest. The bats chased after them like a black river. Moving through the forest, the four of them were much more relaxed. The forest was very dense and the vines were everywhere. It was very difficult for the ghost bats to catch up with them in large numbers. As time went by, the number of ghost bats chasing after them decreased. They were either shaken off or devoured by the dangerous creatures hiding in the dark without a sound. Break. However, there were dangers in the forest as well, and it was hard to defend against. In the dark, a house-sized bright red flower shot out of the ground, attacking toward Yi Chen on the left. Yi Chen's reaction was extremely sharp. A black sword chi sliced through the air, cutting the flower in half. A huge amount of acidic liquid poured out, making a sizzling sound. Right after that, a huge amount of killer vines attacked the four from all directions. In the underground environment, there was an invisible power covering them. The light was dim, and the four's soul power could only reach out a couple hundred meters. The attacking speed of the vines was way too fast, and they could only react when it got close to them. It made the four panic and their speed decreased drastically. The good thing was that there were only a few bats chasing after them, so they had finally gotten rid of one danger. Finally, the four made it through the forest and arrived at the swamp area. If it is not necessary, try not to go above the forest. Qing Lu was very sad. Lin Gaoming was one of the main pillars of the mysterious martial school, and he was only in his 90s this year. If he did not die, he might be able to reach half-step king warrior level in the remaining years, and it might even be possible for him to become a life and death realm warrior. Dying like this would be a huge loss for the mysterious martial school. Yen Fengfeng said, "If I had used a bit less power or if I had just dodged it, it would have been fine." She was a bit blaming herself. She could have dodged it, but there seemed to be that evil chi inside of her that she had to explode. Qing Lu waved her hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you. The brutal halo's effect on the beasts is even more powerful than humans. Because of your noble bloodline, you were not affected as much. It is already very rare for you to be able to control your mind." Pausing for a second, Qing Lu said again, "The dead cannot be revived. From now on we will have to be more careful." Among the remaining four besides her, Yen Fengfeng, Yi Chen, and even Murong Qingqing were all martial geniuses that Qing Xian thought highly of. It would be hard for her to accept even one of them dying. If all of them died, she would not have the face to go back to the mysterious martial school. "Senior, don't worry. We will take care of ourselves." Yi Chen knew that Qing Lu's burden was huge, so he said with determination, "All right, let's go." Qing Lu sighed, her eyes turning sharp. Damn it! Why are there so many shadow ghost bats? In the sky above the forest, a huge amount of shadow ghost bats were chasing after the Shadow King, forcing him into a very difficult situation. If it were just normal shadow ghost bats, he would not be in such a difficult situation. But the shadow ghost bat leader's brutal halo had affected him a lot. 100 Shadow Transformation. Forming a spell with both of his hands, the Shadow King split into two, then four. Hundreds of clones appeared all of a sudden before he managed to escape from the shadow ghost bats. After the Shadow King had left, the black rock on top suddenly cracked open. A black stone coffin fell from the sky, being held by a lot of shadow ghost bats. Crack, crack. The lid of the black stone coffin moved open slowly, revealing the pitch-black darkness inside. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, the coffin cover had been completely opened. That horrifying black chi poured out, forming into a ball in the midair. The black chi disappeared, and a human-shaped shadow ghost bat appeared in the midair. Such a delicious smell of blood and flesh. This human-shaped shadow ghost bat was 3 meters tall. It was muscular, and its skin was a metallic black color. A pair of fangs were exposed, dripping with purple liquid. On its back was a pair of black cloud-like bat wings. There was a pair of claws on the wings which were sharp and curved. Licking its lips, a lot of colors flashed through its eyes. There was violence, cunning, cruelty, evil, and madness. King. All of the shadow ghost bats surrounded it. Some of the leaders who were hiding in the dark also walked out, speaking in human language. You guys are so useless. You can't even stop a few people. The human-shaped shadow ghost bat was the shadow ghost bat king. It had been sleeping for a long time, and would only wake up after being stimulated by the smell of blood and flesh. However, it was different from humans. Every time it woke up, it would take days to prepare. When the first batch of people came in, it had woken up, but when it finally woke up, a few batches of people had already passed by. The leader of the shadow ghost bat lowered its head, not saying a word. It was not their fault for being useless. In the first 3 batches of people, there were powerful half-step king warriors. Alright, since I am out, then no one will pass through this place. Someone else is coming. The shadow ghost bat king's body flashed once, disappearing from where it was standing. Dozens of miles away, 3 human figures flew at a high speed. All of a sudden, a huge amount of black chi appeared in front of them. Stay here and be my blood food. The shadow ghost bat king's body appeared. Not good. It is a half-step king warrior among the dark creatures. There was a half-step king warrior among the 3 as well. He was shocked as he threw out a blade attack. Swoosh. The blade light sliced through the black chi, and the shadow ghost bat king's body was cracked open. However, it was only a shadow of the shadow ghost bat king. The real one appeared above the 3's heads. Go. A circle of black aggressive light spread out from the shadow ghost bat king's body, covering the 3 inside. Their protective Jin Yuan was almost useless. The aggressive light released by the shadow ghost bat king was 10 times more horrifying than the one released by the leader. Including that half-step king warrior, they all fell into a crazy state and started to attack each other. Soon there was only that human half-step king warrior left. Die. The shadow ghost bat king jumped over and bit that half-step king warrior's neck. It sucked his blood and turned him into a dried-up corpse. Chapter 726. It's so delicious. The ghost bat king dropped the dried corpse in his hand and licked his lips, an intoxicated expression appearing on his face. How many years had it been? 50 years? 100 years? Perhaps even a few hundred years? He had always been in deep sleep. He didn't expect that as soon as he woke up, a human half-step king would come knocking on his door. After absorbing the essence of this half-step king's flesh, he could feel a surging power awakening in the depths of his body. It was not far from its peak, provided that there were enough prey. As long as I absorb 3 more people's flesh, no one under life and death realm would be my opponent. Shwa. The black chi shrunk as the ghost bat king disappeared into nothingness. On the ground, beside the entrance of the graveyard, dozens of people were gathered. Iron Hand King, what a coincidence to meet you here. The speaker was a half-step demi-beast with a pair of bull horns on his head. He was the half-step demi-beast king of the barbarian bull family Hawk. The barbarian bull family was famous for their power. Even the royal sky tiger family might not be able to surpass them. Iron Hand King had dealt with Hawk before, so he laughed. So it's Hawk. I thought your barbarian bull family was not going to send anyone. Hawk let out a puff of white chi from his nose, for Extreme Emperor's graveyard has appeared. How could my barbarian bull family be indifferent? Iron Hand King, the situation down there is unknown. How about we join hands? That would be for the best. But before we join hands, we have to take care of some problems first. Iron Hand King looked at the skinny elder and the young man with the symbol on his forehead with an evil intention. No need for you to do anything. Hawk will take care of them. The barbarian bull family was stubborn and arrogant, and Hawk was no exception. He had inherited the family's fine tradition. Reckless. The young man said indifferently without any expression. You dare to look down on me? Hawk could feel the young man's disdain. More and more white chi came out of his nose, and his eyes turned red like 2 dots of red light. Elder Feng, I will play with him. Don't get involved. The symbol on the young man's forehead flickered, and his connection with the heaven and earth became even stronger. Bull charge. Hawk didn't care what kind of confidence the young man had. As long as he was displeased, he would send the other party to hell. Hawk's muscles bulged as he threw a punch at the young man. The giant black bull phantom raised its hooves and galloped, opening its mouth to let out a high-pitched cry. 5 symbol palm. The young man put his left hand behind his back and struck out with his palm. Boom. The 5 runes stuck to the body of the giant bull phantom, causing a shocking explosion. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but it's not enough. The white gas that came out of Hawk's nose was incomparably hot, and there were even faint sparks. His arms shook and the muscles on his body swelled once again. At the same time, the phantom of a demonic bull condensed in the void behind him. This bull's eyes were like copper bells, and the aura it emitted was supreme. The phantom of the demonic bull condensed, and Hawk's strength multiplied. His entire body seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. He let out a loud roar, and the wind and clouds changed color, and the world became silent. Pure strength is enough, but your barbarian bull clan is too stupid. You don't know how to use your own strength. The glaze rune between his eyebrows flickered to the extreme. The young man stretched out his right hand, and pieces of twisted runes materialized and floated above his palm, looking magnificent and magnificent. Absolute strength is absolute strength. Anyone who looks down on my barbarian bull clan will pay the price. The horns on Hawk's head flickered with black light, and with two puff sounds 2 bullhorn phantoms shot out like 2 sledgehammers, and also like 2 sharp spears. Symbol shield. The young man's right hand moved, and the twisted runes on his left hand split apart. A part of them gathered on his right hand, condensing into an indestructible shield. Boom. Boom. The runes and the bullhorn phantoms dissipated at the same time. Bull demon trampling the sky. Hawk's entire body rose from the ground. His hands opened wide, his left leg bent, and his right leg stretched out perfectly straight. Like a bull's hoof, he ruthlessly stomped towards the young man in front of him. With this stomp, with the young man as the center, a huge hoof print appeared. The air was even heavier than mercury. 100 symbol seal. The young man wasn't someone to be trifled with. He drew a complete circle in the air with his right hand and pushed it forward. Dozens of twisted runes converged into a strange mudra and blasted towards Hawk, who was in midair. The mercury-like heavy air immediately escaped in all directions as soon as it came into contact with the mudra. Boom. Like a comet hitting the earth, a huge sound exploded between the two. The crazy bull demon phantoms and the twisted runes clashed against each other, creating a soul-stirring scene. Mountain-breaking Iron Hand. Right at this moment, the Iron Hand King, who had been biding his time, suddenly made his move. His first move was the Iron Hand art that he was extremely good at. A huge iron hand with a metallic luster appeared out of nowhere, grabbing towards the young man. Once it was firmly grasped, even if the latter had bronze skin and iron bones, he would still be crushed into a bloody pulp. "Sir, do you think I don't exist?" The skinny elder raised his hand, and a crescent moon formed by the storm swept across the iron hand. With a cracking sound, the iron hand had lost 5 fingers, turning into a toothless tiger. "Itch him? Interesting." The Iron Hand King looked at the skinny elder with a serious and surprised expression. Bull demon stomps the ground. Hawk was still fighting with the young man. Waves of fluctuations radiated out, and the ground was full of cracks. "Hawk, stop," the Iron Hand King said to Hawk. "The battle is not over yet. I will beat him." Hawk's eyes were red, and he was breathing heavily like an angry bull. "Did you forget why you came here?" The Iron Hand King knew that the people of the barbaric bull family were all stubborn. Persuading them was useless, and he could only let them know what was more important. Sure enough, after the angry Hawk heard this, he hesitated. He naturally knew the purpose of coming here, and if he did not do well, he would not be able to explain himself when he went back. The skinny elder did not want to fight to the death with the Iron Hand King and Hawk. It was not the right time yet. "Yes." The young man stopped and stood still. "I have never seen you two before, so I don't know your names." Although the skinny elder did not reveal much of his power, the Iron Hand King had a premonition that this person was very powerful. The skinny elder said, "Names are just a code. Forgive us for not being able to keep you company." After speaking, his body flickered and shot toward the entrance of the graveyard. The young man followed behind him. Hawk walked to the Iron Hand King and said fiercely, "If they hinder me, I don't mind killing them." The Iron Hand King squinted his eyes and said, "Don't look down on them. That old man is very hard to deal with." Yi Chen's group of 5 was very unlucky. Not long after flying above the swamp land, they encountered 3 swamp beast leaders and a swamp king. The swamp beast's power was far more powerful than the ghost bats. Normal swamp beasts were equivalent to peak master level masters, and the swamp beast leader's power was several times more powerful than normal swamp beasts. In the master level ranking, it could be ranked in the top 5. Meanwhile, the Swamp King's power was simply heaven-defying. Normal half-step kings would only be torn apart if they encountered it. After finally taking care of the 3 swamp beast leaders, Yi Chen and the other 3 realized that they could not get rid of the Swamp King. The Swamp King was completely different from normal swamp beasts or swamp beast leaders. Its energy core did not seem to be inside its body, and its body could easily blend into the swamp land and then appear in another direction. In other words, unless the four left the swamp land in an instant, they would not be able to escape from the Swamp King's pursuit. Nirvana Flame. After reaching rank 10, Yin Feng could already condense Nirvana pellets. These pellets had no other use other than to replenish the Nirvana Flame. After swallowing one pellet, Yin Feng had already recovered to her peak state. With a flap of her wings, the extremely sticky Nirvana Flame burned toward the Swamp King. Swoosh! The Swamp King's left arm was instantly caught on fire, but it was useless. The arm automatically slid down and turned into a puddle of muddy water, losing connection with the Swamp King. Gold Fury. Yi Chen pierced through the Swamp King's head with his sword. The last one to attack was Murong Qingqing. She quickly formed a spell and a dark light ball formed right next to the Swamp King. It continued to spin and absorb the Swamp King's energy. However, the Swamp King's energy seemed to be endless. Even after the dark light ball had absorbed enough energy, its chi did not weaken at all. You will not be able to kill it like this. We have to find its energy core. Qing Lu had slapped the Swamp King into muddy water. Seeing that the Swamp King had reformed dozens of meters away, she could not help but frown as she said to the other three. Murong, can you see it? Yi Chen asked Murong Qingqing. Her demonic eyes had the power to see through everything. Let me try. Murong Qingqing opened her gold demonic eyes, trying to find something. After a long while, Murong Qingqing shook her head. I can't find it. He does not seem to have any energy core. No energy core? Impossible. Qing Lu said with certainty. Yi Chen thought about it and said, once humans reach the life and death realm, their Zhenyuan would be able to merge with their body and gain the undying body. Could the Swamp King have this kind of power? His energy core had already merged with the swamp land? The undying body of a life and death realm warrior was still different from Yi Chen's undying body. Yi Chen's undying body could only be described as a simplified version, and its effect would be greatly reduced. Undying body? Qing Lu seemed to have thought of something and said with surprise, perhaps he has already reached the King Warrior level? Impossible. If he had reached the King Warrior level, then his power would be at least a couple of times stronger than it is now. He would be able to kill us within seconds. Yi Chen glanced at the swamp land and said, Senior, this might not be impossible. After battling for so long, we can already be sure that the Swamp King has a close relationship with the swamp land. Perhaps it is because of the swamp land that he has the undying body. Besides that, this swamp land is also the source of his power. As long as he does not leave the swamp land, his undying body would be unbreakable. The undying body of a life and death realm warrior could be broken through, because each time he was wounded, he would have to spend a lot of Zhenyuan. Once his Zhenyuan was used up, the undying body would lose its meaning. Moreover, the power of the Swamp King had merged with the power of the swamp land. Qing Lu nodded with a dark expression. That is indeed possible. But for us this is not good news. You will never die in the swamp land unless someone destroys the whole swamp land. They could not run away and they could not kill him either. The four of them were stuck there. Chapter 727. You will all become the nutrients for this swamp land. As the four were talking, the 5-meter-tall brown-green Swamp King jumped up into the air. Its water tank-sized fist tore open the air and threw out a punch. Boom. Qing Lu took on the punch head-on, her body sliding backward. Since there is no other way, then I will hold it off. You guys leave the swamp land immediately. The Swamp King was very powerful, and Qing Lu thought that she would be weaker than it. Plus, with her immortal body and endless power source, she would have to hold it off by herself. Even Yi Chen would not be able to do it. Teacher. Yin Feng looked worried. Qing Lu said, Don't worry, without you guys here, I will have a higher chance of escaping. Yi Chen protect the two. She believed in Yi Chen's ability to survive. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. He said to Yin Feng and Murong Qingqing, Let's go. We should not add more pressure to Senior Qing Lu. Yin Feng and Murong Qingqing knew that Yi Chen was right. If they stayed, they would not be able to do anything. So, leaving as soon as possible would be the best solution. The three started to run toward the front. Do you think you can leave? The Swamp King's body merged into the swamp land. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yi Chen and the other two. Right when the Swamp King was about to attack, a blurry light door appeared. Qing Lu flew out from inside, blowing away the opponent with one palm attack. Let's go. Qing Lu yelled. Let's go. The three did not have any extra thoughts as they flew at full speed. All right, I will take care of you first, then take care of them. The Swamp King's green gem-like pupils shone with a cold light. He reached out his hand into the air and said with a low voice, "Swamp Fountain." Boom. Within 100 miles radius, the swamp land started to shake. The next second, 100 meters thick fountain exploded under Qinglu. The earth power and water power interweaved together. Landing print. Qinglu looked serious as she pressed down with her palm. Rumble. The fountain was blocked by the crystal palm print. "With your strength you can't do anything to me." The Swamp King's power was only slightly higher than Qinglu's. If it were not for the fact that she was afraid of his immortal body and endless power, Qinglu would have joined hands with Yi Chen to wound him. There was no need for her to run away. "That's right. With my current strength I can't do anything to you." The Swamp King stopped attacking and stood on the swamp. "However, this is not my true strength." Wah. With that, the Swamp King's body melted into the swamp. Qinglu frowned. She could not understand what he was trying to do. Soon, Qinglu noticed the change in the swamp. The color of the swamp was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if something was extracting the essence and energy of the swamp, leaving behind only mud. "This is my true strength." A pile of green shadow jumped out from the swamp, throwing a punch towards Qinglu. There was no time to dodge or block. All Qinglu could do was cross her hands and block the attack. Crack. Her protective Zhenyuan was shattered instantly. The sound of metal twisting was heard. The top-rank armor on Qinglu's arm had been completely destroyed, and her bones had broken as well. It looked like it was going to break at any second. She herself looked like she was struck by lightning. Her body was blown backward uncontrollably, crashing into the black rocks on top, shattering a black stalactite into pieces. Puking out a huge amount of blood, Qinglu, who had sunk into the black rocks, looked down with shock. The Swamp King's power was even more powerful than before, at least twice as powerful. If before, Qinglu was only slightly weaker than the Swamp King, then right now even 5 of her would not be able to beat it. "How is it? My power?" The Swamp King, who was standing on the swamp, had a huge change. His height had dropped from 5 meters to 3.5 meters, and his color had changed from brown-green to dark green. The biggest change was not the height or the color, but the nature of his body. His body looked like it was made out of green crystal. Green liquid kept coming out of his body, flowing downwards. When it reached the bottom of his feet, it went back into his body again. "I see. Before, it was just another form of yours, right?" Flying out of the pit, Qinglu swallowed a pellet. As the medicinal power spread out, Qinglu's wounds recovered quickly. Her broken bones had also reconnected. It was a semi-extreme rank healing pellet, which was extremely valuable. Not bad. The Swamp King opened his crystal-like mouth. There were no teeth inside, only green sticky liquid. 2 forms. The first form allowed you to never be killed in the swamp land, but your power was on the weaker side. The second form increased your power but gave your undying body a weakness. As long as I use up your power, the undying body would be useless. Qinglu did not lose her cool as she analyzed. "You are very smart. But do you think you can use up my power?" The Swamp King was not worried at all. In the other form, his power was endless. As long as the swamp land was not destroyed, he would not be destroyed either. Right now, although his power had been reduced, it was still dozens of times more powerful than normal half-step king warriors. For her to be able to use up 1/10 of his power was already impressive enough. How would you know without trying? A light flashed once and a huge hammer appeared in Qinglu's hand. It was square-shaped and extremely heavy, so heavy that even the air could not move. A blurry light door appeared in front of the Swamp King. Qinglu took a step forward and threw out a hammer attack onto the Swamp King's chest. The power pattern spread out. A shocking loud sound exploded. Half of the Swamp King's body had been shattered, disappearing in the wind. "How is my attacking power?" Qinglu waved her hammer again, shattering the other half of the Swamp King's body as well. It was extremely horrifying. What kind of weapon is this? Hundreds of meters away, the body of the Swamp King reappeared. However, it seemed that the chi was a lot weaker than before. It was only 1/5 of his original power. Qinglu's 2 hammers had consumed 1/5 of his power, which was unbelievable and incomprehensible. You can call it a pseudo-extreme rank item. Qinglu breathed heavily. She hurried to swallow a semi-extreme rank pellet to replenish her Zhenyuan, then took a bite of a water yuan fruit to nourish her body. The hammer in her hand was called the Square Sky Hammer, which was even more powerful than a semi-extreme rank item. A pseudo-extreme rank item was actually an extreme rank item, because it was the worst of the extreme rank items. Just like an extreme rank item, A pseudo-extreme rank item was like a black hole that devoured Jinyuan. With Qing Lu's Demi-King Warrior Cultivation, 2 hammer attacks had already used up 2/3 of her Zhenyuan. Pseudo-extreme rank item. Although the Swamp King was a swamp creature, it did not mean that he had low intelligence. The hammer in Qing Lu's hand could already threaten him. Although he could recover to his first level any time, but it was obvious that he could not kill her. Indeed, now I can go, right? Qing Lu did not care about the Swamp King's attitude. Her body flashed and shot out. I hope not everyone who comes in has a pseudo-extreme rank item. The Swamp King stood on the swamp ground and did not chase after Qing Lu. I think we can work together to take him on. In the sky above the jungle, there was an endless dark shadow ghost bats. In the center, the skinny elder, the young man Hawk Iron Hands, and a dozen other people were trapped here. Their opponents were not only a large number of dark shadow ghost bats, but also a terrifying dark shadow ghost bat king. The Bat King was way more powerful than any of them. 1-on-1, 2-on-1 they would not be able to take it on. 3-on-1 they could only barely keep themselves from losing. The Shadow Ghost Bat King was terrifyingly powerful. It had the power to beat normal Demi-King warriors. Indeed, we should work together. The Iron Hand King looked serious. If it were not for the skinny elder and Hawk, he would not be able to take on the Bat King by himself. If they wanted to survive, they would have to work together. Brat, wait until I kill him, then I will take care of you. The muscles on Hawk's body expanded. A massive demonic bull shadow stood behind him. With a casual punch, a huge amount of ghost bats would be shattered into pieces. The power of the bull family was not something to joke about. I will wait for you. The young man's body was covered in twisted symbols. The ghost bats that were attacking him were blown away. Kill me? Eee. The Bat King revealed a horrifying smile. You guys released the berserk aura together. The Bat King ordered the leader of the bats that were hiding in the dark. Yes, King. Oh, 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 oh. Waves of vibration spread out as 4 to 5 black berserk auras enveloped everyone, covering a radius of several miles. A roar was heard. Apart from the skinny elder, the young man Hawk and the Iron Hand King, who had escaped from the berserk aura, the others had all fallen into madness and started to kill each other. Soon, besides these 4, everyone else had been killed. Bastard die. Hawk and the Iron Hand King were furious. These were all the top master-level warriors of the Bull family and the Gu family, the pillars of their families. Even one death was not a small matter, let alone all of them dying in battle. Demon Bull roar. Hawk opened his mouth and roared. The sound wave spread out. With him as the center, all of the ghost bats within miles exploded into pieces. The ones that were miles away were slowed down and fell down. In terms of battling power, Hawk was indeed not as powerful as the Iron Hand King and the Skinny Elder. But in terms of pure power, he was the best out of the 3. You are looking for death. The Bat King was furious. Black Chi surged out as he rushed towards Hawk. You are the one who will die. The Iron Hand King reached out his hand and grabbed in the air. The huge iron hand was about to close up and crush the Bat King. The Bat King's speed increased again, and the huge iron hand was left behind. Fong of the Storm. A violent storm appeared out of nowhere. Countless crescent-shaped wind blades spread out, covering the Bat King within and sweeping across the sky. Squeak, squeak. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's attack scared the 4 of them. A huge amount of black smoke came out of its body. Countless black bats spread out in all directions. One of them was like an army of bats. Even the Shadow Ghost bats around were pushed far away. Demon Bull roar. Huoku's body was covered with bats. These bats had their teeth embedded in his body and were sucking his flesh and blood. Huoku roared and shattered a large number of bats. Unfortunately, there were too many bats. Even more bats pounced on him and drilled into his body. In the blink of an eye, Huoku was sucked dry. A grand half-step demonic king had died in an instant. So delicious. The bats merged into one and the Bat King's body appeared. He licked the blood stain on his lips. Chapter 728. Fuck. What the hell is this guy? Iron Hand King's hair stood on end. In terms of battle strength, although Umbra Ghost Bat King was powerful, it was not beyond his imagination. It was close to peak half-step kings. However, Umbra Ghost Bat King had too many tricks up his sleeves. His speed was fast and his attacks were endless. Even a half-step king of the same level was not his opponent. Sooner or later they would be killed and sucked dry. The only thing we can do now is to escape. The skinny old man's expression was grave. Old Fong, you run first. I'll catch up later. The young man seemed very calm, as if he had something to rely on. Then be careful. The skinny old man was not too worried about the young man. The latter was not an ordinary person. Although his battle strength was far from Umbra Ghost Bat King's, his survivability was definitely above his. I will. As he spoke, the twisting symbols around the young man's body increased by several folds. They were densely packed and layered, wrapping around him layer after layer. It was as if he was a huge ball made of countless symbols, revolving unceasingly. Wind escape. Off. The skinny old man's figure disappeared with the wind as if he had become one with it. He was the wind and the wind was him. Iron Hand King saw the skinny old man leave while the young man stood there motionlessly. His eyes flickered and he turned into a beam of metal light and shot out. A huge sound echoed. Umbra Ghost Bat King saw through Iron Hand King's intention and chased after him, slashing at Iron Hand King's protective Zhen Yuan. Surprisingly, Iron Hand King's protective Zhen Yuan was extremely sturdy, and was not broken. You can't kill me? Iron Hand King swallowed a pill and continued to escape. Ping 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 ping, a series of explosions rang out as Iron Hand King tumbled around in the air. His protective Zhen Yuan was not broken at all. If one observed carefully, one would notice that his protective Zhen Yuan was different from other people's oval-shaped protective Zhen Yuan. It was an armor-shaped protective Zhen Yuan, and this armor-shaped protective Zhen Yuan came from Iron Hand King's armor. Defensive artifact. Umbra Ghost Bat King saw the problem. Not bad. Iron Hand King chuckled. The armor on his body had a great origin. It was the only pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact of the Gu family, called the Green Origin Armor. With it, as long as his Zhen Yuan hadn't been exhausted, his defense would be unbreakable. Origin Array Technique. The Zhen Yuan outside Iron Hand King's body burned fiercely as he continued flying. This wasn't the end. Burning Zhen Yuan was something an astral-reaching expert could grasp. The frightening part of the origin arrangement art was that it could burn in layers. The first layer only increased his speed, the second layer increased his speed by 30%, and the third layer increased his speed by 30% on top of the second layer. With a swish, the Iron Hand King turned into a ray of light and instantly left the Ghost Shadow Bat King behind. Oh, there's actually such a method of escape? Fine, I'll let the Swamp King deal with you while I take care of the first checkpoint. It wasn't that the Shadow Ghost Bat King couldn't catch up with the Iron Hand King, but he didn't think it was necessary. He had a feeling that more and more people would enter the underground world, and all he needed to do was wait. Why aren't you running? The Shadow Ghost Bat King looked at the young man who was wrapped in the rune ball strangely. You think I can outrun you? The young man asked. That's true. Then are you willing to surrender? The Shadow Ghost Bat King wasn't interested in the young man at all. The latter's blood and flesh essence was far less than a half-step king warrior, but he could give it to his subordinates. No, I will trap you first, then I will leave. 1,000 symbol array. The young man gave a thunderous roar. The large spell symbol sphere around his body expanded, turning into a hollow sphere with a radius of a few miles. Those twisted spell symbols stuck on the outside of the hollow sphere, moving along the sphere in a regular pattern. Countless twisted light patterns connected with each other, looking seamless and seamless. After doing all this, the young man's body sank down and appeared outside of the hollow ball, running toward the direction where the skinny elder had left. Ha! The Shadow Ghost Bat King's eyes were extremely cold. His body flashed once, trying to chase after the young man. Boom. The symbols on the hollow ball all shone with a bright light, bouncing the Shadow Ghost Bat King back. Break for me. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's expression changed. The opponent was only a peak-level late Sea of Souls realm ant, but he could use his own power to set up such a powerful array, which made him quite surprised and angry. Boom. The hollow ball made of symbols shook a bit, stopping the Shadow Ghost Bat King's second attack. Boom. Boom. On top of the cliff, a human figure shot out toward the direction of the huge ball. The tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor is right here? The man who was talking to himself carried a battle blade on his back. His metal armor was exposed without any clothes covering it. If there were any human half-step king warriors here, they would be able to recognize him for sure. It was indeed one of the most powerful half-step king warriors, the Thunder Spirit King. It seems like a lot of people have already made it in. The Thunder Spirit King heard the commotion in front of him, but he looked calm. Tens of miles flashed past within a second, and the Thunder Spirit King saw the source of the noise. In front of those huge bats, a huge ball made of spell symbols exploded with a boom. A human-shaped bat with a muscular body walked out, looking at him with a pair of cold eyes. Another human half-step king warrior. My luck is indeed not bad. The shadow ghost bat king licked his lips. The anger from before had disappeared completely. Nothing could be more exciting than having food delivered to one's doorstep. I am afraid that your luck is just bad luck. The Thunder Spirit King scanned around, his eyes filled with thunder and lightning. Little ones, get him. The Shadow Ghost Bat King could tell that the Thunder Spirit King was not a normal warrior, so he planned to let his bats surround him first before making his move. Countless dark shadow ghost bats flew towards the Thunder Spirit King. Die. Using his right palm as a blade, the Thunder Spirit King spat out one word softly before throwing out a palm blade attack. Whoosh. The thunder blade light flashed once before disappearing, and all of the incoming ghost bats were destroyed. Looking from afar, it was like a black wave had been cut in half by a blade attack. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's pupils shrunk into 2 dots as it was shocked beyond belief. Perhaps you can play with me for a bit. The Thunder Spirit King looked at the Shadow Ghost Bat King. Don't be so arrogant. The Shadow Ghost Bat King screamed and jumped toward the Thunder Spirit King at an extreme speed. Piss off. Facing the Shadow Ghost Bat King's aggressive attack, the Thunder Spirit King still threw out a palm blade attack. Swoosh. Dark blood splashed everywhere. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's right shoulder to the left side of its abdomen had been cut by the blade light. Its whole body was almost cut in half, and even the bones and organs could be seen. Boom. The Shadow Ghost Bat King showed up at its original position. It looked down at its chest, then looked at the Thunder Spirit King. There was a hint of fear in its cold eyes. Although its power had not recovered to its peak yet, it was at least 80 to 90% of its peak power. However, his opponent did not even take out his blade, and only one palm blade attack had almost cut it into pieces. With this kind of power, even if it was at its peak, it would not dare to say that it could win. The flesh and blood of the Shadow Ghost Bat King wriggled, and the wound on its body started to close up. There was no sign of it being wounded at all. This was the special ability of the Shadow Ghost Bat King, and it had nothing to do with its immortal body. Oh, you are qualified to make me take out my blade a bit. The Thunder Spirit King held the handle of the blade on his back with his right hand and slowly took it out. The blade light was cold and the blade was extremely sharp. A bright electric arc flashed through the blade. You can pass. The Shadow Ghost Bat King screamed and tried to escape. What kind of joke was this? His opponent had almost killed him without even taking out his blade. If he took out his blade, he would definitely die, or even die without a doubt. He had not lived long enough, at least not now. Of course, when he recovered to his peak, he would find his opponent to take revenge. Before he recovered to his peak, he would have to lower his noble head. If the Iron Hand King were here, he would definitely be shocked. This Ghost Shadow Bat King had killed many of them, and some of them had escaped. In terms of power, it was already close to or equivalent to a top half-step king warrior, and yet, it was scared to this extent. Just how powerful was the Thunder Spirit King? Very well. Putting his blade back into the scabbard, the Thunder Spirit King did not take a detour, but shot straight toward the group of bats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All of the bats screamed and backed off to the sides, forming a wide path. After passing through the swamp, Yi Qin and the other 2 slowed down their speed, but they did not dare to relax for even a second. Who knew if there were other dangers besides the Swamp King? My power is still far from enough. Before coming here, although Yi Qin knew that his power was not that much among the half-step king warriors, he had always had it easy, so he did not feel too much. At least, he was not in a rush to increase his power at all costs. But right now he felt that his power was still not enough. Not to mention the dangerous creatures here, just those half-step king warriors who had come for the tomb of the 4 extreme emperor were enough to make him feel a heavy pressure. Right now, his power was only equivalent to a normal half-step king warrior, and there was still a gap between him and the top half-step king warriors. And above that, there were still the top half-step king warriors and the most powerful half-step king warriors. He was at the bottom, only above those top master-level warriors. He did not think that there were only these few half-step king warriors who had come. There were a lot of them that he had not seen yet, such as the half-step king warriors from the top 9 martial schools, the top 4 families, the other rank 5 martial schools, and those half-step king warriors from the demi-beast families who rarely showed themselves. Even if his survival ability was extremely powerful, it would be useless for him to run into those half-step king warriors who could kill him. If he wanted to preserve his life, and if he wanted to gain something from the Tomb of Emperor 4 Extremes, the only way was to increase his strength and reach a higher level. There was no other way. Find a safe place and try my best to reach late seas of Soul's realm, or even peak level. Yichen thought to himself. Yichen, are you okay? Murong Qingqing saw that Yichen had a lot on his mind, so she asked. I'm okay. We will wait for Senior Qing Lu here. Chapter 729. Time passed by bit. After about 15 minutes, Qing Lu had arrived. Teacher. Yin Feng let out a breath. Senior, are you all right? Yichen said. Qing Lu shook her head and said, Luckily I let you guys leave. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After turning into its second form, its power had increased by 2 times. Without the pseudo-extreme rank weapon, even she would not be able to handle a couple of attacks. What about the Swamp King? Qing Lu said. He is still here and even more powerful than before. Let's talk on the way. Within thousands of miles of the swamp land, a loud sound was heard before everything returned to silence. Where did this monster come from? After an unknown period of time, the Swamp King crawled out of the mud, his pitch-black gem-like eyes filled with fear. The opponent had only thrown out one blade attack. One blade attack had already used up half of his power. If he were to throw out another blade attack, he might very well be killed. He had never expected that there would be such a powerful being among the Demi-King warriors. His undying body was nothing in front of the opponent. And since the opponent could make it all the way here, he must have taught that huge battle lesson or even killed him. Damn it! I have lost half of my power. I would need at least half a month to recover from the swampland. If I get hurt again, the power of the swampland would not be enough. I hope that huge bat is killed. Without him, there would be more people coming here and using their dead bodies to nourish the swampland. My power would be even more powerful. The Swamp King was born from the purest energy of the swamp. To a certain extent, he was the swamp and the swamp was him. The two were bound together. As for the swamp monsters and the swamp monster leader, they were born from the leftover energy of the swamp. They were naturally weak and their defenses weren't high enough. If there were enough dead bodies to nourish the swamp land, then all of the swamp monsters would increase their power as a whole, and his power would reach a whole new level. I have a feeling that this trip to the tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor would be very deadly. Flying in the air, Qing Lu sighed and said. Yichen said, 4 Extreme Emperor is a famous titled monarch from ancient times. His tomb's appearance will definitely cause a storm of blood. We're merely pawns. The real main characters are those people, not us. You're right. Qing Lu knew who Yichen was talking about. Right now, all of the king warriors were planning. Some were calling their friends and some were forming alliances. Her disciple Yan Qingxin was on the same side as the old Dragon King of the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Back then, they had even chased after the 9 Underworld Demon King together, destroying the 9 evil cult. However, a battle between kings will only happen among kings. It has nothing to do with us. The King Realm Kings would be restrained by the King Realm Kings. They were on 2 different levels. There was no distinction between black and white in the underground environment. After roughly half a day, the 3 of them arrived at a barren rocky forest. That looks like a spider web. Murong Qingqing's eyes were sharp. In the depths of the stone forest ahead, she saw a slightly transparent giant spider web. This spider web had a diameter of 300 meters. With her eyesight, she could see that the thinnest spider silk was as thick as an arm. Everyone pay attention. Qing Lu slowed down her speed and flew into the stone forest. Be careful. Without any sign, Qing Lu was suddenly stuck in the surreal space, as if she had been caught by something. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned around to warn Yichen and the other 2. Boom, boom, boom. Yichen took out his Thunder Disaster Sword almost instinctively. He sliced 3 times around Qing Lu's body, forming an inverted triangle. During the whole process there was a sound of a steel wire breaking. Qing Lu got out of the trap and backed out. This is the invisible spider web. She reached out her hand to grab the invisible spider web on her body. She realized that even with her soul power, she could barely sense its existence. Invisible spider web? Yichen frowned. He did not even notice the existence of the spider web before. He scanned it with his soul power, but it was empty. He just felt that something was not right. Now that the spider web had been sliced open, he could sense it and simulate the shape of the spider web in his mind. Like a bolt of lightning, a shadow darted into the void and stuck there. It was a bathtub-sized spider with 8 legs. There were 2 colors of black and white on its back. Its pitch-black mouth opened and closed, looking like it was about to devour someone. Obviously, it had sensed the movement of the spider web, so this spider that was hiding in the dark jumped out immediately. It was planning to use the spider web to wrap up its prey and enjoy it slowly. Unfortunately, Qing Lu had already gotten out, which made it miss its target. Of course, with this spider's chi, it was only equivalent to a top master level warrior. Even without Yi Qin, it would not be able to do anything to Qing Lu, who was a half-step king warrior. It would probably be broken into pieces right away. It is a predator that had disappeared from the outside world. Qing Lu recognized the spider right away. There were still predators in this true spirit continent, but they were very rare. Most of them had been captured by the powerful human warriors, who treated them as their own wealth and used the spider web to make special items. This predator had the power of a top master level warrior at most, but once a top master level warrior was caught in the web, they would not be able to escape at all. It was not hard to imagine how powerful it was. Seeing that there was no prey, the predator turned around and left immediately. It was fast like a shadow. Where do you think you are going? Qing Lu threw out a palm attack and killed the predator in the midair. Green blood spilled everywhere. Deep inside the rock forest, "Great Master, save me!" In the midair, a huge invisible web had caught Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan. The armored king was caught as well, but he soon broke out of the spider web and escaped. Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan were panicking as they yelled at the armored king. "Alright." The armored king activated his Zhen Yuan and ripped off the broken spider web on his body, trying to save the two. All of a sudden, a shadow appeared. Two massive predators jumped at Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan from the left and right respectively. These two predators were even bigger than the ones Yi Chen and the rest had encountered. Their chi was even more horrifying. They were the king of the predators, and their power was equivalent to normal half-step king warriors. "No, save me!" Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan yelled at the same time. The armored king had a bad look on his face. Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan were dozens of meters away from each other, and in a short amount of time he could only save one of them. After all, these two predators both had the power of half-step king warriors, and it would be impossible to kill them within a second. If he took the risk, he might lose both of them. Biting on his teeth, the armored king decided to save Xia Hozuan first. For the school, Xia Hozuan was more important than Lin Ruhai, even if he was the headmaster of the school. What? A desperate look appeared in Lin Ruhai's eyes. The armored king did not look at Lin Ruhai as he instantly appeared right next to Xia Hozuan. His rich Zhen Yuan was activated, shattering the spider web instantly. He then reached out his hand and grabbed Xia Hozuan. Seeing that its prey had been taken away, the predator that jumped at Xia Hozuan changed its target to the armored king. "Piss off." The armored king threw out a punch at the predator's head, leaving a fist mark on it. At the same time, the predator was blown out 100 meters away, hanging in the midair. Meanwhile, a scream came from Lin Ruhai. His head had been pierced through by the predator's mouth and he died instantly. "You all go die." Throwing Xia Hozuan onto the ground, the armored king's expression turned cold. His body flashed, arriving in front of the predator that had killed Lin Ruhai. His 5 fingers formed into hooks as he grabbed out. Swoosh! The tough shell of the predator was nothing in front of the armored king. It was instantly pierced through, causing it to struggle in pain. It then shot out a transparent spider web toward the latter. Unfortunately, the latter's protective Zhen Yuan was not just for show, so the spider web stuck onto it and could not penetrate through. Die. The armored king used his arm strength and reached his palm into the predator's body. His earth element Zhen Yuan exploded, and with a couple of cracking sounds, the predator was shattered by the expanding rock. This rock was simulated by the armored king's Zhen Yuan, so it was 100 times tougher than the real thing. The internal organs of the predator were not as tough as its shell, so how could it block it out? The other predator woke up from its dizziness. Seeing that its comrade had been killed, it spat out countless threads of spider silk from its mouth. The area it covered was shockingly large, trapping the armored king in an instant. Then the spider silk grew thicker and thicker until the predator's stomach was almost stuffed. Rock Mountain Defense. The armored king's protective Zhen Yuan flickered a couple of times, and a huge amount of rock expanded out, eventually forming a small rock mountain. Inside the mountain, the armored king's body moved, carrying the rock mountain and attacking toward the predator. After a loud explosion, the predator was blown into pieces. Amidst the flying rocks, the armored king jumped out and appeared right next to Xia Hozuan. "Great Master, thank you." Xia Hozuan was still scared as he thanked the armored king. "Your life was exchanged with Lin Ruhai's. Treasure it." The armored king said lightly. "Yes, the headmaster will not die in vain." An endless ambition appeared in Xia Hozuan's eyes. He desperately needed to increase his power. With enough power he would be able to protect himself, and with enough power he would not need anyone to save him. Regarding the fact that he had almost died, Xia Hozuan was more frustrated than anyone else. Let's go. There might be an entrance in front. This time Yi Qin and the other 3 were quite lucky. They had only been ambushed 3 times. The first 2 were normal predators and the third one was a predator king, which had been slapped by Qing Lu until it puked out blood. Eventually it used the spider web to escape. Soon the 4 arrived at the deepest part of the rock mountain. So many people. It was the first time they had seen so many people since they had entered the underground environment. With a rough look, there were at least 30 of them and 1/3 of them were half-step king warriors. There were more than a dozen of them, and 3 of them had chi no weaker than the gold absolute king. One of them was even a bit more powerful than the gold absolute king, which was almost the same as the Punish king. Judging from their clothes and the clothes of the people behind them, Yi Qin could tell who they were from. One was a half-step king warrior from the Ice Pavilion, one was a half-step demi-beast king from the Sky Tiger race, and the last one was a half-step king warrior from the Lin family. The arrival of Yi Qin and the other 3 had attracted a lot of attention, including the armored king and Xia Hozuan. The armored king frowned. He thought that they would be the first ones to find the entrance, but there were already 30 people ahead of them. It was not hard to imagine that there would be other secret tunnels besides the ones they had been through. Chapter 730. Yi Qin. Xia Hozuan was shocked, his eyes cold. Before Yi Qin appeared, the top 5 young warriors had been ruling the whole young generation, which was their glorious time. But after Yi Qin showed up, the top 5 young warriors had started to decline. Besides by Wuxia, the other 4 had already been replaced and it was all caused by Yi Qin. Yi Qin seemed to have injected energy into the whole young generation, making everyone improve drastically. For example, Duguju Yen Fengfeng and Dantai Mingyue. There were still a lot of people chasing after them. No matter if Xia Hozuan wanted to admit it or not, the end of the top 5 young warriors was indeed started by Yi Qin. Our battle has just begun. Tightening his fists, Xia Hozuan controlled his emotions. Compared to his whole life, peak-level late seas of Soul's realm was only the starting point, and the life and death realm was the real stage of his life. Yi Qin did not pay much attention to Xia Hozuan. His eyes scanned through the crowd before landing on the massive cave. It was extremely huge, with the largest diameter being 2,000 meters, and the shortest 1,000 meters. It was an irregular circle and it was pitch black inside the cave. Even if one pushed their eyesight to its limit, they would not be able to see too clearly. They could only tell that it was not a dead cave from the heat coming from inside. Originally, a cave would not be enough to stop everyone since those who could make it here would not be simple. They would either be half-step king warriors or top master-level warriors with extremely powerful survival abilities. So, why would they be afraid of a cave that they did not know how deep it was? There must be a reason for everyone to stop. Everyone, this cave is basically the only way to the graveyard. But at the same time, this cave is also the nest of the hunters. It is filled with invisible spider webs, and 7 people have already died inside, 3 of which were half-step king warriors. It was a half-step king warrior from the Lin family who was called the Guanglin King. After the predator. Some of the people who came later were shocked. If the Predator King's strength was equivalent to an ordinary half-step king, then the Predator Queen's strength was equivalent to a peak half-step king. The most frightening thing was that the Predator Kings had the advantage of the spider web, which allowed them to hunt creatures with higher strength than them. In other words, if one wanted to enter this cave, even a peak half-step king would have a slim chance of survival. However, there was not a single peak half-step king present. Then what should we do? A half-step king who had just arrived asked. Guanglin King said, "There's strength in numbers. Before there were only a few of us, but now there are 36 of us. We can attack the cave together and clear all the obstacles in the cave. It would be best if we could force the predator out. With all of us combined, the predator would definitely die. Will it collapse the cave?" Someone asked. There's no need to worry about that. Everyone has also noticed that there's an invisible power enveloping the underground world, greatly limiting our destructive power. King Guanglin said with certainty. Qing Lu nodded. When she was battling with the Swamp King, it suddenly changed into its second form and threw her onto the black rock on the top. However, the black rock had only sunk half a meter in, which meant that its toughness was unimaginable. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it together. Hearing him, everyone was ready to move. They did not plan to take all the treasures in the tomb for themselves. As long as they could get a couple of them, it would be enough for them to digest for a long time. The 4 Extreme Emperor was a famous titled Emperor Warrior, and he had 4 powerful Beast Kings as his subordinates. Alright, everyone fly to the top of the cave. When I say attack, everyone attack together. Do not hesitate. As Guanglin King spoke, he vaguely exchanged glances with the half-step king from the ice pavilion and the sky tiger race. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 36 people was not a small number, since all of them were either top master-level warriors or half-step king warriors. It was an extremely powerful force. However, compared to the 2,000 meters wide cave, it was just like a drop in the ocean. Flying into the sky, a lot of people shivered. Looking down at the pitch-black cave, it made them feel insecure. Not knowing if it was intentional or not, Guanglin King, the half-step king from the ice pavilion, and the sky tiger race flew to the highest point without a sound while the rest of them were still in the sky. He yelled, "Everyone get ready. Accumulate your power and try to break through the cave with one attack." Guanglin King, don't worry. With the 36 of us working together, it will only be a matter of time before we turn into ashes. You are right. There is no need to worry at all. Everyone was full of confidence as they quickly accumulated their most powerful power and ace attacks. Let's go up a bit. Yichen still felt a bit weird. His qi and blood were fluctuating. Seeing that Guanglin King and the other two were at the top, he said to Qing Lu, Murong Qingqing and the other two, "Why not go up a bit?" Yin Fengfeng did not understand. Qing Lu thought about it and said, "Let's listen to Yichen. He should have his reasons." Just like that, the three did not attract anyone's attention. Without realizing it, they had moved to the top. Including them, there were 13 of them in total. "Let's do it," Guanglin King yelled. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the beautiful qi power fell from the sky and flew into the cave. There was blade qi, sword qi, fish qi, morph genuine, wind blades, and lightning. Although there were so many qi power compared to the whole cave, it was still very small. But soon, the small qi power exploded with a shocking destructive power. The huge cave was filled with different colors. Countless qi power rubbed against each other, forming an energy black hole in the middle. The energy black hole kept going downwards, sucking everything in. Everyone could clearly see that a lot of invisible spider webs were pulled by the energy black hole. They showed their shapes and were then pulled in. This result caused everyone to be excited. No one knew how deep the cave was. The noise caused by the energy black hole was getting further and further away, until nothing could be heard anymore. "Alright everyone, let's do it again," Guanglin King said worriedly. Boom. Without needing Guanglin King's reminder, everyone threw out a killing attack in unison. The powerful qi power had even shaved off layers of the cave walls. After the second joint attack, an extremely sharp piercing sound suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The next moment, dozens of white lines shot out from the cave like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, covering most of the people in the air above the cave. Not good. It is the spider silk of the killer. No. Cut it. It is dragging us in. The change was too sudden. A lot of people did not even have time to react before they were stuck on their bodies by the sticky spider silk. They were then dragged into the cave. There were some people who had fast reactions and tried their best to avoid the attack of the spider silk. Below Yichen, a person had dodged a spider silk, but his protective Zhenyuan had been stuck by another one. He made a quick decision and released his protective Zhenyuan. Unfortunately, there were dozens of spider silk, so the rest of the people were the main targets. Eventually, his ankle was caught and he was about to be dragged down. "Save me." That person turned to Yichen and Qing Lu for help. "Save him." Yichen threw out a sword attack without hesitation. The black sword qi cut on the spider silk. Dong. That destructive sword qi did not break the spider silk, but only made it thinner. Black sky finger. Right after that, Qing Lu broke the spider silk with a finger attack. After escaping from death, the person who had just been saved flew to Yichen and the rest, saying gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life. I Sun Tianlang owe you my life. If you need me to help in the future, just let me know. I Sun Tianlang will not say no." Yichen said, "Brother Sun, let's help each other in the future." Sun Tianlang was also a half-step king warrior. Working together, their power had undoubtedly increased to another level. If they ran into the Ghostwood King and the Gopher King again, they would definitely be able to beat them. Alright. Sun Tianlang nodded. He then looked down at the cave and sighed. It was so tragic. 36 people, and now there are only dozens of them left. If it were not for you guys, I might have followed in their footsteps. Yichen said, "Brother Sun, do you think this is just a coincidence?" "Is it not a coincidence?" Sun Tianlang looked at Yichen. Yichen then said, "Before you came, how many people were there?" "I came quite early. When I came there were only 7 or 8 people. Guanglin King had said before that 7 people had already died. Then after you came were there any deaths? No. Sun Tianlang shook his head. That's right. It means that before you came, Guanglin King and the rest of them had already made their moves. They knew about the power of the hunters. So he suggested to work together. The purpose was indeed to get rid of the hunters and clear out the obstacles in the cave. But it was not like he did not want to use us as a shield. You mean they knew that this would happen? Sun Tianlang was extremely angry. Yichen said, I am just guessing. As for whether it is accurate or not, I do not know. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. But, brother Sun, you better not show your hostility toward them. It is not a smart thing to do. Taking a deep breath, Sun Tianlang said, Don't worry, I will not be reckless. Among the remaining dozens of people, Guanglin King and the Ice Pavilions, half of them were already there. There were only 5 of them on their side. The Shield King and Xiaohozuan could not be counted on. So, once a conflict broke out, it would be them who would suffer. There is still a long way to go. We just have to be careful. Yi Chen noticed the change in Sun Tianlang's expression and nodded secretly. He did not think that saving Sun Tianlang's life would make him follow him all the way. In this life and death situation, it would already be great if they did not step on him. Only by exposing Guanglin King's evil intentions would Sun Tianlang feel insecure and start to rely on them. Only then would he be able to make Sun Tianlang work for him wholeheartedly. After all, without Yi Chen and the rest of them, Sun Tianlang would not be able to move forward easily, and his life would be in danger at any moment. Of course, Yi Chen was not using him. It was a win-win situation. The more people there were, the more power there was. It was an unchanging truth. Right then, the skinny elder, the teenager, and the Iron Hand King flew over. Iron Hand King. Qing Lu's eyes looked cold. The Iron Hand King forced a laugh. What a coincidence. He was all alone right now and his power had been greatly reduced. He did not dare to mess with Qing Lu anymore. Qing Lu's cold expression did not change, but she would not attack the Iron Hand King first. It was not the right time yet. Not long after the 3 arrived, a loud laugh was heard. Thunder light flashed. Chem? Guanglin King and the rest frowned as they looked towards the direction of the laughter. Shoo. A thunder light figure materialized from the void. It was the Thunder Spirit King. Thunder Spirit King, nice to meet you. Guanglin King held his fists together, his tone was a bit respectful. If it were before, they could still control the situation. But once the Thunder Spirit King arrived, the situation had changed. With the Thunder Spirit King's power, he could kill them all. It was the power of absolute power. Chapter 731. Thunder Spirit King. The Shield King and the Iron Hand King both held their fists at the Thunder Spirit King to show their respect. Although the skinny elder did not hold his fists together, nor did he say anything, his expression was extremely serious. He could clearly tell that the Thunder Spirit King was unpredictable, more powerful than any of the half-step king warriors he had seen before. It was so powerful that it was hard to predict. What is going on here? The Thunder Spirit King nodded as he came to the top of the cave with his hands behind his back. Guanglin King said, There is a predator queen inside, and dozens of people have already died in her hands. Of course, with your power, the predator queen would not be able to do anything to you. The Thunder Spirit King waved his right hand. One predator queen is not scary. What is scary is that there is more than one inside. Even if one predator queen could bring him some trouble, it would be very limited. If there were 2 or 3 of them, then it would be a huge problem. Thunder Spirit King, I am Machihu. In my opinion, we should wait for another group of people to come, and then we will all go in together. Machihu was a demi-beast king from the Sky Tiger race. He could tell that the predator queen was in the cave, and it would be impossible to attack it from the outside. So, the only thing they could do was to go in with brute force. Of course, they would need to have enough people. That way, even if some people would die, it would only be a small portion of them and the rest would be able to make it through. Most importantly, with the Thunder Spirit King, one of the most powerful demi-king warriors, being here, it would be a lot safer. Brother Machi is right. The cave is deep and unpredictable. Staying outside would be a waste of time. The one who answered was the Ice Pavilion demi-king warrior, the Ice Spear King. The Ice Pavilion was one of the top 9 martial schools, and their head disciple Duan Lingya had even lost an arm to Yi Chen. Since that is the case, let's wait until there are more than 25 people. The Thunder Spirit King nodded. Time passed slowly as everyone waited quietly. Remember, don't stay too far away from me. Going through the cave might be the most dangerous thing to do in the forbidden place. Even with the sky hammer in her hand, Qing Lu might not be able to make it out alive. Yes, teacher. Senior, don't worry. Yen Feng and Murong Qingqing both nodded. Yichen didn't say anything. He was meditating and cultivating. Although breaking through to the next realm was about success when the conditions were right, sometimes it was also about luck. If luck was on his side, he could break through in the blink of an eye. If he could break through now, Yichen's strength would naturally increase greatly, which was a good thing. After 2 hours, the number of people finally exceeded 25. Everyone, the hunter's nest is extremely dangerous. If you go in alone, you will definitely die. If you go in together, you will only have a 50-50 chance of survival. I still stand by my words. Those who don't dare should not come looking for the tomb of Emperor of Four Extremes, because they do not have the qualifications. Guanglin Wang was very eloquent. With just one sentence, a lot of people who were hesitating had made up their minds. After all, he was right. There were countless treasures in the tomb of the Four Extreme Emperor. However, the more treasures there were, the more dangerous it would be. Without effort, there would be no return. Since they were already here, they had to give it their all. All right, let's charge together. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Guanglin Wang finished his sentence, everyone jumped down into the cave. Among them, the Thunder Spirit King was the fastest, leading the way. He had the power to do so. Then it was Guanglin Wang, Machi Hu, and the Ice Spear King. They were all trying to get close to the Thunder Spirit King. There is still not enough time. While he was meditating, Yichen already had a feeling that if he had enough time, he would be able to break through to late seas of Soul's realm. Even if he did not have 100% confidence, he would have at least 50% confidence. 25 people jumped into the massive cave like a small rock being thrown into the ocean, not making any waves at all. Without a sound, everyone fell into the deep darkness. Of course, looking from the outside, it was indeed pitch black. But once they got in, it was not so dark that they could not even see their fingers. They could still see 1,000 meters clearly. But what made them curious was that they could not see anything on the surface of the cave at all. It was pitch black, as if it could devour any kind of light. Oh. Yen Feng and Murong Qingqing were breathing very fast, and their hearts were beating very fast. It was not that they had not faced life and death situations before, but it was always in the light. But right now they were in the dark, and they did not know where the predators would attack from or when. The unknown was always scary. Even Yen Feng and Murong Qingqing were no exception. Normally, the two's mentality was not that different from Yi Chen's. But right then, the real difference was finally revealed. Among the five, Qing Lu and Sun Tianlang were both breathing a bit faster. Only Yi Chen was able to keep his heart rate normal. For him, being nervous would affect his performance. It would slow down his thinking and slow down his movements. Even if it was only 1%, it would be enough to kill him. No wonder my soul power could not reach out, and I could only see things with my eyes. It turns out that there are soul stone mines everywhere. Yichen finally knew why he could not see the walls of the cave. Most of the stones on the walls were minerals that contained soul stones, and the soul power would be greatly restricted. Soul stones could not only block out soul power, but also devour light. Without light, the eyes would naturally not be able to see the walls of the cave. Yichen could tell that there was a soul stone mine here because he had gotten a lot of soul stones in the Savage Ruin ancient place, so he was not a stranger to this kind of situation. But this cannot stop me. His pupils turned silver white, and wherever Yichen's eyes could see, the cave was all white, like a black and white world. Nothing could escape from his eyes. The only downside was that it was not as wide as the coverage of his soul power. After all, Yichen only had a pair of eyes, and it would be impossible for him to see everything in every direction. Almost at the same time, a pair of gold light beams shot out of Murong Qingqing's eyes. It was like two small searchlights, drawing a golden trace in the darkness. There were countless black holes on the walls of the cave, and they were all connected. The smallest one was at least 10 meters in diameter, and the biggest one was at least 10 meters in diameter. The black shadow moved, and a round object that was about 7 meters in size moved to one of the holes, its head poking out. In the red vision, the figures of the Thunder Spirit King and the others appeared. Swish! Opening its mouth, the round creature shot out a huge white web, covering towards the Thunder Spirit King and the others. Open! The Thunder Spirit King's reaction was extremely fast. He took out his long blade and slashed at the center of the spider web. It had not only cut the spider web into two, but the horrifying thunder power had also burned half of the spider web. It was not over yet. The Thunder Spirit King then threw out a second blade attack. The blade chi followed the spider web and attacked towards the round creature, which was the predator. The predator immediately retracted its head and jumped into the deep part of the black hole. There was a cracking sound. 100 meters long and a couple of meters deep crack appeared on the wall of the cave. The thunder power was spreading everywhere. Great masters, save me. Although the spider web had been cut into two, and half of it had been burned, the remaining two 10 meters wide webs still covered the two top master level warriors behind Guanglin King and Ice Spear King. Being covered by the huge web, even if they released their protective Zhenyuan, they would not be able to get rid of it. The huge power contained in the spider web had sent them flying towards the other side of the cave wall. Guanglin King and Ice Spear King did not have the time to think before they realized that the two had disappeared from their sight. It turned out that the other side of the cave wall had shot out two beams of white spider web, dragging them into the black hole. Damn it! Guanglin King clenched his fists. Before this, their Lin family had only lost one top master level warrior, and now they had lost another one. If they could not get some treasures as compensation, then this mission would not be worth it. Ice Spear King's expression was even worse than Guanglin King's. The other master level warrior who had been captured was his junior disciple. If he had known that the forbidden place would be this dangerous, he would not have brought a top master level warrior with him. Just like the Thunder Spirit King, he had nothing to worry about. Of course, even if he suggested not to bring a top master level warrior, most of the people in the ice pavilion would not agree. A big party would usually only have one or two half-step king warriors, and it would be impossible for them to send all of them. At most they would send one. Although one half-step king warrior was powerful, there would be no advantage if the enemy had half-step king warriors as well. At this moment, it would depend on who had more top master level warriors. Plus, who would have thought that the forbidden place would be more dangerous than they had imagined? Top master level warriors would not be able to move even an inch. The predator seemed to have been angered by the Thunder Spirit King, attacking him from time to time. He had even set up a lot of spider webs along the way. However, the Thunder Spirit King was way too powerful. Those spider webs could not stop him at all. They could not even slow him down for a second. Facing the Thunder Spirit King's counterattacks, the predator had more or less taken some damage. He no longer attacked the Thunder Spirit King, but instead turned to attack the people behind the Thunder Spirit King. On the other side of the cave wall, the predator did not attack the Thunder Spirit King and the group. His target was the others. Every scream meant that one person had been caught. So far, there had been 7 screams in total, bringing an indescribable horrifying atmosphere to this dark environment. Be careful. Stepping on his flying sword, Yi Chen looked like a beam of sword light, traveling in the darkness. As he pointed out his sword finger, another flying sword appeared out of nowhere, shooting out sword chi from time to time to deflect the incoming spider webs. With his soul eyes, these invisible spider webs had nowhere to hide, and he had noticed them from far away. Although Murong Qingqing's demon eyes were not as powerful as Yi Chen's, she could still see the spider webs. With the two of them there, Qin Lu, Yen Fengfeng, and Sun Tianlang did not have to worry about these spider webs at all. All they needed to do was to follow the instructions and attack. Luckily, I am here with them. Sun Tianlang was extremely glad. If it were not for the fact that he was with Yi Chen, it would not be this easy for him and he might have been killed already. And this had made him even more determined to stand on Yi Chen's side. As long as he could get some soup, he would be fine. He knew very well that without Yi Chen and the rest, no matter how many treasures he had, he would not be able to bring them back. Screams were heard from time to time. 11 people had already been caught, which was almost half of the total number. What made everyone let out a breath of relief was that they had already seen the light, which was bright red. We're almost there. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Qing Lu did not let her guard down at all. Instead, she was getting more and more nervous. Her years of experience told her that when they were about to get out of danger, it was actually the most dangerous moment. Just as she finished talking, dozens of spider webs covered over. In the deepest part of the cave, besides the 2 predator queens, there were also a lot of predator kings. No. Seeing that they were about to get out of danger, a lot of people subconsciously let their guard down. However, the dozens of spider webs that were coming at them made them feel hopeless. Mystical attack. Qing Lu yelled as she held the sky hammer in her hand, blasting out a shining rectangular tunnel. Come in. Qing Lu jumped in. Yi Chen and the other 3 followed right behind her. Boom. Boom. The tunnel behind them kept on breaking down as the 4 traveled through it. Chapter 732. In times of danger, it was the best time to show one's power. The Shield King formed a spell with both of his hands, forming a brown-colored mountain right outside of his body. It wrapped around Xia Hozuan and flew towards the other side of the cave, letting the spider web cover them. Guanglin King, Ice Spear King and Machi who were a bit more relaxed. The three of them had put up a huge protective layer together, breaking through everything easily. The skinny elder performed his super powerful wind art, carrying the teenager and flying in the air in a mysterious way. The Iron Hand King was all alone, looking very messed up. However, he was quite lucky as he could always make it out safely. As for the Thunder Spirit King, he held up his blade with both of his hands and waved out 1,000 meters long thunder blade light. Anything that got in his way would be turned into ashes within a second. However, the others did not have such powerful attacks. No matter how hard they struggled, no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to escape from those layers of spider webs. The mysterious attack contained the Space Profound, which could send the enemy into a different dimension, where they would only be able to use half of their power. It was an ace attack that Xianhou had created. As Xuanhou's teacher, although Qing Lu was not as powerful as Xianhou, she was still a very talented genius. She had not only trained the mysterious attack to an extremely high level, but she had also created another kind of effect. This rectangular glowing tunnel looked like a rectangle, but it was actually a space node. Traveling through it, Yi Qin and the other three felt like they had arrived at a colorful spiral tunnel. Tearing open the surreal space? Yi Qin was a bit shocked. Qing Lu explained, the space has its own structure as well. If you treat it like a building, there are two ways to get in. One is to use brute force to break the wall and get in directly. The other is to open the door or the window. The mysterious attack would be the second one. Of course, the space here is too stable. I can only use the sky hammer to do it. Right now it is breaking down. We have to hurry up, otherwise we will be exiled into the surreal space and be assimilated by the space power. Entering the surreal space in the forbidden place was extremely dangerous, so Qing Lu had to do it. 25 people had entered the cave, but only 15 had passed. More than half of the total number had survived, but in reality, less than 10% had survived. That was because those who had survived had the greatest chance of surviving. Those who had died were those who hadn't been strong enough. In other words, if one was not strong enough and did not have the ability to survive, there was no need to hope for a 50% chance of survival. Before entering, those who died would always think that they might not have a 50% chance of survival. If they were given another chance, most of them would give up. Of course, there was no second chance in life and time could not be reversed. There were many things that needed to be considered before acting. After passing through the cave, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a deathly still world and a black graveyard that stretched as far as the eye could see. We've reached the graveyard. Joy appeared on Sun Tianlong's face. We've finally arrived. Qing Lu let out a sigh of relief. Their luck was very good. Up until now, only Lin Gaoming had died. The rest of them had all survived. However, if there were a few more dangers, the result would be hard to say. From now on, everyone will have to rely on their own power. A beam of light flashed through the Thunder Spirit King's eyes. His purpose of coming here was not the same as the others. The others were here for the treasures, but he was only here for the Space Profound martial arts. As long as he could learn the Space Profound, it would be very beneficial for him in the future. As the Thunder Spirit King was talking, a wave of space vibration appeared. Everyone looked over and were all shocked. It turned out that there was another portal. From the portal, 5 human shadows came out in 2 groups. One group was the Punish King and the 2 top master-level warriors from the prison martial school, and the other group was Dantai Mingyue and the elder with white hair. Prison martial school, Tantai family. Guanglin King's eyes flickered. Although the top 9 martial schools and the top 4 families were at the same level, seriously speaking, the top 4 families would be a lot weaker than the top 9 martial schools. A martial school was a martial school after all, and it was not something a family could compete with. The prison martial school was one of the top 9 martial schools, so their power was definitely above the Lin family. And the Punish King was an old generation demi-king warrior, who had the power of a top demi-king warrior. The Tantai family was just like the Lin family, also one of the top 4 families. Unfortunately, the Tantai family had a martial genius like Dantai Mingyue, while the Lin family was lacking in talent. Haha, we are quite lucky. We did not fall behind. The Punish King laughed out loud as he glanced at the Thunder Spirit King and Qing Lu. The former made him afraid, while the latter had a top-rank spirit tree. Punish King, long time no see. When the Thunder Spirit King had just reached the Demi-King warrior level, the Punish King was already one of the top warriors among the Demi-King warriors. After a long time, the Thunder Spirit King had caught up, and any Demi-King warrior would give him enough respect. Indeed, long time no see. The punished king nodded. There were 5 graveyards in total, forming a line. The first one should be the grave of the 4 extreme emperors Grey Wolf King. There were 2 30 meters tall giant wolf statues in front of the graveyard. They were roaring into the sky, bringing with them a horrifying evil chi. Yichen used his soul eye to check out the surroundings. He realized that the whole graveyard was covered in a horrifying forbidden power. Although the power was hidden, the light chi that was being emitted was enough to make people's hair stand on end. It was as if it could kill people at any second. The only entrance was the gate of the Grey Wolf King's graveyard. I knew I needed a key. Yichen saw a teacup-sized keyhole on the gate. Without any surprises, if he wanted to enter the graveyard, he would need the key to the Grey Wolf constellation. Open. All of a sudden, the Thunder Spirit King, who was standing in front of the gate, took out his blade and waved it. The dominating thunder and lightning blade light landed on the metal gate. Boom. The metal gate shone with a bright light. The thunder and lightning blade light seemed to have landed on something soft and bounced back even faster. The Thunder Spirit King was surprised as he lifted up his blade to block out the blade light that he had shot out. Perhaps I need a key? Guanglin King looked at everyone with a different thought. Tian, ergo. The skinny elder nodded to the teenager. Right now, everyone was here, so it would be pointless to hide the key. Most importantly, opening the graveyard would require 4 keys, and the other 3 would be in the hands of the others. All right. The teenager walked towards the gate. He had gotten the first movement of the void-shattering finger art? Xia Hozuan and Yichen realized it immediately. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that the first movement of the void-shattering finger art and the key to the Grey Wolf constellation had been taken by this mysterious teenager. If I have guessed it right, that person should be the Stormwind King. The Shield King had recognized the skinny elder's identity. Who is he? Xia Hozuan was talking about the mysterious teenager. The Shield King said, the Stormwind King is under the command of the Air Emperor. Without any surprises, this kid should be the youngest disciple of the Air Emperor Jianghu. He has the rare Dao body, which is one of the most powerful ones right now. It is even more powerful than the evil spirit body. Jianghu? Xia Hozuan squinted his eyes. The Shield King was the great master of the surreal martial school, so the source of the information would not be wrong. And the Air Emperor was even more famous. He was just as powerful as his teacher, the leader of the surreal martial school, Su King. How is Yichen compared to him? Xia Hozuan asked subconsciously. The Shield King said, it is hard to say. But in my opinion, Yichen should not be able to compete with him. The Dao body was a rare body that could only be found once in 10,000 years. It had a great comprehensive ability, and was the favorite of the nature. It had a secret connection with the nature itself. Different from the evil spirit body, the Dao body was powerful in all aspects. Therefore, it was even more powerful than the evil spirit body. It would be hard for Yichen to compete with it. This kid is called Jiang. He is 28 years old. Perhaps he will be your biggest rival in the future. Judging on all aspects, Duguju would not be able to compete with him. Qing Lu said to Yichen. Very powerful indeed. Yichen nodded slightly. He could feel that wherever Jiang Tian, who had the symbol in between his eyebrows, went, the natural environment would be centered around him, bringing him an extreme threat. Walking to the metal door, Jiang Tian took out a huge blue key from his storage ring. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it slowly. Crack, crack, crack. The metal door that did not move at all opened up a gap as the key was turned. Crack. Jiang Tian pushed it hard and the metal door opened completely. The door is open. Without thinking, everyone flashed their bodies and shot into the metal door. Let's go in. Qing Lu and Yichen and the other 4 entered the door as well. The second they entered, everyone realized that they had entered a lost space without any sense of direction. They were separated from their friends all of a sudden and were all alone. Is this a king-level spell? Once he entered the tomb, Yichen not only realized that his vision had been twisted, but his soul power had also been twisted. It was like he was in a surreal space and nothing could reach out of it. Although his soul eye could see some images, it could not tell the distance and direction between the two, which was something that had never happened before. Therefore, Yichen thought that this was a king-level spell which would work even on life and death realm warriors. Looking at Murong Qingqing's image that was so far away, Yichen gave up on trying to find her. He could only take it one step at a time, since he did not think that this spell was used to kill them. Otherwise, why would they leave the key behind? Not knowing how much time had passed, Yichen walked out of the spell and appeared in a dark tunnel. The lights on the side lit up automatically, making a slight popping sound. Without thinking too much, Yi Qin continued to walk along the tunnel. 3 walls away from Yi Qin, Jiang Tian's body appeared. At the same time, Dantai Mingyue, who was wearing red clothes and a red veil over her face, also appeared behind 2 walls to the north of Yi Qin. The 3 were very close to each other. If there were no walls separating them, they could even see each other. The tomb was like a maze, very complicated. Yi Qin walked in the tunnel with his intuition. He seemed to have sensed a familiar qi, and the dream-eating wolf that had been quiet in his beast tag started to get restless. Quiet. Yi Qin patted the beast tag. Chapter 733. After a pot of tea worth of time, the dream-eating wolf inside the tag started to get restless again. Compared to last time, it was even more intense this time, as if something was attracting it. I'm almost there. It should be the pellet room, right? Yi Qin could sense the source of the dream-eating wolf's restlessness. There was a hint of extremely light pellet scent coming from there. Following the scent, Yi Qin gradually approached. Soon the footsteps stopped. Yi Qin was standing in front of a stone door. The pellet scent was indeed coming from inside. Reaching out both of his hands, Yi Qin pushed the stone door with all his might. There was nothing special about the stone door, and it opened with a loud bang. This is demonic beast breeding fluid? The stone room was extremely huge, like a square. In the middle of the room, a pellet furnace was standing there. On the outside of the furnace there was a metal wolf head. Below the wolf head was a stone trough, with drops of blue liquid dripping down from the wolf head's mouth into the trough. The trough had already been filled up a long time ago, and the transparent liquid kept dripping out. A dense pellet scent filled the room, lingering for a long time. The reason why Yi Qin thought it was demonic beast breeding fluid was because of the demonic power contained within the pellet scent, which was extremely hard for humans to absorb. Can it still be used? Yi Qin walked over to the stone trough and realized that the liquid in the stone trough was different from the liquid that had flowed down from the wolf head's mouth. One of them was transparent, without any nutrition, while the other one was blue, which obviously contained an extremely powerful energy. Obviously, this blue liquid would lose its effect after a while. The energy in the stone trough had already evaporated, and only the alchemy furnace was still working. Opening the lid of the furnace, Yi Qin's eyebrows flicked. He was extremely shocked. Inside the alchemy furnace, there was nothing but a cyan crystal. The crystal was about the size of a fist. As the alchemy furnace revolved, strands of cyan air gathered together and condensed into a cyan liquid. It flowed into the metal wolf head through the pipe and then flowed down. The fact that the furnace could operate for 70,000 years should have something to do with the formation in the graveyard. The formation could absorb the natural energy and provide power. But this crystal has been refined for 70,000 years, and it still hasn't disappeared? Intuition told Yi Qin that this blue crystal was not simple at all. It was at least a semi-extreme grade crystal. It might even be an extreme grade crystal, which was priceless. After looking at the cyan crystal, Yi Qin reached out his hand to grab it. So heavy. The fist-sized cyan crystal was thousands of times heavier than Yi Qin had imagined. Even with his strength of several 100,000 genes, it wasn't easy for him to pick it up. He estimated that it weighed no less than 100,000 genes. This kind of density surpassed any known metal. Generally speaking, even top-grade treasures weren't this heavy. The cyan crystal and the alchemy furnace are still in good condition. They can be used to cultivate the dream-eating wolf. Maybe he can become a half-step demon king or even a demon king. The higher one's power was, the more help they would need. The world was just too big and there were a lot of unknown dangerous places. In the future there might be life and death friends, but friends would also part ways. There would always be times when one would be alone. Therefore, cultivating beasts was the best way. They would not betray you and they would not have conflicts of interest with you. At the critical moment they would be able to fight side by side with you. The longer the time it took to cultivate the beasts, the better it would be. After a long time, they would develop feelings for you, and they would be willing to sacrifice for you. If the time was short, although they would not betray you, they might not agree with you. Extreme rank beast power crystal. A voice was suddenly heard. Yi Qin turned his head and squinted his eyes. It was Jiang Tian. He had a secret connection with nature, and his chi hiding power was top-notch. Plus, Yi Qin did not release his soul power all the time. Therefore, Yi Qin was not able to sense it even when he was hundreds of meters away. Hee, my luck is not bad. I can't believe I got a fist-sized extreme rank beast power crystal. Normally, a finger-sized one would be enough to make a half-step demon king fight for it. Such a big one, even a beast king would be tempted. Jiang Tian had a smile on his face as he walked over step by step. Putting away the blue crystal, Yi Chen said, "It should be my luck. You are only the one who found it. The one who will get it in the end will be me." Jiang Tian looked very confident. "That is not for sure." Yi Chen put the cauldron away. This cauldron was not a normal cauldron, as it could only be used to train things. Therefore its value was just as high as a semi-extreme rank great weapon. Without this cauldron, Yi Chen would not be able to train it even with the blue crystal. "Not for sure. You will find out soon. But if I were you, I would take the initiative to give you these two things. Only then would you have the chance to live." Jiang Tian blocked in front of the stone door, looking at Yi Chen casually. The symbol in between his eyebrows started to shine, which was a sign that he was about to attack. "You are very confident. But too bad, confidence will not let you win against me." Yi Chen admitted that Jiang Tian was very powerful. According to Qing Lu, he should be just like him, the type that had no weaknesses. But it did not mean that he would have the chance to win against him. Hearing him, Jiang Tian laughed. "If I am not wrong, you are Yi Chen from the True Spirit continent, right? It is really regretful, but this might be the last time you show your face. In the future, there will not be a sword master Yi Chen in this world anymore. You will die here. It is too early for you to be arrogant." Tidying up his clothes, Yi Chen straightened his back. A wave of invisible sword chi appeared, and his thunder disaster sword made a loud noise. Just as the two were about to attack, a light footstep sound was heard from outside the stone door. The owner of the footstep did not seem to be planning to hide. The next second, a red figure appeared outside the door. It was Dantai Mingyue. "These two are going to attack?" Dantai Mingyue's pretty eyebrows flicked. The two people in her sight were not normal warriors. One was the True Spirit Continent Sword Master, and the other was a mysterious young warrior. The threat that he brought to her was no weaker than Yi Chen, and even more dangerous than Duguju and Lu Wujian. They were definitely not normal warriors. Just as the two were about to attack, she came at the wrong time. "This girl is not simple." Jiang Tian glanced at Dantai Mingyue out of the corner of his eyes and came to a conclusion. He said to Yi Chen, "It seems like you are quite lucky after all. You will not die here without anyone knowing." Although Dantai Mingyue was not simple, Jiang Tian was confident that he would only need to pay a small price to kill Yi Chen. And even if he paid a small price, Dantai Mingyue would not be able to handle him. Therefore this battle was inevitable. "You talk too much. Let's do it." Yi Chen would not underestimate Dantai Mingyue, who was very mysterious. But he was thinking the same thing as Jiang Tian. This battle was inevitable. Besides the extreme rank beast power crystal, it was also because of the fact that there could not be two tigers on the same mountain. Since he could not run away, then he might as well fight with all he had. "Since you are not going to hand over the thing, then you will have to pay with your life." 5 symbol palm. The symbol in between his eyebrows suddenly shone as Jiang Tian reached out his right hand. A twisted symbol appeared on each of his 5 fingers. As he threw out a palm attack, 5 symbols attacked toward Yi Chen. Symbol palm power. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. When activating a semi-extreme rank defensive weapon, there would be symbols on the protective Zhen Yuan as well. This Jiang Tian symbol palm power was a bit similar to the defensive symbols. However, it did not show defensive power but offensive power. Chen. Taking out his thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen waved out a dark gold pattern, preparing to test the destructive power of the symbol palm power. Swoosh. The dark gold pattern contained the destruction sword intent. Once it made contact with the symbol palm power, a series of explosions were heard. Not good. It is the nature's will. This symbol palm power contains not only its own martial will, but also the nature's will. Yi Chen's body flashed as he backed out. In front of him, 5 crystal-colored fire waves attacked toward him. It was the flame chi after the symbol palm power exploded, which tore apart the dark gold pattern instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Drawing an arc in the air, Yi Chen avoided the colored flame. However, the stone wall near him had 5 extra holes, which were all burnt black. Not bad. You managed to avoid the 5 symbol palm. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. He threw out dozens of 5 symbol palm attacks with both of his hands. The twisted symbols flew everywhere, blocking all the blind spots. Thunder devour. Condense. Yi Chen was not the kind of person who did not know how to fight back. 5 sword wings appeared on his back as he flew in the air. His speed was instantly doubled, traveling through the twisted symbols. At the same time, the thunder disaster sword that was shining like thunder also waved out a killing attack in his hand, shooting out a black light ball. Boom. The black light ball exploded and the thunder spread out crazily. "Ah, you are still too young. Above the stone room, Jiang Tian's body appeared, throwing out a palm attack toward Yi Chen. As this palm attack was thrown out, dozens of hundreds of symbol palm power attacked out. The aggressive natures will make people feel like they were in the middle of a natural disaster. Not to mention top master level warriors, even normal half-step king warriors would not be able to get away with it. It would be impossible for them to do it without paying a price. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was not a normal top master level warrior, nor was he a normal half-step king warrior. He was Yi Chen, and compared to warriors at the same level, he had no weakness at all. Facing the incoming symbol palm power, his sword intent continued to increase, breaking through the natural's restriction as he threw out a sword attack. This sword attack was still the Thunder Devour, but its shape was extremely huge, more than 5 meters in diameter. It was like a falling star surrounded by thunder and lightning as it shot out. Boom. The symbol palm power and the thunder ball clashed together, and waves of horrifying blast waves spread out. If this stone room were not covered by the restriction spell, it would have been destroyed for sure. A thunder profound that is way beyond the entry level? Dantai Mingyue was shocked. The mastery of the profound was divided into 3 levels: entry, completion, and completion. Once the mastery of a profound was over 30%, it would be the entry level and 99% would be the completion level. Yi Chen's Thunder Devour contained the Thunder Profound that was way beyond the entry level. It was at least 50 to 60%. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to accumulate this much power. With her back against the wall outside the stone room, Dantai Mingyue shifted her attention to Jiang Tian. His ability to control the naturals had surprised her as well. Without some kind of powerful body and talent, even if one had great comprehensive ability, it would still be impossible to control the natural's will. Although Jiang Tian had only controlled a small part of the natural's will, not the whole world. It is over. Inside the stone room that was as huge as a square, Jiang Tian had a smile on his face. Out of nowhere, layers of colorful spell symbols appeared out of his body. They expanded all of a sudden, forming a massive spell ball that covered Yi Chen, taking up almost half of the stone room. It should not end like this, right? Dantai Mingyue could see the power of the symbol ball, but Yi Chen was not an easy person to deal with either. Those who had underestimated him had all failed. Chapter 734. Being inside the massive spell ball, Yi Chen could feel that he had lost his connection with the outside world. These spell patterns were connected by countless thin energy strings, which was very unique. It was like a small ball-shaped world with the natural will inside. And the natural will was completely under Jiang Tian's control. In other words, Jiang Tian was the ruler of this massive spell ball. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chen continued to wave his sword and attack. The black sword chi was like a tornado as it attacked toward the giant symbol ball. But, the giant symbol ball had the ability to disperse the power. No matter how powerful the power was, it would be dispersed into hundreds of thousands of parts, which would be useless. Gold Fury. Sword intent poured out of his body as Yi Chen waved out an extremely powerful sword attack. The sword chi formed into a beam of dark gold light and shot out. Crack. A crack appeared on the giant symbol ball, which was getting bigger and bigger. The twisted symbols around it started to crumble and disintegrate while the sword chi leaked out. Combined sword movement? Jiang Tian was a bit surprised. He hurried to form a spell with both of his hands and threw out a symbol palm power to fill up the gap. It was like he was patching up his clothes. Break. Zhen Yuan exploded as Yi Chen continued to attack the gap that was being filled up, trying to prevent it from recovering immediately. Don't even think about getting out. Jiang Tian was furious. The colored symbol in between his eyebrows actually separated out and floated in the midair. The next second, a mysterious power covered the giant symbol ball. The gap that had been cut open started to recover at 10 times the speed, which was obviously faster than Yi Chen's breaking speed. Soon the giant symbol ball was as perfect as before. Dot. Symbol kill. His right hand tightened as a cold look flashed through Jiang Tian's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard one after another. The innermost symbols in the giant symbol ball started to surround Yi Chen, spinning at an extreme speed like a tornado made of symbols. Normal tornadoes could already cause huge damage to normal people and destroy buildings. However, the tornado made of symbols could kill any top master level warriors, and even normal half-step king warriors would be badly wounded. It was Jiang Tian's ace attack that could kill everything within a second. This won't do. This rune sphere is a complete entity. It contains the will of the world that belongs to Jiang Tian. If I want to destroy the rune sphere, I have to make it imperfect. The best way is to destroy the will of the world inside, allowing my sword intent to dominate everything. Whoa. Blue veins popped out on his forehead and temples as he released his destruction sword intent for the first time. Before, even when he encountered Lu Wujin, he had only used his normal power without going beyond his limit. It should be known that the reason why martial geniuses were called martial geniuses was because they could bring out their potential at the critical moment. Obviously, before Jiang Tian, there was no one who could make him bring out his potential. No one knew how powerful the destruction sword intent would be when it surpassed its own limits. But right now the result would be revealed. Boom. With Yi Qin as the starting point, a beam of black sword intent shot out into the sky. It did not break through the giant symbol ball, but it had messed up the natural will inside, breaking away from Jiang Tian's control. Under the black sword intent, Yi Qin looked like a destructive sword artist. His whole body was covered in that destructive qi. Wherever he went, any will that tried to attack him would be destroyed. Although he was not the dominator of this place, he was the destroyer of this place and was above the dominator. What? The natural will has been broken. Jiang Tian looked shocked for the first time. The giant symbol ball was his ace attack, and even the Shadow Ghost Bat King had been trapped by it for a while, allowing him to escape easily. He did not think that Yi Qin would have the same power as the Shadow Ghost Bat King. It was obvious that Yi Qin had used his sword intent to break through his natural will, making the giant symbol ball imperfect. Moreover, the Shadow Ghost Bat King did not know anything about it at all, so it had broken through it with brute force. Crack. The natural will had been messed up, and the symbols on the giant symbol ball started to become unstable. Seizing the chance, Yi Qin threw out a sword attack. The dark gold light pierced through the giant symbol ball, shooting towards Jiang Tian. Seal. A huge amount of symbols gathered into a shield. Jiang Tian controlled the shield from a distance, putting it in front of his body. With a bang, the glyph flew in all directions like moths burning with glazed flames. The dark golden light that had not yet dissipated hit Jiang Tian's defensive armor, causing him to lose control of his body and fly out involuntarily. In the end, he stumbled and fell on the ground, his back leaning against the stone wall. Cough cough. The dark gold light had consumed a part of its power to break through the giant symbol ball, and another part to break through the shield. The remaining power was not enough to break through Jiang Tian's defensive armor, but it was not good for him either. His chest felt heavy and he could not help but cough out a couple of times. Squinting his eyes, a bone-chilling cold light appeared out of them as Jiang Tian said coldly, "It seems like I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to be able to break through my symbol small world." His destruction sword intent had been pushed to its limit. Yi Qin walked out of the crumbling giant symbol ball and said coldly, "Does this mean that things are out of your control now?" "Not necessarily." His palm left a symbol palm print on the stone wall as Jiang Tian rushed towards Yi Qin at an extreme speed, throwing out a palm attack. Symbol killing palm. Boom. A huge twisting symbol fell from the sky, covering Yi Qin within, trying to cover up Yi Qin's body. 5 sword attacks. Pointing out his right hand, the gold sword on Yi Qin's back came out of its scabbard automatically. It turned into 3 then 5. 5 sword shadows attacked towards that huge symbol palm power. An explosion was heard as the symbol palm power turned into a bright flame, burning the gold sword. Go. Yi Qin frowned as he waved his finger again. That slightly twisted gold sword shot out of the flame, flying towards Jiang Tian's head. Break. Jiang Tian grinned and reached out his right hand. A giant hand made of symbols grabbed the gold sword. The giant hand gripped the sword tightly. The sword was already damaged and it was burned by the crystal flame. Instantly, it shattered into a few pieces, turning it into a piece of trash. At the same time, Jiang Tian silently chanted, "Rune-killing curse. Danger." Yi Qin's pupils shrank as he sensed countless tiny symbols attacking towards him with his soul power. Flashing his body, Yi Qin tried to dodge. However, he had underestimated these rune seals. These rune seals did not have a physical form, and they were all aimed at Yi Qin. In just a split second, several rune seals drilled into Yi Qin's brain and floated above his Sea of Soul, trying to destroy the Sea of Soul. "This is a soul attack." Yi Qin was shocked. It was his first time facing a soul attack and it was not a normal one either. It was a soul attack martial art that was made up of soul power. It was a secret martial art that even life and death realm warriors might not have such a high-level soul attack martial art. As the symbols were activated, Yi Qin's soul ocean started to churn. The destruction sword spirit, which had been treating the soul ocean as its own territory, was activated. Countless destructive sword intents attacked towards the symbols, destroying them completely. But very quickly, even more runes and curses invaded. You really think that I am powerless? Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as his destruction sword spirit turned from being extremely quiet to being extremely active. It traveled quickly above Yi Chen's soul ocean. Wherever it went, pieces of symbols were destroyed. Yi Chen's soul ocean was already 5 times bigger than normal people's, so how could it be destroyed so easily? Of course, he would not be stupid enough to let his opponent do whatever he wanted. Therefore, he activated his destruction sword spirit right away, using it to destroy the symbols. Such a powerful sword spirit? Jiang Tian could sense that the symbols that he had activated were being destroyed one by one. They did not work as they should, and activating the symbols had drained his soul power. Even if he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that the symbol killing spell did not work on Yi Chen. These two. Dantai Mingyue's red lips opened as a shocked expression appeared in her eyes. The two's power was within her estimation, so she was not that surprised. However, Jiang Tian's symbol killing spell had frightened her. With normal attacks, even if she could not handle it, she would still be able to leave easily. But soul attacks were impossible to avoid. For the warriors at the current stage, it would be a fatal attack. Only after reaching the life and death realm would they be able to study the mysteries of the soul and strengthen their soul defense. But obviously Yi Chen had blocked out Jiang Tian's soul attack. She could not imagine how powerful his soul was. Blood-severing ghost finger. After destroying all the symbols, Yi Chen pointed his finger at Jiang Tian. Maybe it was because of the increase of his killing intent, or maybe it was because Jiang Tian had stimulated Yi Chen's battle intent. But as Yi Chen waved his finger, a ghostly figure in white appeared behind him. According to the introduction of the blood-severing ghost finger, only after reaching the minor realm could one condense a ghostly figure. Andragon King's blood-severing ghost finger was only at the minor realm. Unfortunately, the ghostly figure had only appeared for a second before disappearing, as if it had never appeared before. That was why it did not attract Jiang Tian and Dantai Mingyue's attention. However, the power of the blood-severing ghost finger had shocked Dantai Mingyue once again, while Jiang Tian was a little frightened. A white ghostly claw had ignored his defense and reached deep into his body, drawing out a thick bloody light. Blood-severing secret art. Jiang Tian coldly glanced at Yi Chen, and quickly fled to the stone room's entrance. His blood and chi had been reduced by a lot in an instant. If he continued to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chen did not plan to let him go. He took the opportunity to perform 2 more blood-severing ghost finger, causing Jiang Tian's chi to weaken. So, Jiang Tian left the stone room. Yi Chen chased after him. There is always a higher mountain. Unfortunately, Yi Chen is still the highest mountain. Standing where she was, Dantai Mingyue shook her head. Yi Chen had been a famous figure for several years now. During this period, many people had challenged him, but all of them had failed. Even Duguju, who was equally famous as her, had suffered setbacks time and time again. If there could only be one monstrous genius in each generation, then Yi Chen would undoubtedly be that monstrous genius. Yi Chen, I will make you fall. While flying, Jiang Tian saw that Yi Chen was still chasing after him. His voice was extremely cold. Yi Chen said, I remember you said that before. You think you can kill me? A pair of rune wings appeared on Jiang Tian's back. With a flap of the wings, his speed suddenly increased, leaving Yi Chen far behind. Speed is also my advantage. Jiang Tian was indeed well-rounded and did not have any weaknesses. But he was facing Yi Chen, who also had no weaknesses. A flying sword landed under Yi Chen's feet, carrying him as he chased after Jiang Tian. Ha! Tricked. What Yi Chen could not see was Jiang Tian's cruel smile. When he left the stone room, his jade token had suddenly sensed Windstorm King's chi. Now he was getting closer to Windstorm King. With Windstorm King's power, killing Yi Chen would be a piece of cake. Although it would make him feel a bit regretful that he could not kill Yi Chen with his own hands. Chapter 735. The two were not only moving at an extremely fast speed, but every turn, every acceleration, and every deceleration were perfectly timed. It was as if they had gone through the most precise measurements. Yi Chen relied on his powerful soul, while Jiang Tian relied on his control of the environment around him. Go! With 5 times more soul power than normal people, Yi Chen was able to move with ease. He continued to calculate his movement while controlling his flying swords to attack Jiang Tian. Obviously, Jiang Tian was just as good at calculating his movement. He kept waving his palm to block out the flying swords, making clanking sounds. Is it Tianer? Who is chasing after him? 1,000 meters away, the skinny elder took out the jade tag from his storage ring. On the tag, the red dot was flashing at an extremely fast speed, which meant that Jiang Tian was moving at a high speed. Otherwise, the red dot would not be flashing at such a fast speed. No matter who it is, he is dead for sure. The skinny elder squinted his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, the one chasing after Jiang Tian must be a famous half-step king warrior. Although Jiang Tian's spell was a killing attack, the half-step king warrior's soul was already in a metamorphosis state, which meant that the spell would not be able to help Jiang Tian kill his opponent's soul. It would at most wound his soul. With his own power, Jiang Tian would only be about the same as a normal half-step king warrior. Putting away the jade tag, the skinny elder's body flashed, disappearing from where he was standing like a gust of wind. Yichen realized that Dantai Mingyue had already left the stone room with the extreme rank beast power crystals. The Iron Hand King walked out, shaking his head as he said with a low voice, "There must be a lot of treasures in the Grey Wolf King's pellet-making room. I wonder who took them. If I had come earlier, I would have been able to kill this person and take all the treasures." The stone room had been through a huge battle, so it was impossible for the Iron Hand King not to notice it. Since it was able to cause such a huge battle, the treasures inside must be extraordinary. Hopefully my luck will be better from now on. Activating his Zhen Yuan, the Iron Hand King flew toward the other side of the tunnel, where Yi Qin and Jiang Tian had been. "Yi Qin, your death is coming." On the other side of the wall, Jiang Tian had already sensed Elder Feng's presence. Once he sensed it, he immediately stopped and turned around, looking at Yi Qin with a cold expression. "Is that all you know how to do?" Yi Qin didn't have Jiang Tian's ability to control part of the heaven and earth, and in the graveyard, his soul power wasn't that useful either. He activated his soul eyes and scanned around. Soon he saw a figure flying towards him through the wall. Although he couldn't see it clearly from Jiang Tian's expression, he could tell that it was the skinny Storm King. Rumble. The Wind Storm King didn't choose to take a detour at all. He directly broke the wall and appeared in Yi Chen's sight. When he was about to say something, he saw lightning flashing in front of him. A black light ball that had been compressed to the extreme shot toward him. Knowing that the other party was a foe and not a friend, Yi Chen could not be bothered to waste his breath. He sent a compressed devour of lightning at the other party before turning around and flying away. Waving his hand to blow out the black light ball, the Windstorm King sneered, "Do you think you can get away?" As he spoke, the Windstorm King waved his hand and countless wind walls appeared at the end of the tunnel, blocking Yi Chen's way. This Windstorm King's power. I am afraid he is not weaker than the Punish King. Yi Chen broke through one wind wall after another. However, the speed of the wind wall's formation was way too fast. Every time he broke one, another one would already be formed, which seemed to be endless. What is going on? Blocking Yi Chen's way, the Windstorm King didn't attack right away. He was curious since Yi Chen was only at peak level mid-Sea of Soul's realm. Normally he shouldn't be able to fight against Jiang Tian. But based on what had happened before, it was obviously Yi Chen who was chasing after Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's expression was not good as he said, "He is not weak at all. My symbol killing spell does not work on him at all. Plus, he knows a secret art that can cut off my chi and blood, which ignores my defense." Cut off chi and blood. Could it be the blood-severing ghost finger? Windstorm King immediately thought of Dragon King's blood-severing ghost finger. This finger art was extremely strange, disregarding defense and rules. In terms of lethality, it wasn't inferior to the rune extermination curse in the slightest. If cultivated to greater completion, one could even kill ordinary life and death kings with the strength of a half-step king. "Little brother, hand over the blood-severing ghost finger and I will let you go." A light flashed in the Windstorm King's eyes as he thought of a plan. Elder Feng. Jiang Tian did not plan to let Yi Chen leave alive. He was different from the other arrogant martial geniuses. What he wanted was the result. If he could kill Yi Chen with his own hands, it would be the best. If not, then he would kill him no matter what. What is the rush? Let's get the blood-severing ghost finger first, then kill him. The Windstorm King said with a Zhen Yuan transmission. Get the blood-severing ghost finger? Jiang Tian suddenly understood. He then nodded slightly and said to Yi Chen with a smile, "Right now you only have one choice. Hand over the blood-severing ghost finger. Otherwise you will die." Blood-severing ghost finger. You guys know about it too. Yi Chen's expression did not change. The Windstorm King touched his beard and said, "The famous blood-severing ghost finger. Who doesn't know about it? I, the Windstorm King, will keep my words. Hand over the blood-severing ghost finger and I will let you live." He thought to himself, There is no need to keep promises to dead people. This is the law of the jungle. Alright. Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. What? The Windstorm King and Jiang Tian were a bit surprised. The blood-severing ghost finger was so important, and he had agreed without even thinking about it. It was hard for them to believe. But then they got angry. Yi Chen had just finished talking when he waved his finger at the two, taking away a lot of their qi and blood. Especially Jiang Tian, who had already lost a lot of qi and blood. Now that he was attacked again, his legs went soft and he almost fell onto the ground. While the Windstorm King's qi and blood were in chaos and his control was greatly reduced, Yi Chen activated his flying sword and broke through several wind walls, breaking out of the encirclement. You are looking for death. The Windstorm King was furious. He threw out a palm attack at Yi Chen from a distance. The horrifying whirlwind palm attack did not have a trace at all as it landed on Yi Chen's back. Boom. The muddy sky armor could not stop this powerful palm attack at all. Yi Chen felt that his internal organs had been shifted instantly. His bones were broken in dozens of places, and he puked out a mouthful of blood along with pieces of his internal organs. All of a sudden, he had suffered an unprecedented injury. If a normal top master took this kind of attack, they would die without a doubt. Still not dead? The Windstorm King chased closely. Seeing that Yi Chen was still running away, he could not help but be shocked. He would not have thought that Yi Chen had the undying body, and his life force was terrifyingly strong. Let's see if you will die or not. The Windstorm King threw out another palm attack on Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen, who had no time to dodge, was like a broken sack as he fiercely slammed into the wall at the end of the passage. On his left and right there was a passage. In the passage on the left, Iron Hand King flew over. Seeing Yi Chen being heavily injured, he was quite astonished. He sensed slightly and immediately knew who had attacked. Windstorm King, Iron Hand King, have a big gift for you. Iron Hand King was quite unwilling to not kill Yi Chen's group last time. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he planned to kill Yi Chen first and then seize his storage ring. Bang! Iron Hand King punched out, and a huge iron fist landed on Yi Chen's body from the side. Iron Hand King, this graveyard will also be your grave. After suffering 3 heavy injuries in a row, Yi Chen felt his life force rapidly depleting. Relying on his astonishing willpower, he forcibly propped up his body and flew toward the passage on the right. Impossible. Both Windstorm King and Iron Hand King were astonished. They were not ordinary half-step kings, but well-known figures among half-step kings. The gap between them and peak half-step kings wasn't that big. Not to mention a peak Sea of Soul Realm expert, even an ordinary half-step king wouldn't be able to survive. However, Yi Chen had managed to survive. Especially since they could already feel that many of Yi Chen's internal organs were shattered, his meridians were severed, and his bones were mostly broken. Logically speaking, even walking should be difficult. However, Yi Chen was still able to fly at an extreme speed. Compared to before, it was as if he was erupting with the last of his life force. Only Yi Chen knew what was going on. The immortal body gave him an astonishing life force, but the immortal body alone couldn't allow him to fly at high speed when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He relied on his well-tempered will. What was the ability to survive? It was the amazing will to survive in a situation where death was certain. In the Dragon God Celestial Palace's secret pavilion, there was a secret art called Survival-Seeking Tao. Those who cultivated Survival-Seeking Tao would have an extremely strong will to survive under any circumstances. Yi Chen didn't choose Survival-Seeking Tao because he believed that he wouldn't give up under any circumstances. Therefore, it didn't mean much to him whether he chose it or not. Relying on his terrifying willpower, he ignored his shattered internal organs, his broken meridians, and even ignored the fact that his broken bones couldn't support his body. He crazily dashed in another form of life. In this kind of situation, his speed increased without slowing down. This kid can't be left alive. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King sucked in a deep breath, unconcealable killing intent leaking out of their eyes. Die. The two released a killing move together. The Berserk Chi energy scraped off a thick layer of the seemingly indestructible wall before fiercely slamming into Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen's back caved in, and his broken bones pierced into his internal organs. The armor let out creaking sounds as if it would shatter at any moment. Yi Chen roared and forcefully swallowed the blood. At this moment he couldn't let go of even a single breath. As for these two, he had to kill them. However, before that, he had to find a place to raise his cultivation base to late Sea of Soul Realm. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King were not Jiang Tian, nor were they Yi Chen. In the narrow passage, their speed was greatly restricted. Moreover, Yi Qin and Jiang Tian's speed was not much lower than theirs. Therefore, after going through dozens of passages, they lost track of Yi Qin. This kid is really fucking strange. Iron Hand King was both startled and angry. At this moment, Windstorm King was instead relaxed. He inwardly laughed. So what if Yi Qin managed to escape? Would he be afraid of the latter's revenge? It would be fine if the latter didn't take revenge. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to return. The monk can escape but the temple can't. He still has companions. As long as we capture them, he won't be able to cause any big waves. Windstorm King couldn't forget about the blood-severing ghost finger. I'm not afraid of him. Even if he recovers, so what? I can crush him to death with one hand. Iron Hand King grinned. Chapter 736. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An intense wind blew past Yi Chen's ears. At this moment Yi Chen couldn't even open his eyes. The whole world was incomparably silent. He couldn't hear anything and he didn't want to care about anything. He only wanted to sleep for a while and it would be best if he never woke up. Not good. After biting the tip of his tongue for the umpteenth time, Yi Chen tried his best to use the pain to wake himself up. Then he stuffed a yuan qi replenishing pellet into his mouth. Shaking his head, Yi Chen felt that his thoughts had slowed down a lot. At this moment, even an ordinary Sea of Soul Master could knock him down in one strike. My strength is still too weak. Since I've reached this point, there is no such thing as a peak master level opponent. My true opponents are half-step kings. If I want to leave this graveyard alive, if I want to make a name for myself and not be looked down upon, I can only increase my strength. At this moment, the only thought in Yi Chen's mind was to find a place to heal. If he didn't, he would die soon. After healing, he didn't plan to act immediately. Instead, he would try his best to break through to late Sea of Soul realm. When he had enough strength, it would not be too late to leave. However, the problem at hand was that he couldn't find a good place to train. He didn't want to find a random place to heal which would make him die even faster. Seems like geniuses also need enough luck. Let's hope I can find a place to train as soon as possible. Yi Chen smiled self-mockingly, feeling that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Reality proved that Yi Chen's luck was quite good. After half a cup of tea's time, just as Yi Chen was about to collapse, he found a stone chamber. The stone door of this chamber moved up and down, and there was a mechanism to open the door. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen smashed the switch, and the stone door slowly rose up. With a swish, Yi Chen rushed in and closed the door. All these years of luck accumulation did not go to waste. As the last thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen fainted. Before he fainted, the undying body had already begun to take effect, continuously healing his internal injuries from the inside out. The pills that he had swallowed had turned into streams of vital energy, providing the undying body with a source of energy. After all, the undying body also needed to consume energy. Murong Qingqing, who was far away, frowned and a worried look appeared on her face. She faintly felt that something related to her was being threatened, and it made her very uncomfortable. No matter how she thought about it, only Yi Chen could make her feel uneasy. But very quickly Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasiness in her heart automatically dissipated. Perhaps Yi Chen was already out of danger. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen woke up from his slumber. He took out the water bottle from his storage ring and realized that 3 days had passed. 3 days. Letting out a sigh, Yi Chen started to check his injuries. What made him slightly happy was that his injuries, which were close to death, had already recovered by 30%, and he had a certain amount of combat strength. This was because the elixirs that replenished his vitality had already been used up. If someone had fed him elixirs in these 3 days, it was very likely that his injuries would have recovered by more than 50%. Fortunately, I'm out of danger now. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yi Chen looked around. After discovering that the stone chamber was empty, he no longer paid attention to it. Grabbing another handful of elixirs, he stuffed them into his mouth. While unconscious, the undying body would automatically operate. After waking up, Yi Chen could actively operate the undying body, increasing his recovery speed by several folds. Another 2 days passed, and Yi Chen's body had recovered to 90%. Almost there. This bit of injury won't affect me much. Next, I'll break through to late Sea of Soul realm with all my strength. Breaking through from the peak of mid-Sea of Soul realm to late Sea of Soul realm was extremely difficult. It could be said that it was 2 to 3 times more difficult than breaking through from the peak of early Sea of Soul realm to mid-Sea of Soul realm. If one were to say that there were 100 Sea of Soul realm experts, 60 would be at early Sea of Soul realm, 38 would be at mid-Sea of Soul realm, and as for Late Sea of Soul Realm, only 2 or 3 would be at most, which was only 2 to 3%. One could imagine how difficult it would be to reach Late Sea of Soul Realm. If not for the fact that Yi Chen had already touched the barrier of Late Sea of Soul Realm, he wouldn't have thought of breaking through immediately. After all, it was too unrealistic. How could breaking through realms be so easy? Of course, once he broke through, the benefits would be enormous. The state of being one with the world lasted even longer, roughly 2 to 3 times longer than the time it took to break through from the peak of Early Sea of Soul Realm to Mid Sea of Soul Realm. With such a state, Yi Chen had a premonition that all his profounds would improve greatly. With his meridians almost fully repaired, Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and entered the ethereal state, slowly operating his Zhen Yuan and making a great circulation. As his Zhen Yuan circulated, a cyan radiance appeared around Yi Chen's body, making him look like a cyan statue. That night, although Yi Chen didn't operate the undying body intentionally, his injuries were completely healed without any mishap. Moreover, after this near-death experience, the strength of Yi Chen's body had greatly increased, as if he had been reborn from a bath of blood. His essence, qi and soul were even more powerful and abundant than before. Letting out a breath of impure qi, Yi Chen paused his cultivation and took a pear from the fire pear tree in his plant ring, fiercely taking a bite. The red crystal-like pear was crisp and tender, and its flesh melted in his mouth, nourishing his body and slowly increasing his body's strength. This fire pear tree needs to be nurtured properly. Unfortunately, I don't have any spirit tree nutrient fluid. Mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid could be used for 100 years in 1 year. In other words, using mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid to nurture a fire pear tree could increase its maturity by 100 years. Peak mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid could increase it by 200 years in 1 year. If it were upper-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid, it would be even more amazing. 1 year could be used for 500 years or even 600 or 700 years. Only 10 years would be needed to turn a several thousand-year-old fire pear tree into a 10,000-year-old one. A 10,000 years old upper-grade fire pear tree was several times more precious than a supreme-grade artifact. There were at least 5,000 fire pears growing out of it, and the effect of each pear was more or less the same as a Sea of Soul Realm spirit crystal stone. It was extremely astonishing. Of course, the current fire pear tree wasn't bad either. It was more than 3,000 years old, and dozens of fire pears were equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm spirit crystal stone. The longer it was eaten, the greater the effect would be. Spirit tree nutrient fluid is not easy to refine. I'll try my luck in the auction later. Yi Chen had a lot of upper-grade spirit stones on him, as well as some extremely valuable treasures such as soul stones. Encountering an upper-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid, Yi Chen couldn't let go of it. After resting for a while, Yi Chen continued cultivating. While Yi Chen was cultivating, a portion of people had already arrived at Firebird King's graveyard. Ghostwood King and Gopher King were among them. Ghostwood King and Gopher King had entered Grey Wolf King's graveyard a day later than Yi Chen and the rest. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good and they didn't gain anything. Thus, they could only give up on the graveyard and enter Firebird King's graveyard to try their luck. As demonic beasts, they greatly hoped to obtain the inherited demonic arts of the 4 demonic kings. I wonder who has the second key? Gopher King muttered. Zun. Armored King signaled Xiaohozuan. Yes. Xiaohozuan didn't intend to monopolize Firebird King's graveyard. With so many people guarding here, he simply couldn't afford to waste time. Moreover, once the graveyard was opened, it couldn't be closed and others could enter as well. Thus, he might as well open the graveyard openly. Why is it the young generation again? Many people revealed doubtful expressions. The first key was in Jiang Tian's hands, and the second was in Xiaohozuan's hands. They suspected that the third and fourth keys' owners would also be youngsters. There seemed to be some sort of rule that allowed the youngsters to obtain the keys. Firebird King's graveyard's entrance loudly opened. Let's go in. Firebird King is a bit stronger than Grey Wolf King, so he should have more treasures. I hope my luck is good. Everyone gathered here entered Firebird King's graveyard one after another. While flying, Gopher King said to Ghostwood King, I wonder if those people have come here. It would be best if we can bump into them. Ghostwood King said, this time we won't let them escape. We can kill them one by one. Right. I suspect that the kid you're fighting also has a great treasure. Gopher King's small eyes revealed an ominous glint. Several hours later, Windstorm King Jiang Tian and Iron Hand King also appeared. That kid might be dead. Iron Hand King didn't think that Yi Chen could survive after suffering such heavy injuries. For him, death is better. Living would be more painful. Haha indeed. The three put aside Yi Chen's matter and entered Firebird King's graveyard. Soon Qing Lu and Yen Fengfeng also appeared. I wonder how Yi Chen and the rest are doing. Frowning, Qing Lu and Yen Fengfeng's figures flickered, entering the second graveyard. Time passed bit by bit, and Yi Chen finally reached the crucial moment. He could feel that the Zhen Yuan in his body was showing signs of transformation. It was like an undercurrent under a calm ocean, ready to erupt with a huge potential at any time and raise a huge wave. If I don't use it now, then when? Yi Chen had once killed Murong Qingqing's eldest uncle, the extremely ambitious Murong Wang, and obtained 7 supreme-grade spirit stones. Supreme-grade spirit stones were used by life and death kings for cultivation. The yuan qi contained within them was astonishing, and each one had a huge value. Previously Yi Chen was reluctant to use them. But now he had no choice but to use them. Taking out a supreme-grade spirit stone, Yi Chen held it in his palm and absorbed the energy within. Supreme-grade spirit stones were worthy of being called supreme-grade spirit stones. They didn't need to be refined at all and could be directly absorbed. Instantly the Zhen Yuan in Yi Chen's body thickened. Although the absorbed Zhen Yuan couldn't become his permanent Zhen Yuan and was an external force that would gradually dissipate if he couldn't break through, without a doubt, this external force increased Yi Chen's chances of breaking through to late Sea of Soul realm. Break. Roaring inwardly, Yi Chen summoned his Zhen Yuan and attacked that non-existent barrier. Chapter 737. The first impact loosened the incorporeal barrier a bit, showing signs of disintegration. The second impact intensified this trend. However, Yi Chen knew that this was an extremely long process. If he could break through with just 1 or 2 impacts, it would be too much of a joke. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the third spurt of exhaustion. After 2 impacts, Yi Chen didn't immediately break through. Instead, he stored up some energy and began a new round of impacts. Each time there were only 2 impacts. Yi Chen had to endure until the limit. Only then would he be able to erupt with a greater effect. 5 impacts. 6 impacts. 10 impacts. 20 impacts. 30 impacts. Unknowingly, the indicator beside him pointed to the next morning. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's entire body was drenched in sweat. His spirit was extremely excited, and he faintly felt a trace of morbid exhaustion. Success or failure will be decided here. Yi Chen, who had been deliberately suppressing the number of impacts, sucked in a deep breath and began a new round of impacts. Once, twice. After 2 times, Yi Chen didn't stop. He continued the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the 11th time. He still had energy left over. This was the energy he had accumulated throughout the night. It was no small matter, and it was something Yi Chen had long since planned. Break for me. After the 12th impact, Yi Chen seemed to hear something shattering. Unfortunately, this process only lasted for a blink of an eye, and he couldn't break through in one go. Gathering his remaining energy, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and launched the 13th impact. As if competing with Yi Chen, the incorporeal barrier clearly cracked, but it didn't break through. It was firmly stuck there like a heavy shackle. After the 15th impact, Yi Chen felt exhausted. This was intolerable. If he gave up now, it would be equivalent to giving up all his previous efforts. A night's worth of effort would be wasted. Most importantly, if he lost this opportunity, Yi Chen wouldn't have the confidence to break through to late Sea of Soul realm in a short time. 16th time. Biting his lips until they bled, veins popping out on Yi Chen's forehead. 17th time. Yi Chen's eyes started to redden. 18th time. 18 consecutive attacks had already surpassed Yi Chen's limits. If he didn't succeed this time, he would die trying. He couldn't help but roar. The sound waves spread in all directions, causing dust to fly up and fill the entire stone chamber. Yi Chen, who was in the middle of the stone chamber, could only see a faint shadow. His aura was like stagnant water without any fluctuations. It was extremely strange. All of a sudden, boom. A vast and boundless true essence fluctuation shot up into the sky, twisting the dust in the air into nothingness. This true essence fluctuation far surpassed the true essence Yi Chen had before. Whether it was rich or pure, it wasn't on the same level. It had reached a whole new level. Late Sea of Soul realm. Breakthrough successful. Success. Even with Yi Chen's temperament, he couldn't control his emotions. He was extremely excited. This breakthrough had been too difficult. He had spent an entire night accumulating energy, and at the last moment he had almost failed. If he hadn't withstood the pressure, if he hadn't surpassed his limits, the chances of failure would have been as high as 90%. But all of this was over. Right now, his cultivation base was at Late Sea of Soul Realm. Although he was happy, Yi Chen didn't get carried away. Breaking through to Late Sea of Soul Realm didn't mean that he would immediately have a Late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. The Zhen Yuan within his body hadn't completely transformed, and the compatibility between his body and Zhen Yuan hadn't reached a perfect state. The first thing he had to do was stabilize his cultivation base and gradually adapt to the new Zhen Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was comprehending the profounds. Slowly letting out a breath of impure qi, Yi Chen closed his eyes again and entered the state of being one with the world. He automatically operated his Zhen Yuan and stabilized his cultivation base while comprehending all sorts of profounds. This was the best time to comprehend profounds. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would have the chance again? So, thunder profounds can be deduced like this. Under the state of being one with the world, Yi Chen's comprehension and deduction ability reached the pinnacle. Naturally, an illusory lightning appeared in his mind. The lightning existed in various forms, containing extremely high thunder profounds. And Yi Chen was able to clearly observe the thunder profounds within the lightning. 60%, 70%. Before, Yi Chen's thunder profound had only been comprehended to 50% completion. But now it had continued to climb, reaching 70% completion. What kind of concept was this? It should be known that the thunder profound was only at 99% completion, and 70% completion was not far from it. If nothing unexpected happened, the thunder devourer, which contained the thunder profound, would gradually approach a high-rank profound martial skill. It would be more than twice as powerful as before, or even several times more powerful. Crack. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen subconsciously reached out a finger and pointed out in the air. With a thunderous sound, a hole appeared on the stone wall in front of him. The edge of the hole was burnt black, looking like a crystal. Gold profounds, unstoppable. Since his thunder profounds could not progress any further, Yi Chen switched to the gold profounds. Although Yi Chen's gold profounds had once been left behind by the thunder profounds, Yi Chen, who had a natural affinity with the gold profounds, had comprehended the gold profounds far more than the thunder profounds. In just a short while, the gold profounds had climbed from 40% to 50%, quickly reaching 80%. It was extremely close to greater completion. Pointing out his finger as well, a dark golden ripple appeared on his fingertip. It was like a dark golden flower quietly blossoming, leaving numerous marks on the stone walls. It was not over yet, as Yi Chen flicked out the other fingers of his right hand, causing dark golden flowers to blossom one after another. It was as if he was performing a magic trick. Under his control, the metal profound had become soft and flexible, which was a sign that he was close to reaching the completion of it. At this point, Yi Chen's thunder profounds and gold profounds had reached 70% and 80% respectively. Thunder Devour and Gold Ripple, which contained these two profounds, had also taken a huge step forward. Their might was not far from high-grade profound martial skills. Moreover, Yi Chen's cultivation base had advanced greatly, breaking through to Late Sea of Soul Realm. With these three factors added together, Yi Chen's strength had sharply increased. Ordinary half-step kings could be killed in an instant like cutting melons and vegetables. Even well-known half-step kings wouldn't be his opponent. If he were to encounter Ghostwood King or Iron Hand King again, he would make them suffer on the spot. So much so that Yi Chen could rely on his powerful undying body to fight a peak half-step king. As for who would win and who would die, it was still unknown. Spiritual sword has been used for a long time. This time I should be able to shine brilliantly. After comprehending thunder profounds and gold profounds, Yi Chen hadn't forgotten his previous killing move, Spiritual Sword. Spiritual Sword contained two profounds, wood profounds and fast profounds. Because he had spent a lot of time on other profounds, his wood profounds had only reached minor completion, and so had his fast profounds. The reason why he didn't like Spiritual Sword was because this move was different from other sword moves. Adding fast profounds wouldn't increase the might of Spiritual Sword, but only make it faster. Of course, under the condition that the quality didn't change, the faster the speed, the greater the might. However, these two profounds weren't what Yi Chen was good at. Therefore it put Yi Chen in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't have enough time. Under the state of being one with the world, he didn't need to spend much time to greatly comprehend wood profounds and fast profounds. 40%, 50%, 60%, 40%, 50%. Soon Yi Chen's wood profounds had reached 60% completion. The fast profounds, which were harder to comprehend, had also reached 50% completion. The power of Spiritual Sword, which contained these two profounds, suddenly increased sharply. It should be known that his Thunder Profounds were only at 70% completion. Now his Wood Profounds had reached 60% completion, which was not much inferior to Thunder Profounds. Adding the Fast Profounds, its might immediately surpassed Thunder Devour, which contained Thunder Profounds. Apart from that, Spiritual Sword's attack speed was also much faster than Thunder Devour. Be it in terms of power or speed, Spiritual Sword had become more powerful. It could completely become one of Yi Chen's trump cards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Raising his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yi Chen made a few strokes in the air. The opposite wall was covered with sword marks. With a rough look, there were hundreds of sword marks, and Yi Chen had only made a few strokes. Since he had favored Fast Profounds, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't forget about Slow Profounds. Slow Profounds were much harder to comprehend than Fast Profounds. Previously, Yi Chen had just learned it and had only reached 20% completion. Now, taking advantage of the state of being one with the world, Yi Chen had successfully raised his Slow Profounds to the minor completion realm. His every movement was extremely slow, and time seemed to have slowed down as well. When the air came into contact with Yi Chen's fingers, it seemed to become extremely lazy. Without a doubt, this was a profound that could affect others. Although Yi Chen currently didn't have the ability to create an ultimate or killing move for the Slow Profounds, he had the foundation, and he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Finally, the key point came. Without a doubt, Yi Chen's strongest sword move was the Gold Fury. Just like the Spiritual Sword, the Gold Fury contained two profounds, metal and water. However, even though they were both sword moves, the Spiritual Sword's power was far inferior to the Gold Fury's even though their profounds were at the same realm. This had nothing to do with the nature of the sword, it was just that they had different characteristics. The Spiritual Sword's most important aspect was its speed, while the Gold Fury's most important aspect was its destructive power. Of course, there was no need to comprehend the metal profounds. Yi Chen focused on the last profounds, the water profounds, which weren't his main profounds. Before this, the water profounds had just stepped into the minor completion realm. But soon, it broke through the minor completion realm and reached 40%, then 50% and finally stopped at 60%. Yi Chen discovered that the further he went, the harder it was to comprehend. Although the water profounds weren't his main profounds, due to its low realm, he was able to improve it very quickly. On the other hand, the Thunder Profounds had only improved by 2 levels, because the starting point of the Thunder Profounds was too high. On the other hand, the Metal Profounds were very compatible with Yi Chen's body, so there was no need to mention how fast it improved. The Metal Profounds had reached 80% completion, and the Water Profounds had reached 60% completion. This was a shocking breakthrough. The Golden Hurricane, which contained these 2 profounds, was no longer a mid-grade profound sense martial skill, but a high-grade profound sense martial skill. Up until now, only Life and Death Kings could grasp high-grade profound sense martial skills. Chop. Yi Chen's sword finger slashed out, and a strange scene occurred. The sword chi released by the Gold Fury had changed. It was no longer a rippling light beam, but a crescent moon-shaped sword energy. Rumble. The walls of the stone chamber, which were several times harder than the walls of the passage, were slashed open with a peerless sword energy. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes and saw this scene. After a while, he exclaimed, "Gold Fury is no longer suitable. I should change the name." Chapter 738. Sky Moon Cut? Not too appropriate and too vulgar. Gold Wind Water Moon? This is okay but not very appropriate. Waning Moon? Waning Moon, this name is not bad. It has an artistic conception. Let's call it Waning Moon then. Giving a name to a martial art was also a kind of knowledge. It had to be suitable for one's own style as well as the sound and light effect of the martial art. Although Waning Moon was more common, simplicity was beauty. With 80% of the Gold Profound and 60% of the Water Profound, Waning Moon has already reached the threshold of a high-rank profound sense martial art. The hardness of the stone room's walls is a couple of times higher than the tunnel's walls. Before, I couldn't even use my Thunder Disaster Sword to break through the walls. But now, with my finger as a sword, I can do it. Its power has increased by a couple of times, almost 10 times. It is indeed horrifying. The original Gold Fury, which was the current Waning Moon, was a high-rank profound sense martial art in name, but Yi Chen had only mastered it to 50%. Now, it was not only a high-rank profound sense martial art, but its power had also reached the same level. Most importantly, its potential had not been used up yet. If the Gold Profound and Water Profound could both reach the completion level, then it would definitely become a top-rank profound sense martial art. Of course it was too hard. The further one went, the harder it would be to comprehend the profounds, especially the greater completion realm. Without luck and exceptional comprehension, one would not be able to cross this threshold in their lifetime, not to mention raising two profounds to the greater completion realm. The reason why Yi Chen was able to greatly increase all of his profounds under the state of being one with the world was because his soul was 5 times that of ordinary people, and his comprehension was also 5 times that of ordinary people. This was the reason why he was able to make such astonishing progress. If it were someone else, it would be considered pretty good if they could increase their profounds by 10%. All the profounds in my sword arts have been improved. It is time for the space profound. The void-shattering finger was a finger art. Even though the profound of space contained within it was very powerful, it was still not very useful in increasing one's battle power. Therefore it was left as the last one. After all, the state of being one with the world was very short, and no one knew when it would end. When he had comprehended the third style of the void-shattering finger to 100%, Yi Chen's space profound had reached more than 10%. It might seem low, but it was actually not low. After all, the space profound was one of the strongest profounds. 10% of the space profound was roughly equivalent to 30% of the thunder profound. Therefore the progress was very slow. In the state of the union of heaven and man, Yi Chen finally grasped a trace of the profound meaning of space and slowly progressed. 15%, 20%, 25%. In the end, his space profound didn't reach the minor completion realm, stopping at around 28%. Yi Chen was very satisfied with this result. Time was supreme and space was king. This saying was not false. Even though the void-shattering finger was not his main martial art, it would not stop Yi Chen from studying the sword skills of the space profound in the future. Once he succeeded, his power would increase greatly. The state of the union of heaven and man was too short. After the last water profound was improved to 60%, Yi Chen reviewed each of the profounds to see if there was any new progress. Just as he reviewed the slow profound, the state of the union of heaven and man disappeared. Because of the huge difference, Yi Chen felt like he had become a lot more stupid, and his deduction ability had been greatly reduced. Fast profound and slow profound. One of them is in the light while the other is in the dark. It's easy to comprehend the one in the light, but the one in the dark has to be in the light. If I want to improve the slow profound, I must comprehend the fast profound to a certain level. The slow profound was too mysterious, so much so that Yi Chen couldn't integrate it into any of his sword skills. If he tried to do it by force, it would only result in a nondescript result, and the power would be greatly reduced. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes and 2 beams of light flickered within. 2 more days. 2 more days should be enough for my Zhen Yuan to completely stabilize, and there won't be any signs of weakness. Yi Chen knew the saying of sharpening the knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. If he went out now, there was nothing to be afraid of, but this was still not his peak battle power. If something unexpected happened, it would be hard to avoid regret. Rather than that, he might as well wait for 2 more days and stabilize his cultivation base. 2 days passed quietly. Bang! The heavy stone door suddenly shattered, and a figure shot out like a phantom. After roaming around the Grey Wolf King's graveyard for half a day, Yi Chen didn't find a single person. He thought for a bit and realized that everyone had gone to the second graveyard, the Firebird King's graveyard. No matter how complicated a maze was, it was still a maze. If he spent some time, he would be able to solve it. After 2 hours, Yi Chen arrived before the Firebird King's graveyard. I wonder who opened this graveyard? Xia Hozuan? There were a total of 3 people who had keys. One was Yi Chen himself, one was Jiang Tian, and the last one was Xia Hozuan. Jiang Tian's key was the first key and Yi Chen's was the third. Then the second key had a 50% chance of being Xia Hozuan's. Swish. With a flicker, Yi Chen entered the Firebird King graveyard. The Firebird King graveyard was emitting a somewhat fiery aura. If an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert entered, the slightest bit of carelessness would cause the fiery aura to invade their body and cause hidden injuries. The deeper they went, the more vicious the fiery aura became. Flying in the dark red passageway, the fiery aura in front of Yi Chen suddenly condensed into a firebird, pouncing toward Yi Chen. This Firebird King is not just a bit stronger than the Grey Wolf King. The aura in the graveyard has actually condensed into a tangible object. Dispersing the firebird with a flick of his finger, Yi Chen said inwardly. What Yi Chen didn't know was that it wasn't that the Firebird King was much stronger than the Grey Wolf King. In fact, the Firebird King's strength was only a bit higher. The reason why the fiery aura could condense into a tangible object was because the Firebird King mainly cultivated the Fire Profound, which was also the Nature Profound. Nature Profound was the easiest to give birth to spirituality. For tens of thousands of years, the fiery aura had accumulated here, so condensing into a tangible object was not strange at all. In a hall of the Firebird King graveyard, Ghostwood King and Gopher King were using their soul power to search for treasures. Gopher King was even using his special skill, condensing his soul power into mice that could penetrate any hole. This was his scouting innate skill. GG. A soul rat noticed something and squeaked. There's a treasure. Gopher King scuttled over. Fuck, it's only a semi-supreme grade fire cloud crystal. Semi-supreme grade fire cloud crystal was a rare treasure for Sea of Soul realm experts who mainly cultivated Fire Jin Yuan and Fire Profound. However, for Gopher King who mainly cultivated Earth attribute demonic power, it was merely an ordinary item. He didn't care about it at all. What truly caught his attention was the Firebird King's demonic art. Ghostwood King said, "No need to be anxious. This is only the second graveyard. There are still White Sheep King and Sky Scorpion King's graveyard. Lastly, for Extreme Emperor's graveyard is even more important." Gopher King's mouth twitched. White Sheep King's graveyard and Sky Scorpion King's graveyard are easy to deal with, but how could 4 Extreme Emperor's graveyard be our turn? That's a place where life and death kings compete. If we go there, only death awaits us. Unfortunately, we haven't run into those people yet. Otherwise, if we could seize their upper grade spirit tree, it would also be a great harvest. Ghostwood King said woodenly, "You're too anxious. In my eyes, they're already dead. It's only a matter of time. I'll only be at ease if we get the upper grade spirit tree. How about we go look for them first? I believe they haven't gathered yet." "All right." Ghostwood King faintly nodded. Just as the two were about to move, a figure silently appeared at the hall's entrance. "Are you guys looking for me?" Ichin calmly walked into the hall. "Kid, it's you." Gopher King was overjoyed. A dull yet extremely frightening light flickered in Ghostwood King's eyes. If not for Yen Feng Feng and Murong Qingqing's assistance last time, he would have been able to grind Ichin to death. "You're looking for me and I'm also looking for you." Yichen's strength had increased by several folds, and he was looking for someone to verify his strength with. These two were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. "Why are you looking for us?" Gopher King slowly walked to Yichen's left and surrounded Yichen with Ghostwood King. Yichen said, "To kill you." "Kill us?" "Ah. So that's how it is. No wonder you're so confident. You've broken through to late Sea of Soul realm. If my guess is right, your Profound should have made some progress as well. However, this alone is still not enough." Ghostwood King could tell with a single glance that Yichen's cultivation base had reached late Sea of Soul realm. If nothing unexpected happened, Yichen's Profounds would have improved a bit. However, regardless of whether Yichen's Profounds had improved or not, Ghostwood King didn't care. Outside the graveyard, the reason why Yichen could resist was not because of his strength, but because of his undying body. How could he know that Yichen's Profounds had not improved by just a bit, but several times? If he knew, he wouldn't have said so. "You'll be the first to die." Yichen darted toward Gopher King. Gopher King's speed was rather fast. If Yichen didn't kill him first, he might escape. As for Ghostwood King, he was nothing but a meat target. "Kid, you're courting death." Gopher King's green bean-like eyes emitted an ominous glint. His figure flickered, turning into hundreds of phantoms as he attacked Yichen, wanting to kill him in one strike. Clang. Yichen ignored the numerous phantoms and unsheathed the Thunder Disaster Sword. Because the speed was too fast, Gopher King and Ghostwood King didn't sense it at all. It was a spiritual sword that was extremely fast. Gopher King shrieked as one of his arms flew off. He didn't expect Yichen to see through his real body and slash him. Although he was wearing a defensive armor, his arm was not. Therefore it was instantly severed. Rip. Yichen's figure was incomparably elegant as the Thunder Disaster Sword pierced through Gopher King's forehead. The Destruction Sword intent extinguished the latter's soul. 2 swords. Gopher King fell. What? Ghostwood King's wooden expression revealed a horrified expression. Gopher King's strength might not be as good as him, but his speed was his advantage. However, Yichen didn't even look at him. He struck the latter's real body with one sword and killed him with the second sword. This kind of insight and strength was beyond his imagination. Compared to Yichen, Yichen was more than 2 times stronger. It could only be described as demonic. Chapter 739. Inescapable Net. The Ghostwood King's expression was dull, but it did not mean that his thinking and reaction were dull. Within a split second he reacted. The muscles on the surface of his body wriggled, and countless vines wrapped in black qi shot out, interweaving into layers and layers of vines, covering towards Yi Chen. As for himself, he took a step forward and flew toward the outside of the hall. Break! Facing the huge net of vines, Yi Chen casually waved his sword. A dark golden ripple blossomed like a flower, opening a huge hole in the net. His body flickered, and 5 sword lights condensed behind Yi Chen's back, chasing after the Ghostwood King. Soul-shattering destruction. The Ghostwood King threw out a punch, and the spiraling fist energy created an air-piercing sound like a ghost's cry, making people's hair stand on end. If it were in the past, Yi Chen would have definitely been blown away and wounded badly. However, it was different now. Facing this fist attack, Yi Chen only stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the fist power and disappearing it like a bubble. Meanwhile, sparks flew out of the Ghostwood King's back as a huge amount of internal organs flew out of its mouth. Kill? Shattering the fist energy, Yi Chen's face turned cold. The Thunder Disaster sword slashed several times in a trajectory that was invisible to the naked eye. Swoosh, swoosh. The Ghostwood King's figure paused. Then, apart from his torso, his limbs and head were cut into hundreds of pieces, as if a sword net had pierced through his body. What? Impossible. It has only been a few days. How could his strength increase to such a level? In the corner of the hall, a shadow fluctuated. Picking up the storage rings of the Ghostwood King and Gopher King, Yi Chen didn't even look at them as he left the hall and walked toward the other side of the passage. Swish. Without any warning, Yi Chen instantly pulled out his sword and put it back into its scabbard. You already knew I was here? The shadow-chasing king revealed his figure. His face was deathly pale and there was a red dot between his eyebrows. He stared at Yi Chen and said with a hoarse voice, "You're too confident in your hiding ability." If the shadow-chasing king left immediately after Yi Chen killed the Gopher King and Ghostwood King, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yes, but unfortunately I won't have the chance. The shadow-chasing king's eyes flashed with annoyance as he fell to the ground. Iron Hand King, I hope you won't meet me. Putting away the Shadow King's storage ring, Yi Chen's eyes flickered with a cold light. There was an empty space in the center of the Firebird King's graveyard. The surroundings of the empty space were connected to various passages, and it was like the center of the entire graveyard. In the center of the open space, the two sides were facing each other. On one side was Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing. On one side were Windstorm King Jiang Tian and Iron Hand King. Windstorm King, we have no enmity with you. Why are you making things difficult for us? Sun Tianlang searched for Yi Chen and the others in the Firebird King's graveyard. The first person he found was Murong Qingqing. He hadn't expected that the Windstorm King would stop them for no reason. The Windstorm King said indifferently, "You don't have the qualifications to make things difficult for me. If you cut off one of your arms, I can spare your life. As for her, she must stay." You've met Yi Chen? Murong Qingqing suddenly said. Iron Hand King chuckled. Women being too smart is not a good thing. You just need to be obedient. In your dreams. Murong Qingqing's beautiful brows twitched, her eyes filled with killing intent. This is not up to you. Iron Hand King made a grabbing motion, and a huge iron hand condensed in the void. Its 5 fingers were like hooks as it shrouded Murong Qingqing. Demonic finger. The black bat wings on Murong Qingqing's back suddenly flapped, bringing up a huge gust of wind. She borrowed this enormous force and shot out like a sharp arrow, pointing out her finger at the incoming massive iron hand. A small hole appeared in the center of the iron hand. After a slight pause, it still reached over. Tiger Roar Palm. Sun Tianlang hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and striking at the iron hand. Immediately, a tiger's roar resounded as a huge black striped tiger pounced out, shattering the iron hand. You dare. Iron Hand King looked at Sun Tianlang with killing intent. Sun Tianlang braced himself and said, I'm on the same side as her, so I'll naturally make a move. You'd better not reach out for a yard after taking an inch. You're courting death. Windstorm King, how about I leave this person to you? Iron Hand King had the confidence to defeat the two, but he didn't want to drag things out. Sure. Windstorm King waved his hand, and a black whirlwind attacked Sun Tianlang. Run. Sun Tianlang was very clear that he wasn't Windstorm King's opponent. His figure flickered as he shouted at Murong Qingqing. You think you can escape? Windstorm King smiled. All the passages at the edge of the open ground were sealed by the black whirlwinds. More and more black whirlwinds appeared, layer after layer, completely sealing off the open ground. Not to mention ordinary half-step kings, even a well-known half-step king wouldn't be able to charge in or break out of the encirclement. Even if you capture me, you'll have to pay the price. Soul-extinguishing wave. Murong Qingqing extended her right hand and a black light sphere condensed. As she clenched her fist, a large amount of black light spread out in a fan shape, attacking the three. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King didn't move at all. Jiang Tian's face turned pale and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Soul attack martial skill? Too bad its grade is too low. Windstorm King was somewhat astonished. How could he not see that Soul Extinguishing Wave was a rare soul attack martial skill? Unfortunately, he and Iron Hand King were both half-step kings, and their souls had already gradually transformed, producing a layer of soul membrane that could isolate the majority of soul attacks. Although Jiang Tian was not a half-step king, he had cultivated Rune Annihilation Curse, and had a deep understanding of soul attacks. Using soul attacks in front of me? Displaying your slight skill before an expert. Rune Puppet Curse. Jiang Tian's mouth revealed an evil smile as he muttered an incantation. Immediately, numerous tiny incorporeal runes violently attacked Murong Qingqing. These incorporeal runes had distorted shapes, looking like human figures. It was extremely strange. Didn't expect Tian to have even comprehended Rune Puppet Curse. Windstorm King exclaimed. Rune Annihilation Curse was used to attack the soul, while Rune Puppet Curse had a controlling effect. Once the Rune Puppet Curse's runes invaded the mind, one would immediately lose control of their body and life. These 2 secret arts were not created by Air Emperor himself, but came from Puppet Sect. They were secret arts of Puppet Sect. Murong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. Rune Puppet Curse, as the name implied, was used to control people. She didn't want to be controlled by others. With a soft roar, she extended both of her hands and instantly unleashed 2 soul-extinguishing waves. A large amount of black light overlapped and rushed toward the incorporeal runes. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The soul-extinguishing wave could attack one soul, while the runic puppet incantation could control one soul. Therefore, even if the soul-extinguishing wave was not as powerful as the runic puppet incantation, it was still not an easy fight. Fine explosions could be heard in the air as the runes were destroyed one by one. However, there was still the most powerful incorporeal rune that invaded Murong Qingqing's mind, occupying the Sea of Soul, attempting to control her soul. Murong Qingqing bit the corner of her mouth and blood dripped down. She urged her devil soul to resist this rune, and the sky above her Sea of Soul was dyed a glassy color. Rumble. On the other side, Sun Tianlong's situation wasn't very good either. After being hit by Windstorm King's Fong of Storm, he spat out blood and fell heavily on the ground. You guys are too much. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Sun Tianlang said angrily. More is yet to come. Windstorm King ignored Sun Tianlong's threat. He raised his right hand, and the fierce wind condensed into a storm spear. Once the spear was unleashed, Sun Tianlang would die for sure. Rip. Right at this moment, the layers of whirlwinds around the open space were suddenly sliced apart by a fierce sword chi, emitting a cloth-tearing sound. Who is it? Windstorm King and the other 2 looked in that direction. To be able to tear apart layers of whirlwinds with a single sword strike, even Windstorm King didn't dare to look down on such strength. They subconsciously thought that a powerful half-step king was passing through this place. Seeing that this place was sealed by whirlwinds, he naturally wouldn't choose to take a detour. If that was the case, they wouldn't purposely make things difficult for him. Swish. A figure flew in, appearing right next to Murong Qingqing in a flash. It's you? Jiang Tian blurted out. Kid, I didn't expect you to still be alive after being beaten like that. Fine, since you've delivered yourself, don't blame us. It was impossible for Windstorm King and Iron Hand King not to be astonished. They knew clearly what kind of injuries Yi Chen had suffered. If it were an ordinary half-step king, they would have died long ago. However, not only had Yi Chen recovered, his cultivation base and strength seemed to have improved greatly. Of course, the 2 were only somewhat astonished. No matter how strong Yi Chen was, how strong could he be? They were not ordinary half-step kings. You can leave your last words. Yi Chen threw out these words, then raised his right hand's index and middle fingers and tapped on Murong Qingqing's forehead. In the next moment, the immortal sword soul in his Sea of Soul slowly revolved, and waves of immortal sword intent entered her Sea of Soul through his fingertips. The immortal sword intent was the most mystical sword intent. Although its grade was inferior to the destruction sword intent, its soul defense was far superior. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't dare to invade Murong Qingqing's Sea of Soul with the destruction sword intent, which would be extremely dangerous. A slight carelessness could destroy her soul. With the help of the immortal sword intent, Murong Qingqing finally cleared the puppet runes in her Sea of Soul and opened her eyes. Everything's fine now. Yi Chen nodded at Murong Qingqing and turned around. He truly boasting shamelessly. Iron Hand King seemed to have heard the funniest joke. A week ago he had been beaten like a dead dog, yet he dared to speak such arrogant words. He didn't know how to laugh at the other. He could only say that the other's stupidity had reached a certain level. Yi Chen, don't be forceful. Sun Tianlang could sense Yi Chen's strength. However, his opponents were not ordinary half-step kings, but the powerful Windstorm King and Iron Hand King. The two joining hands were enough to defeat a peak half-step king. At this moment, he could only wait for an opportunity to escape. Brother Sun, many thanks. Yi Chen's tone was sincere. Sun Tianlang could have left by himself, but he didn't do so. What are you saying? Although I, Sun Tianlang, am not a good person, I'm still a trustworthy person. How can I go back on my words? I owe you my life. Sun Tianlang said with a stern expression. Chapter 740. Alright, since Brother Sun didn't disappoint me, I, Yi Chen, won't disappoint Brother Sun either. Yi Chen had chosen to save Sun Tianlang with the intention of making use of him. After all, saving the latter wouldn't require much effort, and he believed that the latter would have some suspicions. At this moment, Yi Chen had truly acknowledged Sun Tianlang as a companion. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but in my opinion it's foolish. Windstorm King spoke. As a half-step king at the same level as Punishment King, Windstorm King was a nameless existence. However, those who knew his bottom line wouldn't dare to look down on him. It should be known that half-step kings were divided into several levels. There were ordinary half-step kings, well-known half-step kings, and peak half-step kings. Above peak half-step kings were the scarce few strongest half-step kings. Although Windstorm King might not have the strength of a peak half-step king, he was definitely the closest. Not to mention that Yi Chen was only at late Sea of Soul realm, even a peak half-step king wouldn't be able to take him down in a short time. Moreover, Windstorm King had calculated that Yi Chen's strength would at most reach the level of a well-known half-step king. The temporary state of being one with the world wouldn't allow Yi Chen's profound to improve too much. A 10% increase in each would already be the limit. Windstorm King, I'll deal with this kid. You stay on guard from the side. Iron Hand King clenched his fists, letting out a metallic sound. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Windstorm King formed seals with both of his hands, and one wind wall after another spread out like concentric circles. Kid, you can die. Seeing that Windstorm King had already sealed off the scene, Iron Hand King's face revealed a sinister expression as he gloomily stared at Yi Chen. However, before he could finish his words, he discovered that Yi Chen was already less than 10 meters away from him. The latter waved his hand and countless cutting power enveloped him, hard to perceive with naked eyes. The sharp cutting power caused the Iron Hand King to feel a chill run down his spine. His pupils involuntarily contracted into two dots, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Yi Chen's sudden attack had already caught him off guard. What shocked him even more was that he could not even see the trajectory of the sword chi. He could only vaguely sense that the space was filled with the power of slicing. Each slice of power was extremely threatening, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was extremely fast. This kid must not be allowed to leave alive. As a veteran half-step king, Iron Hand King's strength was even higher than Ghostwood King and Gopher King. His reaction speed was not something the two could compare to. Almost subconsciously, he crossed his arms in front of his body. At the same time, the protective Zhenyuan outside his body was strengthened to the limits of his control. Bronze runes spread out from his armor and stuck to his protective Zhenyuan. Clang 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 clang. In the next instant, countless sparking arcs appeared on the surface of Iron Hand King's protective Zhenyuan. Most of the arcs were on his chest, interweaving together. Pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. His spiritual sword contained the wood profound and fast profound, reaching 60% and 50% completion respectively. Adding his cultivation base having broken through to late Sea of Soul realm, his Zhenyuan's purity was even higher. The might of the spiritual sword was several times stronger than before. The protective Zhenyuan of a half-step king would not be able to completely block it. Haha, you've truly given me a big shock. However, I have the bronze armor protecting my body. I'm naturally undefeatable. Let's see how you break my defense. Iron Hand King laughed loudly with an ostentatious expression. However, he was inwardly shocked. If he did not have the bronze armor, he would not have the slightest confidence in defending against this sword. This sword was simply too fast and too sharp. He could not imagine how Yi Chen had suddenly become so powerful. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact indeed lives up to its name. Seems like I'll have to spend some effort. Yi Chen did not expect Iron Hand King to have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. This way the difficulty of killing the latter would increase by several folds. Fortunately, activating the pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact required a large amount of Zhenyuan. He did not believe that the opponent could use it endlessly. Thunder Devour. Since the spiritual sword didn't work, Yi Chen used Thunder Devour. A thin layer of black light pellet fiercely stabbed at Iron Hand King's protective Zhenyuan like a sharp blade of thunder. Rumble. Iron Hand King's feet left the ground and was blasted away. Berserk thunder wrapped around him, making him look like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Iron Hand King, do you need me to make a move? Windstorm King's expression turned grave. He almost didn't dare to believe his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating and everything was fake. No need. Iron Hand King fiercely stood up and inwardly thought, I've underestimated this kid's strength. However, Late Sea of Soul Realm is Late Sea of Soul Realm after all. His defense can't be that high. I don't believe that he can withstand my attack. Violent Gold God Fist. Stamping his feet on the ground, Iron Hand King's entire body shot up and punched at Yi Chen, who was 100 meters away. Following this punch, countless metal fists appeared in the void. A large number of metal fists crazily smashed out like tornadoes. Iron Hand King's strength was displayed without a doubt at this moment. Iron Hand King, you'll die without a doubt today. If the opponent did not have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, he would have died long ago. However, Yi Chen was not anxious. Iron Hand King's Zhenyuan was limited, and he could not use it for long. Generally speaking, a half-step King's Zhenyuan could use a pseudo-supreme grade offensive artifact 3 to 5 times, while a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact could only be used for a cup of tea's worth of time. Facing this punch, Yi Chen waved his Thunder Disaster Sword, and a dark golden ripple blossomed in the void, shattering the metal fists. What? His Metal Profound has also improved so much? Iron Hand King had always thought that Yi Chen's spiritual sword and Thunder Devour were so powerful because of his great luck. In the past, it was not like there had been no one who had advanced 1 or 2 profounds by leaps and bounds under the state of being one with the world, but it was only 1 or 2. However, up until now Yi Chen had already revealed 4 profounds. Wood Profound, Fast Profound, Thunder Profound, and Metal Profound. Each of them had improved by leaps and bounds. Boundless Gold Ripple. Yi Chen did not give Iron Hand King any chance to catch his breath. He waved his Thunder Disaster Sword again and again, sending dark golden ripples toward Iron Hand King, rapidly consuming his Zhenyuan. Windstorm King, make your move. The pressure on Iron Hand King increased greatly. The Zhenyuan in his body was disappearing like water. The speed at which the bronze armor was consuming Zhenyuan was truly frightening. He could not hold on much longer. Without needing Iron Hand King's order, Windstorm King had already made his move. The first move he made was his proudest move, the Storm Spear. A spear light flickered in the void as it pierced toward Yi Chen's forehead. Ding! Yi Chen pulled out an upper-grade sword with his left hand and cut the Storm Spear in half. He then transmitted his voice to Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing, who wanted to help. Don't make a move. Watch Jiang Tian. Either he didn't kill or he would kill them all. All right. Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing halted their steps and secretly locked onto Jiang Tian's figure, guarding against his escape. Storm Rain. Windstorm King saw that even his proudest move could do nothing to Yi Chen, so he roared and waved his palm in the air. Storm Spears filled the sky. These Storm Spears only had 1/5 of the original Storm Spear's might, but their quantity was several hundred times more. It was completely capable of winning through sheer quantity. Explosive Gold God Fist. Iron Hand King didn't care about consuming a huge amount of Zhenyuan as he performed his most powerful attack. Countless metal fists turned into a torrential rain as they attacked toward Yi Chen. That kind of sound and that kind of violence could probably scare a normal half-step king. At this moment, the two were fighting with their lives on the line. They didn't want Yi Chen to continue living. Right now, Yi Chen was already frightening enough for them. Facing the two's most powerful attacks, Yi Chen's expression didn't change at all. On the Thunder Disaster Sword, a massive black thunder ball appeared and grew larger and larger until it reached 10 meters in diameter. It was like a black sun that didn't give off any light, and all of the thunder power was contained within. Go! Yi Chen threw out a sword attack toward the center of the two. Boom. Sun Tianlang, Murong Qingqing and Jiang Tian who were on the periphery were all blasted back, their faces pale. Meanwhile, that wind wall was instantly shattered. In the end, boundless thunder power radiated out in all directions with the empty space as the center. The passage connecting the empty space seemed to have become a pipe, completely filled with thunder power. If someone were to come at this moment, they wouldn't have a good time. Iron Hand King and Windstorm King bore the brunt of the attack, their feet sliding on the ground. Iron Hand King had the protection of his bronze armor, so he was fine. However, Windstorm King was in a much more difficult situation. Although he was stronger than Iron Hand King, he didn't have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, so he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of smoking blood. This kid is troublesome. Let's go. Windstorm King's complexion was unsightly. He had never thought that he would be forced to this extent by a youngster. This was simply a disgrace. You can't escape. Yi Chen held his sword with both hands and slashed at Windstorm King. A crescent moon-shaped sword energy flew out and brushed past Windstorm King's body. Puchi. Windstorm King's head and left arm separated from his body, blood spraying everywhere. A clear sword mark was left on the pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. One sword. Windstorm King had fallen. This sword was indeed Yi Chen's strongest sword move, Waning Moon. Iron Hand King had a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, and Waning Moon might not be able to break through it. However, Windstorm King was different. He definitely wouldn't be able to block it. You actually killed Old Feng. Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Someone as powerful as Old Feng had been killed by Yi Chen just like that. This made him extremely shocked and numb. So be it. It'll be your turn soon. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent. You're dead for sure. Windstorm King is my master's heir emperor's right-hand man. Now that you've killed him, no one under the heavens can save you. Jiang Tian roared and flew toward the nearby passage. Stay here. Sun Tianlang blocked Jiang Tian's path while Murong Qingqing surrounded him from the side. Chapter 741. Piss off. Jiang Tian was extremely powerful. Before Yi Chen broke through, he would have to use all of his power to barely win. Therefore, although Sun Tianlang was a half-step king warrior, he was still forced back dozens of steps due to his lack of preparation. Fortunately, he did not let Jiang Tian escape. Losing this opportunity, Jiang Tian fell into a predicament. Although he was not afraid of Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing working together and could maintain the situation for a while, it would be extremely difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. Yi Chen, you better let me go. My Gu family's anger is not something you can handle. Iron Hand King's heart sank. Since Yi Chen could kill Windstorm King, he could definitely kill him as well. It was only a matter of time. He could only place his hope on the Gu family's prestige and force Yi Chen to let him go. Do you think this is realistic? Yi Chen attacked Iron Hand King again and again, not giving him any chance to breathe. I am very important to the Gu family. Are you really not afraid of our Gu family's king warriors coming to kill you? Iron Hand King tried to act tough. Since I have already killed Windstorm King, I will not let you go. If he let any one of them go, then the news would be leaked. Yi Chen did not think that Iron Hand King would keep it a secret. Since he could not kill him himself, he would definitely leak the news to the heir emperor. The heir emperor was a titled emperor warrior, a king among kings. One Windstorm King might not be enough to make him come after him, but with Jiang Tian added in, it would be hard to say. Raising a genius was extremely hard, especially a natural-born genius like Jiang Tian, who was extremely rare. Once Yi Chen killed Jiang Tian and the news was leaked, it would be hard to imagine how furious the heir emperor would be. Even Dragon King might not be able to stop him. Bastard, you madman. Killing the Windstorm King, you're bound to offend the heir emperor. If you kill me, the two kings of my Gu family won't let you off. Facing the pursuit of 3 kings, even if you flee to the Dragon God Celestial Palace, it'll be useless. You're dead for sure. Iron Hand King roared as his hair stood up in anger. Boundless Zhen Yuan poured out of his body, forming a spiral shape that eventually condensed on his right fist. Immediately, his right fist was filled with a blinding light as if it was made of metal. Carrying a tremendous force, it punched toward Yi Chen. Don't waste your efforts. Yi Chen slowly walked over. The crescent-shaped sword energy tore through the metal fist and slashed on Iron Hand King's protective Zhen Yuan with unstoppable force. Bang! Iron Hand King shot out like a sharp arrow, crashing into the wall at the edge of the empty space. Kacha, the wall cracked and Iron Hand King passed through it, quickly escaping. It turned out that Iron Hand King knew that he wasn't Yi Chen's opponent, so he borrowed Yi Chen's strength to instantly break through the wall and escape, and he had already succeeded halfway. Swish! How could Yi Chen let Iron Hand King escape? A flying sword landed under his feet, and he used Imperial Sword Flight to chase after Iron Hand King. In a blink of an eye he had caught up. Break! Yi Chen once again slashed out with Waning Moon Slash. The sword energy was shattered and Iron Hand King's figure staggered, his speed greatly decreasing. How could he be so fast? Iron Hand King was on the verge of despair. Your Zhen Yuan should be running out, right? Yi Chen wasn't afraid of Iron Hand King escaping at all. After breaking through to Late Sea of Soul Realm, using Imperial Sword Flight had raised his speed to a whole new level. On the other hand, Iron Hand King had already swallowed several pellets, and the conversion of medicinal energy into Zhen Yuan was gradually unable to keep up with his consumption. 1 sword, 2 swords, 10 swords. Subsequently, Iron Hand King forcibly endured 10 swords from Yi Chen, each of which could kill anyone below peak half-step King realm. The reason Iron Hand King was able to survive until now was all because of the bronze armor. However, although the bronze armor was powerful, Iron Hand King's Zhen Yuan couldn't keep up. After enduring the 10th sword, the bronze runes on his protective Zhen Yuan shattered one after another. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen slashed out again. Clang. Iron Hand King's protective Zhen Yuan shattered, and sparks appeared on the bronze armor. As for himself, a bloody line appeared from his forehead to his chin. The bloody line gradually enlarged and ultimately split into 2. Brain and blood interweaved together, looking extremely miserable. Iron Hand King fell to the ground, thoroughly dead. This pseudo-supreme grade artifact is too abnormal. Fiercely letting out a mouthful of turbid chi, Yi Chen revealed a bitter smile. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact could also be considered an extreme grade artifact. However, it was an inferior product among extreme grade artifacts, a failed product. However, even if it was a failed product, it was still extremely frightening. Without this pseudo-supreme grade artifact, Iron Hand King's strength would have been a bit weaker than Windstorm King. How could he have lasted until now? Removing the bronze armor on Iron Hand King's body and taking away his storage ring, Yi Chen turned around and returned to the open space. Ping 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 ping, Jiang Tian was still battling with Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing. Explosions resounded one after another, and the berserk chi could be felt from far away. You can't kill me. Jiang Tian's battle strength was tyrannical. Even 1 against 2, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. This kid is simply a freak. Sun Tianlang sucked in a breath of cold air. In all these years he had only seen 2 freaks. One was Jiang Tian and the other was Yi Chen. Those geniuses he had seen before were not even worth mentioning in front of these 2. No wonder he had always heard that this was a great era. Brother Sun Murong, leave him to me. Yi Chen rushed over. Yi Chen, you killed Iron Hand King? Sun Tianlang turned his head and saw Yi Chen. Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief and retreated to the side with Murong Qingqing. Yi Chen faintly nodded. There is no Iron Hand King in this world anymore. Good. Good kill. Kill him and the mission will be complete. Sun Tianlang and Yi Chen were on the same boat right now. If the news leaked out, he would not have a good ending. But if they could kill all 3 of them, then there would be no problem. With so many people in the graveyard, who would know that they were the ones who killed the 3? Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen calmly and said, Yi Chen, don't waste your energy. Although you can kill Elder Feng, you can't kill me. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Tian with a bit of surprise. Even at this moment he was still talking like this. Either he was crazy or he had something to rely on. Judging from Jiang Tian's expression, it might be the latter. Then let me see how I can't kill you. Tapping his foot on the ground, Yi Chen stabbed his sword toward Jiang Tian's forehead. Can't dodge it? Yi Chen's spiritual sword was too fast. Jiang Tian could only watch as the Thunder Disaster sword pierced through his protective Zhen Yuan and stabbed toward his forehead. His forehead cracked open and Jiang Tian was about to die. Boom. All of a sudden, a beam of light shot out of Jiang Tian's body and condensed into a middle-aged man's shadow. His 2 fingers pinched the tip of the Thunder Disaster sword, causing the sword and Yi Chen to freeze in the surreal space, unable to move forward. Air Emperor. Yi Chen's pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. Taking out the Thunder Disaster sword, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and performed his most powerful sword attack, Waning Moon. The crescent-shaped sword power tore through the air and attacked out. The crescent-shaped sword power was shattered, and the Air Emperor's shadow did not move at all. Yi Chen, you and I will meet again. But that is if you can live until that day. Jiang Tian's body flashed once as if he had teleported, disappearing all of a sudden. All he left was a sentence that lingered in the air. Sun Tianlang had a bad look on his face. We are in big trouble now. The Air Emperor had left a trace of willpower in Jiangtian's soul ocean. As long as it does not dissipate, even a top half-step king warrior would not be able to kill him. Plus, with the protection of willpower, his speed would increase to an unimaginable level. There would be no way for us to catch up. I miscalculated. Yi Chen stayed silent for a while before sighing. Putting a trace of willpower into someone else's soul ocean was extremely exhausting. Even a life and death realm warrior would not want to do it. Jiang Tian was a natural-born martial body, so it was natural for him to be favored by the Air Emperor. According to what had just happened, Yi Chen had roughly calculated that the Air Emperor's martial will had already reached the peak of rank 7, and this willpower contained a drop of the Air Emperor's Zhen Yuan. With the combination of the two, no one below the life and death realm would be able to break it. No wonder Jiang Tian was not afraid at all. With the Air Emperor's willpower in his soul ocean, it would not show up normally. But once he was about to die, the Air Emperor's willpower would help him escape. We do not need to worry too much. One Windstorm King might not be enough to make the Air Emperor fight us. Murong Qingqing said. Right. What kind of status does the Air Emperor have? He is a titled king warrior. If he attacks us, it would be too much. Sun Tianlang comforted himself. Yi Chen nodded. The Air Emperor will not attack us personally, but he will not let us go either. Perhaps he will use some other methods. We can only take it one step at a time. Now that the Air Emperor had come personally, Yi Chen had no choice but to accept his fate. After all, the only person who could stop the Air Emperor in the whole True Spirit continent was probably Su King. Dragon King and Shenhe were both slightly weaker. Moreover, he could not stay under the protection of Shenhe and Dragon King all the time. Pausing for a while, Yi Chen continued, besides the Air Emperor, we still have to be on guard against the Gu family's revenge. Brother Sun, this time you better find a place to hide, or leave the True Spirit continent. I have dragged you into this. Letting out a breath, Sun Tianlang said, it has nothing to do with you. It was my own choice. Perhaps this is fate. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. At worst, I'll do as you said and leave the True Spirit continent for the outer ocean. The world is vast and there will be a place for me to stand. I'm afraid I'll also have to leave the True Spirit continent, Yi Chen thought inwardly. Before, nobody knew that he had killed Ghostwood King, Gopher King, and Shadow Chasing King. But now he had killed Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, which would inevitably arouse suspicions. This way, not only would the Air Emperor and the Gu family look for him, the powers behind Ghostwood King and Gopher King, as well as the Shadow sect behind Shadow Chasing King, would not let him off. Offending so many powers at once, Yi Chen's future days would not be good. We'll talk about other things later. Right now, let's check the valuables. Although Sun Tianlang had not contributed much in killing Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, they had staked their lives to stand on the same side as Yi Chen. Not giving them a share of the valuables would be inexcusable. After leaving the forbidden area, Sun Tianlang would inevitably have to leave the True Spirit continent. A bit more valuables would make their lives a bit better. Sun Tianlang said, I didn't contribute much. You only need to give me some spirit stones. Chapter 742. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King's storage rings didn't have any miscellaneous items, mainly upper-grade spirit stones, some spirit grasses, precious gems and crystals. Although there were some other extremely valuable treasures, they weren't many and only occupied a corner of the ring. In the end, there were 5 million upper-grade spirit stones, over 100 spirit grasses of various grades, and more than 5,000 upper-grade gems and crystals. The most valuable one was 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Splitting evenly, Yi Chen gave Sun Tianlang more than 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 330 supreme-grade spirit stones. The same went for Murong Qingqing. I can actually get 330 supreme-grade spirit stones. Sun Tianlang's gloomy face revealed a smile. Half-step kings were in between Sea of Soul realm and Life and Death realm. Using upper-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones could be used for cultivation. Using upper-grade spirit stones would make one's progress extremely slow, but using supreme-grade spirit stones would make one's progress several times faster. Before this, Sun Tianlang only had 50 supreme-grade spirit stones, which he was reluctant to use for cultivation. In comparison, 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones didn't attract much attention. Sun Tianlang's harvest wasn't small, but Yi Chen's harvest was something he couldn't compare to. Ghostwood King, Gopher King, and Shadow Chasing King contributed a total of 6 million upper-grade spirit stones and 800 supreme-grade spirit stones. Adding the 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 330 supreme-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen's harvest this time was 7,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 1,200 supreme-grade spirit stones. Before entering the Forbidden Area, Yi Chen's upper-grade spirit stones were even more than a half-step king's. On his way up, he had killed innumerable experts, and the wealth he had obtained was naturally unimaginable. Adding this harvest, Yi Chen's upper-grade spirit stones astonishingly crossed the 20 million range, reaching a huge amount of 21 million. It was simply shocking. Of course, the most valuable harvest this time was not the huge amount of upper-grade spirit stones or the 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, but a pseudo-supreme-grade defensive artifact. If pseudo-supreme-grade artifacts were sold in the market, then 20 million upper-grade spirit stones would definitely be enough to buy it. The key was that pseudo-supreme-grade artifacts were priceless, and could not be bought even if one had spirit stones. It should be known that normal life and death kings didn't even have a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact, and used a semi-supreme-grade artifact. The Gu family of the East Royal City was one of the oldest families, so it was understandable for them to have a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact. However, Qing Lu had a pseudo-supreme-grade attacking artifact which should be out of luck. She might have found it in some rank 5 or even rank 4 ruins. Murong Qingqing then reminded Yi Chen that armor has the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. If we do not erase it, it might be sensed by the Gu family. You're right. Yi Chen nodded and said to the two, "You guys guard the surroundings for me. The Iron Hand King is a half-step king, and his soul is slowly changing. His soul mark will not be that easy to erase." Yi Chen's soul was a bit strange, 5 times more powerful than the same level Seas of Soul's Realm Master level warriors. In terms of quality, it was beyond half-step kings, and was equivalent to normal life and death kings. However, half-step king's soul had a soul membrane but his did not. Yi Chen thought about it and felt that the soul membrane should be a special effect of the late-stage soul. If he wanted to erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, he would have to spend some effort. "Don't worry, leave this place to us." Sun Tianlang put away a large amount of soul stones, his expression serious. If he did not erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, this armor would be a hot potato. Who knew when it would cause trouble? After all, once the graveyard of the 4 Extreme Emperor opened, the Gu family's king would come for sure. Taking out the armor, Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and poured his powerful soul power into it, searching for the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. Generally speaking, the core of a treasure's formation was the best place to imprint a soul imprint. It wasn't impossible to imprint a soul imprint in other places, but it would make it difficult to control the treasure and there would be some barriers. Just as Yi Chen had expected, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King was imprinted at the core of the array. Facing the invasion of Yi Chen's soul power, the soul mark struggled with all its strength, even using the energy of the armor itself to attack Yi Chen's soul power. Scatter. How powerful was Yi Chen's soul power? It was comparable to ordinary life and death kings. With a shake of his soul power, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King that had just been mobilized immediately dissipated, unable to affect Yi Chen in the slightest. Not only that, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King also began to waver. Refine. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Chen's soul power rushed into the core of the array and clashed with the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. If Yi Chen's soul was only an ordinary soul, he would not be able to do anything to the soul mark of the Iron Hand King within a short period of time. It would take him at least a month, perhaps even longer. However, Yi Chen was a soul genius, and the quantity and quality of his soul power were much higher than the Iron Hand King's. Moreover, it was only a soul mark, so how could it compete with Yi Chen's soul? After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King dimmed, and strands of soul mist drifted in the air. Although this soul mark had no intelligence, it possessed the most basic of instincts. The instant it was about to be erased, it let out a soul cry and vanished like smoke in thin air. After losing the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, Yi Chen easily left his soul mark at the core of the array. Moreover, Yi Chen's soul mark was much stronger than the Iron Hand King's. Even a half-step king would need several months to erase it. After successfully leaving his soul mark, Yi Chen poured his Zhen Yuan into the armor. Immediately, the armor emitted an ancient bronze radiance, and bronze runes undulated within the radiance. Success. Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing looked over. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Sun Tianlang glanced at Yi Chen in astonishment. He thought that Yi Chen would need at least 2 hours to erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, and this was because he knew that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person. If it were anyone else, it would take at least a month. Someone's coming? Murong Qingqing kept her innate demonic eyes open. Everything within 3,000 meters was within her line of sight. Without putting on the armor, Yi Chen put it away and asked, "Who is it?" "It's Thunder Spirit King." Murong Qingqing frowned. "Thunder Spirit King? We'd better leave first." Yi Chen waved the Thunder Disaster Sword, turning Windstorm King and Iron Hand King's corpses into nothingness. His figure flickered, and he, along with Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing, headed toward one of the passages at the edge of the open space. Thunder Spirit King was one of the strongest, half-step kings. Under Life and Death Realm he was invincible. Yi Chen didn't want to have too much contact with him. After all, who knew if he had any relationship with Windstorm King or Iron Hand King? Swish. As soon as Yi Chen and the other two left, Thunder Spirit King's figure appeared in the empty space. A great battle took place here? Thunder Spirit King's gaze swept the surroundings. The sword scars on the ground and the holes in the walls were telling him that a great battle had taken place here. Both sides had high strength, and there was even a peak half-step king who could cause such a shocking destruction. Interesting. Among those who had entered the graveyard, apart from himself, there was only one peak half-step king, Punishment King. Although Windstorm King's strength was close to Punishment King's, it was still a bit lacking. He could barely be considered a peak half-step king. Apart from Void-Shattering Finger, only White Sheep King and Sky Scorpio King were taught other space-profound martial skills. Hopefully, I'll be able to reap some benefits in White Sheep King's graveyard. Thunder Spirit King's goal was only space-profound martial skills. He didn't care about anything else. Outside Grey Wolf King's graveyard, people arrived from time to time. Some came from the conveyor gate, while others came from the caves. The number of people kept increasing. In one day there were at least 50 to 60 people. On the second day the number increased to 70. Everyone says that the closer you get to the graveyard, the more dangerous it gets. How come we didn't encounter any danger along the way? A yellow-robed old man asked curiously. Perhaps it's just a rumor. I don't think so. I'm afraid there's something else going on. Who cares about it? Grey Wolf King's graveyard's gate is already open. Let's go in. Shwa shwa shwa. Like locusts, numerous half-step kings and peak masters entered Grey Wolf King's graveyard. Shwa. After a while, a green light flickered over. As they approached Grey Wolf King's graveyard, the green light revealed its true form. It was an extremely aged white-haired old man with a haggard face. The white-haired old man's aura was extremely mixed. There was the vigorous life force of a tree, but also the gloomy death chi. The two auras intertwined together, creating a very strange scene. My lifespan is almost up. If I can't reap some benefits, I'm afraid I won't be far from death. The white-haired old man sized up Grey Wolf King's graveyard before his figure flickered inside. Inside Firebird King's graveyard, 4 inhuman figures flickered. If Yi Chen's group saw these 4 figures, they would definitely feel their blood run cold. These 4 figures were none other than the Umbra Ghost Bat King, the Undying Swamp King, and the 2 predators' descendants. It turned out that after Yi Chen's group entered the graveyard, these 4 vicious creatures had hunted enough half-step king's flesh and were preparing to enter the graveyard to try their luck. They didn't want to guard the graveyard for the rest of their lives. The world outside the Forbidden Zone was the world they yearned for. And it was precisely because they had left their original location and entered the graveyard that the people behind them didn't encounter any danger. My strength has already recovered to its peak. No one can kill me anymore. The Umbra Ghost Bat King was in high spirits. His strength was above the Swamp King and the Predator's descendants. This group was also led by him. Relying on this strength, he could obtain a lot of treasures and then borrow the strength of others to leave the Forbidden Zone. If he had the opportunity, he might even become a Demon King. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.